All right, and we should be
Yeah,
going
we're in
live
it.
if we're not already.
Hey, Baba Boy.
It says live.
It does. It's not showing for me right now, so I wanted to make sure.
Yeah, it's a live and then it's counting up.
I love how I click on the stream so I can be able to chat and stuff. And literally the
Hey,
first
there
thing
he
I
is.
hear is myself going fucking Baba Booey.
Oh,
The
okay.
first thing I hear.
So we're on Twitch, but I don't think YouTube is live. Or is it showing for you, Brandon?
Yeah, give me a sec. I'll post
Yeah.
in the group.
Yeah, because
the group chat
right
here.
now we're getting Callan's messaging on Twitch.
Hi, Callan. Yeah, I saw Twitch. I meant is YouTube going?
Mm.
Yeah. Yeah,
Okay,
just
cool.
post the link to the group chat, buddy. And I'm sharing it on Twitter now.
All right, cool. That is running. Hi, friends.
Hi, everybody.
We're just kind of we're a little delayed. We're just waiting for Rachel to get set up, and yeah. I would say chances are, if you're here. Oh, am I a bit quiet?
Oh, sound good to me.
Callan says I'm a bit quiet.
Oh,
I mean,
How about
we're
now?
kind of
Is
loud
this
fucks.
better? Too loud? Not loud enough?
Let us know in the comments below. Chat.
All right, cool.
Don't.
ew,
I was
gross.
gonna say, what?
Wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. There we go. Okay, I had both Twitch and this like giving me noises. So like I just got Brandon like doubled. And then I heard me go, oh, ew. And then I went, oh, ew, because I heard myself.
Oh, that's really funny. By chance, was I saying Baba Booey?
The eternal Baba
No, it only happened because I guess I clicked off of Twitch before the stream actually loaded. So then once I went back to the tab, it was like, okay, let me like put this video on.
Oh, yeah. It did the exact same thing to me when I loaded onto our YouTube stream.
What is with you and Baba
it's
Booey?
just a fun word to say.
No, you know what? Callan brings up a great point. What is with you and Baba Booey?
All right, look here, you motherfucker.
This is the world building we wanted to get into, actually.
This is it. This is what we build on.
Actually, we're doing a lore session of Brandon lore before.
It was actually Brandon's grandparents' names. He had a Baba and a Booey.
I wish that was true. I need to just start like Joker style building like my alternate life, like my father.
Want to know how I got this Booey?
You Baba'd your last Booey.
My Baba.
You've Baba'd your last Booey.
Lord, forgive me for what I must Scooby Dooby Doo. Baba Booey.
Hey.
Oh my goodness, we have a Rachel.
Hi.
All right, cool. And I just
this tripod is much worse than I remember. Hopefully that will stay.
Don't tempt me, who I believe to be Callan. I don't know. I'm bad at usernames. You're gonna have to forgive me.
That is him.
Okay, dope.
Cool.
But I don't know. I've gotten to the point where I just sort of use Baba Booey, like some people say, like, "Hey, congratulations, Mazel Tov, hey, Baba Booey."
Yeah, that's pretty fair.
I don't know. I feel like I'm so happy that the phrase was coined on this very show. I say words.
You do.
I sure do say words. Thank you for that one, Dan. It has been useful in explaining myself to people in general.
I mean, that's how words work.
Yeah, Callan, I wouldn't describe Brandon as
anything except a meme.
I was gonna say I would describe Brandon as shitposty.
Hey, thanks, Josh.
Hey, Josh, how's it going?
That one I recognize.
Boo, 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 boo.
Congratulations, Josh. You're one of like 10 usernames I recognize.
I would really hope at this point you recognize mine.
Yeah, because it's your fucking name.
I was gonna say it's got to be on the list. It just has to be.
Look, bud, my mama
That's
might
just
raised
testing your fucking literacy.
What's up, Rachel?
I was mine's not my name, but at this point, Brandon, if you didn't.
Yeah, I've got yours down. Congratulations, you made the list.
Isn't yours like R Bloom?
No, it's Dramador
No.
Gate 4.
I mean,
Dan, you're so
you
very
might
pretty.
be out
I told you, I'm the personality hire.
I do know where
Fuck was
Dan.
then?
I'm guessing Dan has gotten an email from me at some point. Is
Yeah,
where that came from.
But for those who don't know, we're going to be listening to shortly here. We'll be listening to Chapter 49, "Sins of the Father," which was the second part in our Texas switcheroo. Brandon takes over as GM for
God
our
help us.
I love that has just stuck as like the old Texas switcheroo arc.
Anybody remember the old Reddit switcheroo?
I try to remember few things about Reddit.
The old Reddit switcheroo was literally just continually backlinking. Like you'll say, the old, like someone will say something that sounds switcheroo like, and someone will say, the old Reddit switcheroo, and it'll be a link. Their text will be a link, and it'll just go back to someone else saying the same phrase, and it just keeps going back.
I love that. I'm sad I'm only just now finding out about it.
Yeah, I have no idea how far back it went. I stopped hanging out in large subs on Reddit because,
they're all terrible. Yeah, I get it.
Yeah, they devolve very quick. The larger they get, the quicker they devolve.
That's why I spend most of my time on Reddit. Holy shit, it's Jim! I was just saying earlier, like, man, it'd be cool if Callan and Jim were here. And that's not me bullshitting either.
No, when we weren't recording, I was like, we can roll it back, roll the clip.
We cannot, in fact, roll it back. But hey, welcome to the party.
Barry, roll back the clip. I wish we had a Barry. Specifically, I wish we had Barry Kramer.
Not Barry Allen?
I mean, we have Osama.
I mean, basically the same thing, honestly.
Do.
Absolutely no rush, Jim. Honestly, like, those drawings are still the coolest fucking things I've ever seen, and I appreciate the hell out of them.
Yeah, so I mean,
Jim for local council.
Those drawings are seriously the best.
Yeah, I guess we can do a little bit of Q&A. We're not really on any kind of strict time frame, unless y'all are just itching to get right into listening to the episode.
Yeah, if we want to dive right into the episode, let us know. If you guys got any questions, on our way. If you guys want to see Dan do a backflip, trust me, so do I.
Bitch, first of all, I'm very gymnastically inclined.
I believe
I was actually in my school. Yeah, no, we had like a what do you call it? Like a
Dan. Keep in mind, I have no idea what you look like from the shoulders down. For all I know, you've got calves the size of me.
I do. They're huge. I have to haul all of this around.
All right, fair.
No, but back at my school, we would do.
Retiring soon. Hey, muzzle tov.
No, first of all, we used to do like a. It was like in the auditorium, everybody came and they would do like whatever, like I guess talent type things. You have like pommel horse and shit like that, like a gymnastics day. And your boy could do flips and shit on the balance beam. And I mean, I'm a significantly larger human being now, but I can still do it. I can get my ass in the air.
Were you riding dolphins, doing flips and shit?
I mean, I wouldn't put it past me.
You're fucking kidding me.
I haven't thought about the Lonely Island in a long time, but that's not on topic.
Dude, the only, my key memory, I remember when I, walked out of high school for the last time, after I had been told not to come back. I remember I put on my headphones, and the first song to come up in my iPod shuffle was I'm on a Boat by Lonely Island, and I remember me just being so defeated, sure, I'm on a boat. I'm on a boat.
What a time
boat
capsule
of despair
you just described.
I have vivid memories with certain songs, and it's ridiculous what memories are attached to what songs, but this is just the Ouroboros of me as a person.
And yeah, I don't know, Jim, if you saw on Twitter or if you jumped in before we described this, but we're going to be listening to Chapter 49, the second part of the arc that Brandon ran for us about 10 episodes ago now. Yeah, 11 episodes ago now.
Yeah, that feels about right.
Yeah, because we just
has it really only been that few?
Pulling back the curtain, we have recorded so many more episodes than what we have currently released.
You meant from what's released?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, because that was we just released chapter 60, and that was chapters 48 and 49.
Yeah, don't we have didn't we just record chapter
70?
70?
Roughly, yeah, as I assuming everything, assuming none of them have to be split up. Yes, it'd be 70.
The old Texas switcheroo. I loved it, Jim. Genuinely one of my favorite memories of this show
it's the only sad part about doing the second part is that we don't get to hear that.
True.
Our utter confusion of saying that.
Yeah, we should really get a clip of that at some point. I probably have the video still too.
Oh yeah. Why is that on our YouTube page?
Riverside, right?
Exactly.
Actually, that would just to kind of talk shop a little bit. That might be a fun project for us, finding like various clips from the show and like getting the video to throw together like something on YouTube.
The time 2 episodes. Well, it's not released yet. That I absolutely broke Brandon with Mike Wazowski.
The most entertaining 30 seconds of silence ever.
Yeah, Callan, Dan's red string theories of everything.
First of all, I'm right some of the time.
Well, I'll say, yeah, exactly. Callan just said that you are listening to a few episodes back before. Are you saying back before Brandon's takeover arc, Callan?
Or are you talking about whatever arc we are currently in?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
No. Yeah, so back before Brandon's switcheroo arc, you apparently predicted the current arc, which I guess, Jim, you've listened to at least the second most recent episode. I don't know if you've listened to the most recent one, but you know it's time travel.
I'm telling you, it's all the horror that I watch, because with horror, there's like you have to kind of find the red herring and then just like extrapolate from that.
I act like I don't turn my brain off when I watch a movie. When I watch a film, I am a simple caveman-like creature. All caught up? Hell yeah.
And thank you for the kind words, too.
Oh.
Nice.
Oh, fuck, dude. I appreciate that. God, also, Jim, I'm curious, because you're a superhero gamer, and this was the first tabletop game I ever got into. Are you familiar with Heroes Unlimited by Palladium Games? I'm just curious because you feel like the kind of guy who I might be able to connect with. I don't know. Maybe Palladium was just a fever dream I had.
That's like me with this one video game. I don't remember what it's called, but I know it's like a kind of a racing game, but you're not racing cars. You're racing these like mechanical dragonfly things through the sky.
Hello Kitty Adventure.
Whoa. You
said it with such confidence that my brain went, was it? And before I actually heard the words.
I was
just like, Brandon had an answer.
I was ready to accept it. Also, Dan, it a Hello Kitty Adventure.
Dude,
say that
fuck
it's
yeah.
Like,
that is just the coolest combination of shit, man.
Yeah.
I have no idea what game you're talking about.
That's
I'm
okay.
not familiar either, if I'm being honest.
That's okay. One of my neighbor's big brothers was like super into like tabletop gaming and shit, and he got me into like a bunch of weird obscure stuff. Never heard of D&D until I was in high school, but as like a fifth grader, I was like, Palladium games are the coolest. They have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game.
They have the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle game?
How is that Augustus Gloop? Augustus Gloop is like Spricken Spracken Glicker Glocker Gloop, and yeah.
It didn't feel too far off from that.
No, we're not going to start going into the lore of my voices, otherwise we're never going to get to the episode.
Any potential person that might be listening from Germany has just decided, you know what? Fuck these guys.
That's fine.
As a German, I can accept that.
Same. Only ever played D&D and Pathfinder. I wanted to try other systems, but it's hard when you don't have other people to play with. Hey, fucking amen to that, brother.
You know, I can send you over to my friend who does, all he does is online D&D gaming. He doesn't do any in-person gaming.
Yeah, like, I go ahead.
Exclusively played tabletop games on a computer.
Fair. No, I actually, like, I for tabletop gaming, I actually prefer the position of DM. I just really love world building and shit like that. But my issue is that as a DM, everyone wants to play D&D, which is my least favorite thing to DM. Just because I'm not very good at like fantasy tropes. Listening to learn about mutants and masterminds. Those first edition books were dope.
Yeah, I just got I joined and got their what's I'm looking for, the mega bundle they had with all the first and second edition PDFs,
which is so cool.
I still remember the time that Robert brought the Mutants and Mastermind books over to my apartment, and I got very, very drunk, and that's how I made my character.
Yeah.
And here we are, 4 years later.
Also, yeah, I guess for both of you, Jim and Callan, I'm very curious as to how you stumbled upon our show, or as Callan, if you've never played Mutants and Masterminds, what drew you in.
I definitely understand that, Callan. There's also something exciting to me about kind of like jumping in blind. I at the very least like to try and listen to like a podcast or two of something I'm unfamiliar with, just to kind of hear how it plays. If I'm not able to play it myself first, but there's also something exciting about just jumping in blind.
Oh, I mean, that's
straightforward.
The most direct route to get here, yeah.
I mean, it's good to know that
searching for it on Google
look for that. That means we're doing something right with our SEO.
Yeah.
Thank you, Google Senpai.
Actually, I've never Googled that. Let's see. Hold on.
How long will
what was that, Rachel?
it take to find us? I was saying, like, no, that is good to know. I'm like, people can find you that way?
I already forgot what I said, Jim.
We're the first post that pops up that says Reddit. Well, actually, the second thing that pops up is Rachel's comment on a Reddit post about Mutants and Masterminds.
Oh, probably because sometimes, every once in a while, the subreddit will ask for recommendations, and I always usually recommend us, Untold Stories Project, which is Alex from Green Ronin, and the Umbra Initiative, which I have only listened to a little bit of, but they've been going for a while, and I've taken notice of. They got some really cool stuff going on.
I've actually never heard of them before. You might have to fill me in on that.
I have to confess, with being everybody that I currently play with knows, but for the audience, I don't listen to podcasts. I can't do it. I think if there was not scripted, but like the only one that I can get through is My Favorite Murder, and that there's a lot of like a consistent like music with a beat behind them talking, and I always listen to it with my roommate so we can like speak as we're listening. But just like sitting and trying to listen without either like a beat to focus on or like visuals from a TV, I got nothing. My brain is like looking at the walls, looking at a book, looking at my phone.
That's a big reason why self-making podcasts, but ours is so edited that's like it's hard to also watch me do math, Dan, like you have to when we make this.
Honestly.
Yeah, we were all realistically, we were all almost brand new to the game. I have had Mutants and Masterminds books ever since the first edition, and I've like made characters and made cities and things like that, but I never did anything with it. I didn't really understand RPGs. I thought I just didn't like them, but it turned out I just didn't really like D&D. Too many dice, too many to me there's just too many things going on, whereas Mutants and Masterminds like very straightforward, one dice. Roll,
I will say
check.
Also,
comparatively,
role-playing games are very affected by who, like as you go into the role play side of RPGs, and some people have played with, they're like, no, all about combat, and I want to make a backstory, and I want to see how these characters interact.
And now we have Ruth Day, who I'll die for.
Everybody gets an NPC.
It's mine's Rickard.
You think we see that a lot? Imagine how many times that's edited out.
Yeah, I was gonna say, because that is one of the things that's one of the reasons our episodes do have taken longer to come out is like we do edit them fairly heavily. Like we would take a 3-hour recording and turn it into an hour to an hour and a half episode.
No, my average since I have come on as an editor, I've noticed that on average we start off at around 3:30.
Yeah,
like
yeah,
3 hours,
gotten
30
longer,
minutes.
Yeah.
So
and a little snack break.
we're doing our best. I'm just happy that RC has help now, even if I am the help.
I just appreciate having help.
I got you, baby.
Yeah. Does anybody have any other kind of?
I'm the lack of help. I'm the lack of help. I can't even get my mouse to work, and I'm like, how do I do thing? With it's sad, honestly, the amount of struggle I have with anything technologically related.
Send the unedited. Jim, a thing that we have joked about doing for years is
the
doing
Byler cuts.
We have joked about like doing a blooper episode once we start like doing shit with that. We have phenomenal material for a blooper episode. It's just that one of us needs to grab all that shit and compile it. I can't speak for our good friend Robert here, but I don't want to fucking do that.
That's so many hours to sift through. Oh my god.
That is so much. If we take roughly 3 hours on average times
with 70
episodes.
It's 210 hours.
Plus, we've also had we've had 2 of the formerly known as Metaverse discussions. We had the arc that had. Well, I guess we wouldn't really need to go through, but we do have the arc that we did with Emily using Harsh Generation.
Oh yeah,
right.
So we have a lot of content. But maybe we'll release the unedited versions. I just I do take a lot of pride in creating a very concise story.
I knowing mine and Dan's sense of humor, don't think we should ever release those unedited episodes.
I mean, it's nothing bad. It's funny as fuck.
What were you saying, Rachel?
I was saying that they're not wrong. Mine literally is me doing that, taking way too long to just do simple addition.
Yeah, I do make these people,
episode.
I do make these people look very quick at math.
Yeah, like honestly, an unedited episode of us, it's like 3 hours, 30 seconds. An hour of that is silence as we're both like, oh, well, first we have to put the 1 on top of this number, which makes that a 19. So what's 19 minus 5? At least that's how I'm fucking doing it in my head.
Dan, if you could real quick check our Facebook chat. But yeah, I guess Jim, we do have time for questions. I don't think is everybody?
Oh yeah,
everyone right?
Yeah,
right now?
Yeah, of course. Speaking of, hey RC.
Yeah.
Aerofiend asks, where did the inspiration for Riverside City come from?
Yeah. Actually, no, I'm just gonna leave that up for now. Yeah, the inspiration for Riverside City was
like that.
Yeah, right. It's fun. Let's see. Well, so I made Riverside City. The backstory that I give for coming into this is I started playing Mutants and Masterminds in roughly 2006, 2007. Like I said, not long after the game actually released in the first edition. And I did it explicitly because I had wanted to try Dungeons and Dragons because people had mentioned it to me. And my parents, who very much are like, cult, were like, you can't play this. And then I saw Mutants and Masterminds. I was like, I fucking love superheroes. Let's do it. I'm just going to get this. And no one stopped me from buying that. So I started coming up with these. But Riverside City specifically was because I really like Gotham City. I've always lived on the East Coast. I'm from Pennsylvania originally. I live in Boston now, or near Boston, I should say. Anyone who's from Boston would absolutely beat the crap out of me because I live in Revere. It's not actually that. It's about a half hour from Boston. It's like people from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, who say they're from Philly or from near Philly.
Yeah, literally anytime at work when they're like, "Where are you from originally?" I'm like, "Oh, I'm from Lancaster," and they're like, and they just look at me, and I'm like, "It's like an hour outside Philly. Like that's all I got for you." And they're like, "Oh, okay, Amish people."
But yeah, I wanted to be able to make something that I related to because I visited New York City a lot. I lived on the East Coast, so it was going to be something close to home. I ended up settling on Connecticut because I didn't want to do a universe for instance, I find the map, for instance, on DC, we're never really 100% sure where Gotham is, or it depends on which continuity you're in, or where Metropolis is, where Central City is. I ended up selecting Connecticut because I didn't want to get rid of any existing major cities. And I kind of was looking, in the Upper East Coast, and I was like, Connecticut has New Haven, which is comparatively tiny. So I was like, let's throw another like super cool city into here, and we'll start kind of building out from there. It was once I had a general idea of the city, obviously with the name there'd be like a river involved. And maybe I'll share the map here in a little bit.
Oh yeah, I love the map.
Yeah,
have you ever posted that to the public?
I think I've posted it at one point or another. We have a World Anvil page that has has stuff we're slowly building. We haven't really built it out too much, so that's why I don't post about it a lot. But here, actually, that kind of is a good segue into Jim's question, which was about, do we use maps when we play? Typically not. In the grand, 70 odd games we've played, we have used them a handful of times.
Oh, the dark times of Roll20.
Yeah, we used Roll20. I never really liked it. It didn't work super great.
I feel like
I've done some things.
Roll20 does not work well for masks. Like this game in particular.
Yeah. Well, I mean, right. As I say, there is, some people have said that they don't find Mutants and Masterminds. I do prefer, if I have the time to prep maps, I would, but it's two parts. One, having time to prep the maps, and two, I want to get into using Foundry VTT, which is a virtual tabletop program, and it's really cool and decently easy to pick up on, but I need to sit down and learn it. Is a big
Which actually, now that I think about it, I know everybody here will know, but just in case anybody sees this at a later time, and I don't want to spoil it, I think the last time we used Roll20 is when you killed the one and only character you've ever legitimately killed on this show. I think that episode where that character dies is the last time we used Roll20.
I would say, Dan, that episode was 30 odd episodes ago. I think it's okay to say we killed Hornet.
Well, okay. Well, first of all, I meant like if somebody stumbles across this and they're like, oh, like whatever. I don't want to give like such a major spoiler.
Fuck them.
Okay, fuck them. Sure. Fuck you then if you don't already know.
So what we're saying
what is happening?
Decided to kill off 20.
Yeah, twice even.
Yeah.
More spoilers. He dies again.
God.
So to answer your question, Jim, I would like two more, but we don't. But yeah, actually, give me a second. I'm gonna actually pull up the World Anvil and I'll share the map
Josh
of
is
Riverside
here,
City.
Right? I can, because Josh knows about this now. The day after
Josh was here.
Hopefully he still is. The day after we play a game where you see a zombie version of my friend, the next game that Josh, our friend who was in here, maybe he's still in here, was DMing, he introduced that had a name of a dead character. For a second, I thought it was happening again. Then the thing is, I couldn't tell Josh because I knew he listened to the show.
Right.
I was like, and he was like, why are you freaking out? And I was like, I cannot explain to you. 3 months, I'll tell you what the hell's happening.
In 3 months, I'll explain to you why I'm emotionally crippled.
Yeah, Jim, you say that's a heartbreaker when I reanimated Hornet. Yeah, I'm a dirty monster, and I love pulling on the heartstrings of these guys, and clearly it has a trickle down effect.
Oh, literally every time he gets uppity, we say, "Remember the time you killed our friend?"
Yeah, you really do. I get that.
Stay humble, bitch.
Jim, heartbreaker is a real funny way of spelling real dick move.
I mean, it's less letters.
My trauma, at least you don't live in a city the same name as that character.
It does come up a lot for you.
I never thought about that, honestly.
Like, I don't think about it that often in that context, but like occasionally I'm like,
you ever like drive to work and be like, I'm driving to my dead friend?
No.
So with the
because I don't drive anywhere for work. Oh, maybe.
I wasn't pleased, Jim. I wasn't happy.
Like from a story, genuinely upset.
From a storytelling aspect, I appreciated the hell out of it. As someone who knew that I was gonna have to deal with the aftermath of my friends dealing with this horrifically traumatic experience, Brock wasn't pleased. Brock wasn't pleased. I didn't know the kid like that, but I watched him die, and I wasn't happy to see him again.
It was one of these.
Yeah, honestly.
According to the three of them, my acting was really good in the scene, the death scene.
Oh, the day after.
Yes.
Oh no, the death scene. Oh yeah.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
then the whole.
That is.
What was it? The long night or whatever was the very.
Yeah.
Next
Originally,
one?
it was going to be. Originally, I was going to just title that the last job. It would have been part 7 or 8. And then I think we had discussed after the episode ended, when I said that, we discussed, I think it might have been you, Dan, who suggested the long night. Because
I
think at one point,
I think it was
at one point
Rachel
said it, or
yeah,
someone said it. It's been, it's been a long night.
Yeah.
That
well,
was
at what point you thought about doing like a time jump, like not having that?
Right. Originally, and until I think it was pretty much up until the point.
Yes, literally the amount of times we have to cut out RC yelling at us for the amount of time we spend just talking about the fucking food we want to eat. That's not even real food.
Well, no, I can't blame you. It's me. I just go, why do I do this? We get into these. The food of the Mayhemverse is very well fleshed out.
The fucking mozzarella sticks from that goddamn diner I could never remember the name of.
Remus's
Pub. That's it.
I don't know what you guys are talking about. Clearly, the greatest thing we've added to the fictional culinary world is the world of Moby Dicks.
Moby Dicks.
This is true. Jim, you should know that his obsession with Sour Patch Kids comes from Rachel's obsession with Sour Patch Kids.
I'm going to share the map in just a second. But yeah, I think it was, just to your point, Rachel, it was up until, like, you had a very, like, not personally, but, like, from an acting perspective, a really good response to Austin's death, and that's when I basically like kind of retooled like what I had planned, and I was like, no, we need to experience like the direct aftermath of like what is happening here. And
I'm just sitting there like, oh, this is my episode 5. Okay. Time to test my acting chops.
You got a dog. I was gonna say that was the
I
biggest
killed a man with
dramatic...
a dog.
Yeah, I'd do it again too.
Hang on, that's the person here with 2 dogs. I'm a little worried now.
Also, I'm very proud of the fact that I came up with the dog's name.
Oh man. And you're right. You're right. How can you step up from mozzarella sticks?
Fucking literally, a Sheets run mozzarella sticks at 2 a.m.
Even for those who are not familiar, yeah. For those who are not familiar, Sheets is an amazing.
Wherever you live, I'm sorry. It's literally less than a week ago. Sarah and I were upstairs, my roommate, and we were getting shit canned. And I looked at her dead in the face and with such sincerity said that if I needed to, I would stab you just to get Sheets right now.
And for those who don't know, in the lawless wasteland that is the Northeast, there is a large love for.
I mean, I'm pretty sure we're all over 30, aren't we? I mean, we're not young.
Yeah, we're young-ish.
I'm
young at heart,
child.
But we in the lawless wasteland that is the Northeast. There's an extreme love of gas station food, and places like Sheets and Wawa are basically gas stations with full restaurants. Yeah, and there's a lot of rivalry about.
Wawa supports the GOP, and I'll fucking die on that hill.
Hello, someone from Texas.
Real quick.
Buc-ee's.
Yeah, Buc-ee.
We don't have any Buc-ee's around here.
This is Riverside City.
All right, zoom in, show the class.
Can I?
I mean, I'm able to click full screen and then I can see it perfectly fine.
For some reason, I can only get in this close.
No, you're fine. Like if they're watching and they full screen, like the stream screen, like it looks fine. You can see it, no issue.
I can do it this way. So I would say the north end, where a lot of time is spent. I would say airport, shipping docks.
I mean, we
don't have because this map
I thought that said snipping for a minute, and I was about to say, RC, if this place has been named the Snipping Docks all this time, and I'm just now finding out, I was going to be really fucking upset.
Actually, it might. That might
bring your sons to the Snipping Docks.
Well, that's canon now, because I love that.
So yeah, we've got the shipping docks, Kirby Bridge, which is where the fight and the end of the first episode happened. You know, when they fought Brigand. Downtown. I would say a lot of things. This map was made pretty early on, so it doesn't have things like the laser hut on it yet. But that's why it does mention things like the convention center, which the first episode featured, Bendis Park, where they met Ulrich for the first time.
That wouldn't be a bad idea to maybe take this into like Photoshop or something and put like some big red dots over the important areas and make like a little atlas.
Yeah, well, I was gonna say the world
you are
does let me like
you are here button.
Yeah. You click it right there.
Well, I was gonna say, yeah, you can make little tabs. Like for instance, this is where we had Yardak's original cave where he hangs his fins. I forgot we put that as the description. So I have been meaning to build that out, but I have the source files from this document. I could absolutely go in and start adding.
Oh well, if we can just pin it like that, I mean that's phenomenal. That's exactly what I was suggesting, but better.
Yeah, the main thing I just wanted to get marked off initially was the main neighborhoods, which are Palladino Ridge, the Centennial, Downtown, University, and the North End.
The ruins of Union Echo Base.
Oh yeah. I was gonna say, I guess I could probably mark that off now.
No.
Oh yeah.
Hang on to that. Brock's got an idea.
Concern.
Oh my god, I should just take over Echo Base.
The laser base.
I was gonna say, I think there might be. Well, that's one thing. I do need to get the laser hut on here at some point, but I think there might be the Echo. I'm just saying that there might be someone who owns the property who might have some opinions on that.
Yeah, well, Brock's got opinions too. Congrats, bitch. You ain't special.
Who like owns the property? Is he like a billionaire that the UN's mad at?
Yeah, I'm assuming.
Yeah,
it's Markovic,
specifically
right?
one.
See,
yes,
specifically, someone got it right immediately. You have to ask Markovic.
Yeah.
Well,
ooh,
fucking A, Callan, you got it right before I can make a joke about Elon Musk 69420.
Oh, god damn it!
I was getting it.
You know what? That's the fucking episode we should live comment or whatever, so we can just fucking verbally castrate RC on screen.
That is a phrase that I had not been expecting.
Markovic
69420. Guys, I'll actually because there's been a lot of discussions about Jim's question here. Are you ever going to name your team?
Oh my god, that's hilarious that he said.
If you have any ideas, please.
Well, no,
we had such a conversation. Did I?
Yeah. Well, not. I don't know if you came.
Well, I mean, not me, but like, did we ever settle on something? Because like that was a conversation. We could not.
I mean, I'll put it in the Facebook chat real quick. I'll let it up to you guys. If you
okay, wait. Let me.
I mean,
we're
personally,
oh yeah, I forgot about that. I mean, I don't hate it, but I'm also not married to the idea.
I do also totally RC have an idea of how to introduce that name. Hit me up on private later.
All right, so we're not going to reveal it now then, but it is something that has been discussed and that I have wanted, because I hate whenever I'm writing about it, like especially if we want to get this like wiki built out, having to write the gang or the team just feels so generic.
Right. I do think that it would be really cool if that was like in the resolution of our season 2 finale. That's when we drop the name.
Oh, okay. I mean, I'm
that would be
maybe
cool.
I mean, just to throw out the idea I had, maybe with I don't know, a certain intrepid reporter
like that.
Channel 7's intrepid reporter Shauna Ortega.
That's the one. How did you know?
Naming
things. I'm gonna bring in a new intrepid reporter. Give her some competition.
She gets a day off.
I literally for like a month was trying to come up with a name for for Ruby. I couldn't think of anything. I asked my a friend of mine who like makes like OCs for that, and I gave her the power set. And she just went visual aid, and I was like, God damn.
I mean,
also,
mine doesn't.
You know what? Callan, cameraman Kenny does not get enough love.
I forgot that she has her own camera.
Yeah, I mean, I knew she did, but I is his name Kenny?
His name is Kenny.
Oh, fuck me up. All right. I named so many things.
There was the distinct possibility that because he was named Kenny and you met him in the Ulrich thing, I had an idea of killing him off.
Oh my god, you killed Kenny.
But I chose not to.
Oh my god, Kenny.
Yeah, that would have been some low-hanging fruit.
Of things
Yes, it did, Calvin.
that
Yes, it did.
changed. Of things where we were not supposed to redeem Ulrich, right?
Oh no, he has a name. He's going to die.
Yeah.
You're not wrong.
No, you got to keep a
I'm
couple of them
scared.
around as like
No,
emotional pin
I,
cushions.
in my eyes, Ruth is on borrowed time because anytime I go, I fucking love that character, they're gone.
I feel like Ruth is not on borrowed time because I don't know if RC has the balls to kill someone after someone he actually knows.
There is a real life Ruth that I've never met, and I don't know if I could.
That was
Because I would be very
surprising
weird.
to me when I found out you had not met the real life Ruth.
No, I haven't. And at this point, I'd be a fucking weirdo about it. Honestly, yeah.
Fuck me.
That's amazing.
Sorry, that's Alan Rickman's job. Did
Um,
I say Alan Rickman? I meant
Yeah, you
Rickman.
did.
Did.
Yep.
Look, that's what you get for having it so close.
Thank you very much.
The
For
thing
that,
is, I was obsessed with Alan
Thank you,
Rickman in
Jen.
high school, so I was like, fuck Brandon, don't call me out for my weird high school
Look,
obsession.
Look, I honestly forgot Rickman's first name, so it just came out as Alan Rickman. Rickman.
his name
That's
is
all,
to be
folks.
fair, his name is Union Agent Alan Rickard.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, there you go.
I
Oh, okay,
understood
so it's close enough.
where it came from, but then there was that moment where I was like, don't call me out. What the fuck? Like,
No, dude, you have been on a podcast with me for long enough to be intimately familiar with the fact that I'm kind of a dumbass. Come on now.
yes.
Kinda.
I've
But
been talking
remember-
more about Alan Rickman this month than I have in years because of his book coming out. So I was like, don't call me.
Oh yeah.
Oh, that's actually really funny. No, that was just a slip of the tongue.
Yeah.
To finish that quick train of thought, though, just remember, ladies and gentlemen, my mama might have raised a bit of a dumbass. She didn't raise no fool. So
And on that note, does everybody feel ready? I think to begin the episode recap. Or
Yeah,
Let's
commentary?
go.
Let's go.
Unless,
fucking
of course,
do
unless
this.
the chat has any other questions, Josh.
let's fucking do this. I got a bottle of water in one hand and a Slim Jim in the other. I'm ready to game.
I've got store brand Crystal Light.
Nice.
They make that?
It's like a powder, lemonade. It's
Oh.
I just
store
have
brand.
water.
Ooh, cherry though. Ugh. I'm sorry, it's just not for me. Love that for you though.
Love that for you. Love that journey. It's all about the
God,
cherry
it's so-
Dr. Pepper.
Every time I hear from, I want to say Leslie Knope, no, Amy Poehler's book, where she's like, what other women do, and she goes, good for her, not for me. And so every time someone says something like, good for her, not for me.
Jim, that is a great question that I will need to talk to Sama about.
I love Sama.
I love
Sama's
Sam.
great.
I'd love this. Sama's great.
As she's like actively
Unfortunately.
typing in like a different group chat about Miss Marvel right now.
Oh, that is really
Yeah, so
funny timing, actually.
Chat with Sama, but I can't hear Sama's voice anymore, which is sad.
I'm just gonna
Because I
like
miss
start
her
posting in the group chat, like
face.
speak so I can hear you. Although that's a little weird.
But yeah,
I mean,
Sama-
where's go? I could go listen to old episodes.
I can't.
I don't know what it is, but just listening to old episodes to hear your friend's voice sounds vaguely depressing.
We're
It
all alive.
Is a little
Not like one of us is Austin.
Oops.
Oof.
Luckily, I can always hear Austin's voice because it's RC's.
Oh wait, okay.
I'll
isn't-
be honest. I am not good at consistent character
I-
voices.
I can always hear Austin's voice
Okay.
because the Nino Cheeto is live on Twitch every night. That's right, I'm gonna plug my boy on here. What's fucking going?
So, it's not a spoil. Anywho, because I had a brain thing and now I need to elaborate on it. So the next art that we're putting out is Jack's Pub. and so you can like have like a visual for it.
Yeah, that's not.
And
I mean, I can show that right now if people want to see
because
it.
because I was
Oh
talking
yeah, we should
about,
debut it on here.
Well, hold on. I had a funny.
Yeah.
Right.
Go
for it.
So because I was like talking about Austin dying and everything like that, and then now Brandon has Bodega. That like with the Jack's Pub thing, we should get art of Jack and put him in there. But it's just he is wearing a T-shirt with that book on it that says "All my friends are dead."
It's actually his favorite punk rock song.
It was just like this like mind spiral I went on, and I'm like, hold on, I got to get this out. Everybody else has to suffer with me.
Now, part of Jack singing the song "Les Mis," "Empty Chairs." The next
See, I'm just
line of that song is it's empty table. All my friends are dead and gone.
See, I just imagine him at a skate park listening to Turbo Negro. All my friends are dead. All my friends are dead. Any other jackass kids?
Wow,
Fuck
Josh.
you,
Yes,
Josh.
it is a visual
Josh.
aid to let you know what it will look like.
God.
Also, just to comment real quick about this, about Sama, that
Josh,
was one of my favorite surprises that I did in the first season was having Sama record.
Had me about shit
a
a brick.
Yeah. Because I always knew, like, ultimately I wanted to make sure that she, got a chance to tie back in with the season finale.
Yeah, we had no idea that was happening.
Yeah, that was a real treat for everybody. But yeah, recording that audio cameo was fun. Do people want to see? I have, for a lot of our locations, we're starting to work on getting art of the locations as well as maps made. Back to a previous point, because it'll be easier if I have them already existing.
Right. Well, I want to see the Jack's art.
Yeah, I always want to look at the Jack's art. It's really good.
All right. Unless the chat does not want to see it, we're going to give the people what they
said,
want.
fuck yo pub.
They might. Always art.
Yeah, that's
All
fair.
right. Well,
I'm just looking at Josh's visual and punch. Josh, I should feel it should be noted that Josh is a very good friend of mine.
yeah, we can say fuck you to Josh because we know Josh very well.
Look, in all fairness, even if I didn't know Josh that well, for that pun, I don't care who you are, Buster. You're getting a fuck you from old Pope Brandon Bronson.
But yeah, this is Jack's Pub. I also took this as an opportunity. One of the last things I did on the revisions for it was to add this graffiti in the background because I thought it was about time that there might be some visual representation for a certain annoying gang.
Whoever do you
annoying?
mean?
Those little pricks.
Blue Cross.
I
gang.
know. It was because like I was making the outside made me have ideas. It's like, oh, this is what I think it looks like inside. So, you got the creative juices running.
Yeah, here, let me pull up.
All the fucking time.
Listen, they call them the Blue Shield Gang, and they call it the North Side. And you can only say it so many times without after a certain point feeling like they're just not listening to you.
The North End is on the north side. Blow me. I'm
Okay.
from Detroit.
I have a reason why I accidentally call it the Blue Cross. It's because Blue Cross Blue Shield, like.
Yeah, I know. I used to have Blue Cross Blue Shield. I know who they are.
Not stress how many fucking ads they have in Texas. I used to have them too. That's where the insurance is through.
But now, yeah, we're also gonna be getting some interior art. But in the meantime, I got this map made for it. So you got your chairs, you got your booths. Your
I will say, because we were talking about this earlier. One of the reasons I think we don't, as like I do in other games, is we don't want to like to say I move up 3 squares because that's not to describe on a podcast. And also, you don't know what squares I'm talking about.
Yeah, because that did happen at some of the times when we would work with maps, is I had to remind everybody, hey, describe this visually, because otherwise it just doesn't translate as well. It'd be one thing if we were doing consistent streaming, where we would have that, but not in an audio only format.
True. It's something I like to try and
trouble with a couple D&D podcasts. They'll release them as podcasts as well. Like, I don't know what's happening anytime there's combat.
Oh, I guess that's one other thing. I think, well, Callan, you know about this because we told you in, I think, Dan's stream recently. But we are going to be doing a special Halloween one-shot stream.
Yes.
Indeed.
Really excited for that. It's going to take place in the Mayhemverse, so it's going to be like canon to the universe. But it's going to be entirely different characters. Basically, your traditional bunch of college kids are invited. Oh, was it Brandon's stream? My mistake. But yeah, it's going to be a bunch of college kids are invited to a remote cabin in the woods where they run into someone, or something horrifying.
The ghost of Betty White.
Oh no!
Too soon. You shut up.
Wow. Yeah. What the hell, Dan?
How dare you?
You're a real fucking wiener.
No.
You know that?
Betty White is not a ghost. How dare you?
And also throwing this out there, assuming that the Halloween stream goes well, another thing we are talking about doing to reveal something for the very first time on this stream that I am very excited about. RC, our glorious Lord and Savior, has given me permission to run another arc for everyone. We're doing a Christmas episode, motherfuckers, and I am so excited.
Crispy Kringle.
I have shenanigans planned. It's going to be great. Halls are going to be decked, and by halls, I mean Jaws.
Also, Brandon, I think you should write down Crispy Kringle as Santa Claus with a flamethrower. Yeah, I thought you'd appreciate that.
Which, have you all seen the trailer for the new David Harbour movie?
You have no idea how
No,
I'm
excited I
so
am.
stoked.
I'll go ahead and play
clip
some
go by
insight.
quickly.
To play some insider baseball here, what it looks like the plot was for that was essentially what I had planned for the Christmas episode, and now I'm having to furiously rewrite plot, and I am not fucking happy. It's just like, yeah, that would come out just as I'm preparing the exact same thing as our first Christmas episode. David Harbour, I love you, but you're a real ass pipe for this one.
Oh, one of the main reasons I still might try to get it going. That's going. Two of the actors in Psych started doing a rewatch podcast, and I was like, great. No one's gonna want to watch.
Basically, Callan.
Oh, but also for your Christmas Ruby, it's half Jewish, like me.
And that's something I'm trying to be mindful of writing. I actually need to ask you questions, but we'll do that later.
And Josh, to your question, there's a possibility I may just play the Crafter again. I haven't 100% decided yet. You know, I also
do something different.
Yeah, I was gonna say I do not play characters very often, so I may take it as an opportunity to play someone else. I've had the consideration of just playing an existing character that we've already seen, such as Ulrich or Gemini, just to make things straightforward.
I, for one, will always be a fan of more Ulrich.
Yeah.
Like, that is, out of all of our fellow superhero characters, Ulrich is best character that I don't play. That's right, I'm playing favoritism here.
Aren't you?
No, you are Crispy Kringle.
Aren't
I
you
should
glad?
just have RC play Santa.
Aren't you glad I insisted on saving Ulrich, Brandon?
Genuinely, yes.
Yeah, because I've said this a bunch of times now, but that was the original intention of the end of that was going to be they defeat him, but he escapes. He goes off to cause havoc another day, or there was the possibility that he gets captured. But I never had the idea that they really were like, we gotta help this guy, we gotta save this guy from himself.
Our entire persona as a group is, oh, look at this dangerous creature, let's be friends.
Yeah.
I feel like that's accurate with Brock to an extent too.
Yeah, there's also a running theme of a lot of people throughout the first season. I noticed because I've gone back and listened to some recently as I've been taking notes. A lot of people being like, technology is involved. It has to be Brigand.
Yeah, fair.
You cannot leave a dangling thread without assuming that they will, especially if they liked them.
Threads, especially if the threads are red, I'm fucking on it.
In my defense, it usually wasn't me because I didn't have the attachment to Brigand that everyone else did.
At least
he was literally in one episode, 2 episodes.
I need to watch that, Josh.
There was the thread about Ruby that Ruby didn't actually know about, so there was no way for me to follow up on it. What the fuck was that? Which turned out to be I'm an alien.
Oh yeah, that I will admit that I strung that out a little too long. I mean, also our overall season ended up going a lot longer than I originally planned it for.
I don't know. I do kind of like that the alien thing like stretched out, because I feel like that was like a very cool thing to end on. Everyone else finding out like it's been a hell of a day. I'm an alien. Oh, well, okay.
Yeah.
Like I just felt like that was a perfect thing for season 1 to end on.
No one really needed therapy starting at season. She probably needed therapy in season 1 too, but
well, yeah.
Better
that's
late
a good
than
point.
never.
Actually, I've never heard you mention any kind of metaphor for Dr. Bellum about. We haven't. I guess we also just really haven't addressed, what that means to Ruby. Maybe we can do a little more about that in the world building discussion.
I think she'd probably go into like say like a puberty metaphor for alien. Think of a better one for that.
Sorry.
Brendan just breaking your own hands.
Yeah,
Also, sometimes when I think about Dr. Bellum as a character, I suffer a lot. And for like the first few seasons, she's like, weird metaphor. And then eventually I have to be like, it's not a.
See, I'm kind of hoping that eventually Dr. Bellum gets to the point where, like, they as a character become, like, the therapist for superheroes. I love that as, like, a concept, the superhero therapist. Why didn't Ruby get a therapist from Union? Because RC already knew that he was going to destroy Union, presumably.
That does play a small factor into it. The bigger one here, just to pull it up on screen, why didn't Ruby get a therapist that was from Union? I use the same explanation for that as I do for a lot of things. She doesn't work for them.
Yeah.
She doesn't.
Not an employee.
I have a secondary one. If there's only one, perhaps that's also her boyfriend's therapist then?
I've got a third one. Corporations don't give a shit about freelancers.
You ain't wrong.
Everything about my show is just a commentary on labor relations.
I mean, if you dig deep enough, every character I've ever come with relates back to my own trauma.
Valid.
And that's a shoot, brother. Every single one.
I can't even say anything like that. Mine is just the name of my World of Warcraft character that I've had for fucking 16 years.
I'm sure I've mentioned this before. Ruby was named because I was names.
Yeah.
That's
Callum, every single one of my characters has a piece of my ace in them. I love that popped
a lot
up
of
on
characters
screen
now.
as I said that. That's why I don't have a whole lot of ass, because I have a whole lot of characters.
Just Hank Hillbutt.
I'm giving too much of it away.
All
right, so we want to listen to the
episode.
There's
definitely parts of me in Ruby.
So anyways, want to stop talking about this now?
Fun revelation for me was when I realized that, like, shit, Rock Balea is just my father with superpowers. That was weird.
Oop.
What's it like having a dad?
You know, it has its moments.
You know what? You want to talk about trauma?
So yeah, let's listen to the episode, huh?
Let's go.
On that chipper note, we will have some more discussion after the episode, but we present to you Chapter 49, Sins of the Father.
Episode contains
That went louder, quicker than I expected.
Oh god, spooky.
And
all right. Let me know, chat. Yeah, we're gonna mute ourselves. We'll be in the chat with you. Do let me know if it's too loud, not loud enough. When I started as just a little lower to start with.
Violence, strong language, child endangerment, and drug-related humor. Previously on Masks and Mayhem.
I don't want to uproot my son's life if you're just gonna bug off again.
I think I'm here for the long haul, and if you and Carl are coming out here, then yeah, I can commit to this place.
So you step through the portal and you see yourselves on top of a tall-ass building in Highwind's Old Town district. You know, you guys kind of look off and you see this huge futuristic skyline for downtown Highwind City with all sorts of massive LED lights and advertisements, giving the downtown area almost a heavenly glow. Meanwhile, where you're standing can only be described as an urban hell. Just a lot of, like, old brickwork that you could tell was built like 100 years ago and just left to rot since then. The streets are all cracked and tarred over. There's almost like an air of pollution making the sky like a noxious dark yellow. You definitely understand a thing or two about why Brock's so much of an asshole now. I presume that situation must be serious if hero like Crafter is here, so let us properly introduce. He's got like this pendant on a necklace around his neck. He actually like pokes it, and you see like his old man face kind of digitize away.
Ooh.
And it's this like 22-year-old kid. Dmitry Dragunov, better known as Gutter Knight. Pleasure to meet. And he kind of like looks up at Crafter. However, I do know man who might be able to help. He is abrasive. And up a staircase, up the literal red carpet, and sitting on an actual throne is where you see him. And he booms out, "Who forgot to knock for the home of Atlas the Alpha?" You will go down into the tunnel and eventually reach a sprawling area known as Subway City. Make a left and continue to travel until you see the sign for a building for Underground Radio Revolution. There you will meet a child named Mosey. He is the one you seek.
A child?
Yardak, Visual Aid, and Crafter, you have just entered the depths of the underground. You are currently in the district known as Subway City. The tunnel is dark, dimly lit by fluorescent light tubes and, whatever random literal dumpster fires are nearby. You're surrounded by crumbling, brutalist concrete architecture with little tin shacks set up in between, and you have been tasked to find Underground Radio Revolution.
That's a person's name?
No, that's the building that you're going to. You're looking for a kid named Mosey Buzov.
Oh. Because I was like, Radio Revolution, I was like, what a pretentious name.
What an asshole.
It sounds like a name I'd give a villain, but what y'all up to?
So I suppose the Crafter, having never been here before, is kind of taking this all in. How far away can I see? Or is this like all tunnels, or did we enter into like a more open space?
So Subway City is literally like built into decommissioned subway tunnels. They've been widened up quite a bit to, fit a city in there, but it's essentially a series of tunnels. Where you're at in particular is sort of like a turn, like a bend. So, to your right, there's just a long row of, poverty. And to the left is, poverty, but that lower middle class kind.
Wow, so it really is Detroit.
Luckily for you, you're going to the left. Also, bruh, the people in the underground probably wish that this was Detroit.
Yeah, the reason I was asking about what I can see is I think Crafter, a lot of times, especially in a less familiar area, is scoping it out because he needs to be able to perceive to create portals. Or has to have a better sense of where he's going, lest he portals, into a brick wall and can't go through it.
So what you're saying is he needs to start thinking with portals.
Yeah, he's thinking with portals a lot.
Yardak, take 5 damage. I don't care if that's not how it works in this game.
Worth it.
RC, if that's what you're in particularly trying to do, roll me a perception check.
So I rolled a 12, add 6, 18.
You know what, with an 18, yeah, you've got a pretty good sense of, where you are. You're able to pick apart a couple of, distinct landmarks. That building's green instead of the shitty concrete gray. Oh, look at that. This person's house is made out of a PBR sign. Just little things like that to kind of help you differentiate, here's where I am. And, I'm going to say that with an 18, that's going to continue until you get to your location.
Okay.
And then I might make you roll again if I'm feeling particularly dickish.
I want to give a look around and see if there's any open bodies of water, like pipes or anything that have burst or anything down here.
Well, for the sake of fairness, roll me another perception check.
There's a chance I will also have to roll a perception check.
Well, we will get to that when we do.
25 altogether.
So yeah, with a 25, you're definitely able to tell that there's water pipes in here, just based on how moist the area is. You can even see, you said you got a 25?
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, you can even see one of the pipes leaking.
Okay.
You're gonna be covered if need be. You might cause some damage, but hey, it's not your city.
I was going to argue that technically, I don't think this is anybody's city. I think this is technically squatting. Just large-scale squatting, right?
Technically, this is part of the city. Subway City is essentially a suburb to the Underhaze, which is where, the power plants and the water treatment facility are. They just took all the ugly shit and stuffed it underground, and then...
I guess what I'm saying is, no one down here is paying taxes. You don't have a post office down here.
They probably, if you cause damage, it probably won't end up on the news, because they don't want the police to know what's down here.
I wanted to piggyback off of my previous perception roll, potentially. I just want to know, can I tell you said there's a lot of poverty around here. I assume that there are some impoverished people. Is anyone giving us nasty looks?
As far as you can tell, a couple people have, glanced over at you, but no one's really giving you a weird look. A lot of you look fucking weird enough to belong down here.
I wanted to see if, because you were saying people look kind of weird anyways, but I want to see if there was a kind of overall look that people tend to have that I could use to try and blend in.
My response to that was going to be yeah, poor.
Honestly, RC, that was my answer.
I figured, but I don't know how to describe. Ruby makes poor people clothes? What the fuck does that mean?
Roll me a perception for the sake of fairness.
22 overall. I rolled an 18.
Okay, so with a 22, it's not so much that you notice that, there's a different, clothing style or anything down here. But the one thing that you notice trying to pick apart, people's looks down here is that, boy howdy, there's a lot of people that look rather mutated. Folks with extra eyes, couple extra fingers, disfigurations. You're able to tell pretty quickly that, if you're born with something wrong with you, they just kind of throw you down here.
Ruby now feels sad. I think, because Ruby's costume isn't particularly flashy, I think she's good, and she's not going to, try and make herself look like she's mutated, because that sounds ableist as fuck.
A little bit. Didn't even think about that when I gave the description, but now that you mention it.
Spent a lot of time observing these mutant people, so I'm going to start making my way, I guess you said, towards the left side of the town.
Yeah, I think Ruby does kind of make a jacket, though, and just kind of put up, that way she can, keep a mask on without it, being, obvious she's wearing a mask.
Dan, you're dressed in your traditional Atlantean shit, right?
Yes.
Do you want stuff?
Yeah, give me a trench coat.
I make a trench coat and give it to Yardak. I ask the crafter, do you want anything to blend in?
Underneath his cloak, he's a rather clean individual. It's pretty much just literally a very plain look, shirt and slacks. but I think he kind of reaches out. I assume that these are like not concrete walls, but some of them are like dirt.
Yeah, I throw dirt clods at him.
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna say he just rubs his hand along the wall and like smears it on himself so as to not look too clean. A little bit on his cloak.
Okay, yeah.
But basically, he keeps the cloak wrapped around himself, so he's pretty much just a walking cape with a hood.
Congratulations, you look sufficiently poor.
Since Ruby wears mostly black, I think the dirt wouldn't show up that well anyways.
He basically looks like a very young Grim Reaper.
I dig it.
So yeah, I start making my way towards, what'd you say it was? Radio City Underground?
Underground Radio Revolution.
Make my way towards Underground Radio Revolution.
Oh god.
So as you walk toward... that's not...
What the fuck?
You start to walk toward Underground Radio Revolution, and you definitely notice that, like, the more you walk, the more it starts to feel like an actual town. You know, you see a couple of street vendors, couple marketplaces. You see a movie theater, weirdly enough, before finally you see it.
I have a question. What's playing at the movie theater? Because I'm just curious.
Nothing that's been out for less than 10 years.
That makes sense.
Are there any panhandlers?
Tootsie.
Yeah, Tootsie, Terminator 2, Singing in the Rain, and oddly enough, Pootie Tang.
My question still stands, though. I don't know who they would be trying to get it from, but are there any panhandlers?
All over the place.
Well, no, just being poor doesn't make them a panhandler. Anyway.
Jesus Christ, RC.
Or is there currency? I don't know how the underground works.
Do they use USD? How does the society work, Brandon?
Chuck E. Cheese tokens.
We arrive, you said? Or do we just see it?
You're walking down and you see in giant red neon letters, URR. RC, you read and write other languages, right?
Yeah, he speaks Spanish and Mandarin.
On the side of the building, you see that, you know, Underground Radio Revolution is written in like 20 languages on the side of the building, 2 of them being Spanish and Mandarin.
You see, if he hadn't left Cassie back at the laser hut, she could read all of them.
Yeah, you see just this large brick building, which is really weird because everything else is, you know, concrete and scrap metal, but here it is, a big old brick building.
Are there doors, or is it just open walkway? You know.
Ruby wonders out loud how they got bricks down here. Do they have to carry it brick by brick?
That I will leave a mystery. Yes, there are doors, like, you know, pull open doors.
Is there anyone guarding it? Is there anything, or can I just walk right in?
It doesn't really look like there's anyone guarding it.
Again, what are we trying to guard?
But just say, I was like, yeah, what are they going to do? No, not through this hole in the wall.
Throw the doors open. Not brashly, but just like, you know, enough that like, hello, is anyone here? Kind of like gets anybody's attention.
Yeah, I think Ruby walks in like, I'm supposed to be here. I am not intruding in the poor space.
You walk into this wide open reception area with all sorts of mismatched furniture you could tell was probably plucked out of a dump somewhere. And sitting at a desk is this old, frail woman who looks up at you. Oh, hello! Are you here to threaten us on behalf of the corporations?
Oh, like for, like, quote-unquote protection money?
I mean, that's one of the things they bother us for. What are you here for?
Ma'am, we're seeking someone named Mosey.
Oh, you're assassins then, eh?
Not on purpose.
No.
I mean, no. When we say this to the old lady, what happens?
She kinda squints at you and goes, you seem trustworthy enough. Bradford, you could take the day off. You actually see directly in front of you a man become uninvisible. A big, hulking, lizard-looking motherfucker who goes, if she vouches for ya, and kind of slithers away.
Yes.
Oh, like a chameleon. That's what I was like. I was like, he's a lizard and can also go invisible?
Well, yeah, chameleon. I was blanking on the word.
I figured it. No. You explained it properly. I'm just an idiot.
What's his name? You said Bradford?
Bradford.
Yeah, Bradford.
Does the lady lead us anywhere after Bradford slithers away?
So yeah, Bradford slithers away, and the lady smiles at you and says, go on down the hallway, 3rd door to the left. If you see the little red light on, don't go in. That means he's live. He'll be very upset.
I'm sorry, if we see what?
See a little red light, it means he's live.
Oh, okay.
We're in presumably what is a radio station, I've gathered.
Yes.
Okay, cool.
But yeah, you walk down the corridor, and thankfully it's not on.
I gave the door a quick knock, knock, knock.
Come in.
Hold on, I'm gonna need a moment.
So you open the door, and you see this grimy-looking kid, maybe like 12, 13 years old. You know, pretty typical blue jeans, hoodie, dark shaggy hair. He looks up at you. Hi there. How can I help you?
Ruby wants to adopt this child and save them from this life.
He's coming back to the hut.
Wait, Atlas told us. Gutter Knight told us to find Atlas. Atlas told us to find Mose. So we asked Mose, I suppose, to find Laserhawk.
Yeah, you're starting to realize that this is actually just a giant fetch quest, aren't you?
Yeah.
A little bit.
Yeah, but we're trying to fetch a person. Hello. A trusted source told us that you could help us to find a lost compatriot of ours.
I suppose I do know the underground pretty well. Who are you looking for?
Most would know him by the name Laserhawk.
Wait, what the actual fuck?
I'm sorry, Eric Cartman.
I think you're a couple years late, sir.
I love this kid. You're so good at this voice. I am so very jealous.
Oh yeah, we know he's been in elsewhere for a little bit, but he isn't where he usually is right now, and we were led to believe he might be back here.
That would explain a few of the weird things that have been going on here. Surprised I haven't heard more about it.
What's been going on?
Been a lot of let's call it a little bit of ruckus. You know, just a lot more baddies going around doing asshole things. Been a few robots, that's really weird. You know, usually Okada's pretty good about keeping their shit in the tower. Locks back, it is fully understandable why things have gone tits up.
Oh, you know his name.
I know a lot of things.
You are Mosey.
Yeah, Mosey Buzzov. Pleasure to meet ya.
I go by the craft.
What's your actual name?
We'll get to that later.
I just imagine, like, you don't tell him and he just turns around and, like, looks at something and he goes, oh, it's this.
I don't know this child. This child probably has a shiv somewhere on him.
You can call me visual aid.
Okay, fine. And you?
No hidden name here, it's just Yardak.
Ah, one person to keep it simple. Weird name.
Yeah, that's the whole gills thing.
Oh, you're that guy. Hey, do you guys have pet sharks?
Not pets, more side-by-side, give-and-take relationship. Some are cool.
Yeah, I can imagine that there's probably some sharks out there that are dicks.
Yeah. Don't even get me started about the dolphins.
I'm so happy that you mentioned that. You know, I've been reading a lot about dolphins lately.
Whole time he's typing away on a computer.
So, what is he typing away about?
Well, it's at this point that he goes,
Okay. Fuck. I have good news and I have bad news. The good news is, boy howdy has there been a lot of weird stuff happening in the Underhaze. Bad news is, it looks like we're gonna have to go to the Underhaze.
Is that not where wait, I thought we were underground already. Is there underground?
Yeah, you're in Subway City. The Underhaze is another district.
Oh, man.
You know, kinda like how you have Manhattan and the Bronx and Queens. We have those too. It's not all shithole.
So you're saying it's just a different kind of shithole?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you say we are going. Would you be coming with us?
I mean, I don't have another shift until tomorrow. I got nothing better to do.
I know what Ruby's going to completely earnestly ask. Is there someone you need to tell that you're going somewhere?
Yeah, me, myself, and I.
I have so many questions about the business model of this underground radio station and also the technological model.
None of it will get answered.
I'm sure someone's going to write into us about how fucking radio waves don't work like that, though.
I mean, technically the radio and everything's run off of Wi-Fi, but again, we're not getting into that right now. The underground has a complex etymology that we are barely scratching the butt cheeks of.
You say words.
Ruby did actually ask you don't have, a parent or guardian, we should... Ruby does not want to accidentally kidnap a small child.
I mean, obviously, I gotta have a mom and dad, but your guess is as good as mine.
Wow, you could have two dads. Don't be homophobic.
Wow, way to be heteronormative.
We do not say this to this child. Does Mosey lead us anywhere? Also, and how tall is Mosey?
Somewhere in the range of 4'6", growing. He's sprouting like a weed, but he's got a little more to go.
Does he look like he could fight Carl Balea?
I think it's safe to say that Mosey would kick my kid's ass.
Yeah.
So yeah, Mosey gets out of his chair, kind of grabs the most 90s windbreaker you've seen since the 90s.
Fuck yeah.
Usually this would be a 2-hour walk, but luckily for you, No one knows the underground quite like me. So come and follow. Come on, it'll be a magical adventure. We're gonna have so much fun together.
Can we fit in all the places you're going to take us?
Oh yeah, don't worry. I'm used to walking around with people bigger than me.
Not surprising.
It's kinda hard to make friends at school when you don't have a centralized school system in the underground because your government doesn't care about you, but that's a whole other can of worms now, isn't it? Come on, let's go.
Ruby is sad again.
So he walks out, he says goodbye to the secretary. Her name was Janet.
Bye, Janet.
Hey, she didn't ask our names.
Yeah, she was too worried that you were assassins.
I follow the Moe's. The Moe's man.
He leads you out of the radio station, and you start to find yourself going through a surprisingly complex series of back alleys and tunnels carved out into the wall, and you eventually reach an opening where you can see that one of the subway tunnels, completely opens up. And it's no longer even a subway tunnel. You have reached the underhaze.
Brandon, would you say we're moseying along?
I would say we're moseying along. You find yourself in the mouth of the underhaze, and you immediately see that while Subway City was more of like a slum-style grimy, this has a very industrial type of grime feel to it, you know. Instead of being dimly lit by fluorescent light tubes and burning barrels, everything seems to have a harsh red glow to it. You can see stacks of smoke coming out of factories in the background. A lot louder, you can hear a lot of machinery and shit running. Make me a perception check.
Nat 20. I got a nat 20, and Ruby was, Rachel's also going to ask, do we see anyone, and are they kind of dressed the same way people were dressed in Subway City?
Well, we'll get to that in a moment.
And I rolled a 12, and I do have one question of, at this point, does it stop becoming like tunnels? Like, is this like a open underground city? I think like the mutant city from Futurama.
That is actually the perfect comparison. What'd you get, Dan?
A non-nat 20.
So, at this point, Crafter, you're, taking a look around, you know, trying to figure out, the layout of the place, while Yardak looks up, and Ruby looks behind her. Ruby, you see two not-so-friendly-looking people following you, and Dan, you see another one skittering on the ceiling above you.
Oh!
Do I notice any of them, or I rolled too low?
No, you're kind of, looking at the underhaze.
Because I had a plan, but it involves me being able to know we're under attack, so I guess I'll have to wait.
We're just gonna turn around and be like, what's your problem? To try and act like she belongs here.
Well, you see, my darling, you have a, individual with you who we seem to have some difficulties with.
Oh god, we gotta protect the kid. It's not a fetch quest, it's an escort quest!
God damn it!
And it's at this moment that the person from the ceiling, drops down in front of you. Not directly in front of you, Crafter, but, you officially now know, oh, something's going on.
Am I close to the person jumping down?
Say you're, 40, 50 feet away.
Okay. Well, I was gonna try and do a reaction thing, but I think that might be too far away for what I wanted to do.
We'll run it by me.
Razzle dazzle him. Use my hero point for a reaction.
That's gonna be a bit too far.
And the people that I noticed they're pretty far from me too, right?
Probably about the same distance away. So I will have to humbly request. Give me the child.
No, that's creepy. That's actually what Ruby says. No, that's creepy.
I want to threaten them. You will all back off now, or I will send you to the upside.
Yeah, you can have the kid, if you can get through us.
Roll me some intimidation checks.
18 overall.
Alright, well, with that, everyone gets a hero point!
Okay.
Okay.
Hey!
Because you all definitely rolled high enough, but you're not getting it out of it that easy, fuckers.
I was going to originally roll a perception to see, does anybody seem like they'll be fucking blinded if they saw real sunlight? Because I am prepared to send someone here to, Riverside City right now.
I also want to point out, I can blind them with my fucking hands.
I did not think of the ramifications of sunlight in the eyes.
Yeah.
Ooh, alright.
The crafter is not pulling any punches, you are not going to harm this child.
We've adopted Mosey.
See the person standing next to the one who was originally talking just
Sorry, brah, but the money's way too good on this one. The one, but on the other side, who was skittering on the ceiling, just... The child comes with us.
Okay, fucking Voldemort.
I do not know of this Voldemort. My name is Nightwish.
Like the band?
Yeah, but with more Y's.
But with more Y's.
You know, Y's instead of I's.
Okay.
Because copyright, which is also spelled with a Y.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Okay, so what are they, so they're not backing off.
No.
Are any of them super close to me?
About 50 feet either way.
Am I kind of, because I turned around to talk to them first, am I kind of in front of these two, in front of, like, the kid, Yardek, and the crafter?
Yeah, you're like a couple steps ahead of them.
Okay. I want to use one of my hero points as a reaction to just do, Razzle Dazzle on them.
You can easily razzle dazzle the first two who are talking.
Ruby kind of just takes a step, like a slight step forward. Yeah, that's not gonna work for me, and puts her hands up and razzle dazzles. It's a DC 15.
Alright, let me go ahead and roll those.
The one who sounds like this, brah.
Since you haven't got names yet. He seems to be rather unfazed by it.
But this man, on the other hand,
You see him kind of like grab at his eyes.
what the fuck?
Ah, you know what? Good. He was the creepiest.
Roll initiative.
14.
15.
16.
Wow.
I'm trying to remember if I said I had any daggers or anything before this.
I can't imagine that you would have gotten rid of the knives that you had while you were fighting Atlas the Alpha.
Okay, I'm imagining I have at least one dagger still.
Yeah, at least. First up is going to be Ruby.
How close are anyone to me?
Still 50 feet in either direction. You know, the two who you just tried to razzle dazzle will say 45 because you took that extra couple of steps.
I'm gonna move my 30 feet to get closer to try and get in, like, actual stabbing. I can't remember, or is removing a weapon considered a movement?
Quick draw, or unless you have quick draw, yes, it would be a move action.
I'm just gonna try to move closer to them so I can be closer, and then I'm, making, like, a fucking anvil to fall down on the one who's already blind.
Yes.
I love how, because I'm the DM, you keep going back to the anvil thing. I fucking love it. Yeah, roll the hitter.
Okay, I rolled a 19, so 26.
I mean, he just rolled a 4, so yeah. Well, he fucking got bonkled. Tell me what it looks like.
Ruby just kind of intimidatingly goes up, and that's not all I can do, and a fucking anvil falls from this dude's head.
Ah, you bitch! You will discover why they call me Mr. Mangle.
Mr. Mangle.
What a dumb name.
Shut up, you're a dumb name.
Well, Mr. Mangle's now Mr. Crumpled.
And with that, it is going to go to Nightwish, who, despite the fact that he's laughing at you guys making fun of this fucking fool, is going to try and attack Yardek.
Bring it on, bitch.
Does a 21 hit?
Yes, it does, by one single point.
Kind of closes the distance in between you really quickly and slashes at you. You're quite amazed by how quickly he moves. But yeah, that's going to be a toughness check.
16.
So he is going to get a pretty good swipe at you. Okay, so that's going to get you for 1. With that, Yardek, it's your chance to get revenge.
So what I'm going to do, because he's still right there at me, right?
Oh yeah, you two are right in front of each other.
Okay, I want to use my quick draw ability to just take my spear and do a quick, like, not quite anime style, but like a quick, like, wha-ching, to like fucking slice this bitch.
Roll that shit.
16 and spears, 10, 26 altogether.
That is going to hit. What's the DC on that?
26.
Yeah, you managed to fucking slice this guy. Would you tell me what that looks like here? I mean, no matter which way you cut it, you hit.
Fuck you. I kind of just like diagonal across the chest down. Or actually, no, since I was coming up from the gut up to the shoulder.
You rip right through his torso, and you see this dark, sludgy blood just start pour out of him. He kind of looks at you and smiles.
That felt exhilarating.
Oh, okay.
So that's what he's into.
Well, from there, it's going to go to Kraft macaroni and cheese.
So, there are 3 of them, is that correct?
One of them has been anvil bonked, one of them has been sliced. The other one sounds like this, brah.
Alright, and none of them are downed. So my first thought is to try to do telekinetic toss, but extra effort to do it as a multi-attack.
Ooh.
That basically I just grab a bunch of different objects and just bash all of them.
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, I think I'm just going to do the extra effort without using my hero point to recover for now.
One of the things you should grab to hit them is the anvil.
Yeah. So like the other 2 hands are reaching out to grab new things, and the one just goes bonk. So I roll a -3 on each of those. You know what? The first one will be for the guy who's on the ground with the anvil.
Okay. So that's going to be Mr. Mangle.
Shit. Well, that one definitely didn't work because I rolled. Well, you know what? You tell me. But I rolled a total of 8.
Whatever you have flying toward him, he unintentionally ducks, like grabbing his eyes. Son of a bitch!
Like slapstick comedy where he like avoids major fucking injury by accident.
Oh yeah, we're talking like full-on Charlie Chaplin.
Try this again. So now I'm going to go for Slither Bro.
Alright, that's going to be Nightwish.
God damn it. That's 16.
Yeah, about to say better than the first one.
Oh, that's a lot better than the first roll.
Oh no, you fucking nailed him. Tell me what that looks like.
Yeah, so for that one, I think I just grabbed a chunk of a wall from a building next to us, like telekinetically grabbed it and ripped it and just slammed him across the side with it. Preferably, if I could, if he was close enough, something else to sandwich him between them for a moment at least.
Yeah, we'll say that you kind of knock him up against the wall. Then, last is, I might as well reveal the name of this guy. Boom! Headshot.
That's his whole name?
That's fucking hilarious, actually.
16 again.
Yeah, 16 actually hits.
I'll take it. He rolls against a DC of 25.
Tell me how you knock him out. He rolled a nat 1. His total altogether is a 5.
Yeah, alright, he's knocked the fuck out.
Yes, he is.
I just wanted to be sure. I want to be fair. Yeah, so I think for that one, I actually rip the ground out from underneath him, trip him on the ground, and then bring the ground back down on him.
Hell yeah.
What else is there to say but boom, headshot?
Was he Sparky Boom Man?
Well, his whole thing is because, he had a really fucking big gun.
Well, yeah, I'm glad I got rid of that guy, because he might have tried to shoot the child. So I did that. I'm going to be hindered, but I am going to, if I can, move close to Mosey.
Yeah, your 2 are close enough where after doing that, you can kind of, get right up on him.
So anyway, that's my turn.
Well then, it is going to go to Mr. Mangle. Okay. Yeah, with a 15, he's actually able to, get his shit together. He lunges towards you, Rachel.
Well, he was on the ground, wasn't he?
Oh, yeah, fuck, that's right.
So I'm just saying he would either need to use his move action to stand up or make a DC 15 athletics check to stand as a free action.
He does not. He gets up. Ruby, it's your turn.
How close is he to me now?
15 feet.
He's not close enough where I could take out the dagger and then not have to move to stab. So
You're both not close enough to do the things you want to do.
So I couldn't create something and then try to be intimidating. I was thinking I create a sword and just try to intimidate him, stand down.
I mean, I guess you could do it with extra effort.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Okay, fuck it. I still have a hero point. RC's always telling me we don't use enough hero points. So I make the sword and I just menacingly walk up to him stand down. You don't want to fuck with us.
Roll that intimidate.
Could be worse. At least I have something in there. So 13 overall.
The 13, he looks you dead in the eye.
Ma'am, if you think that I'm going to survive, if that child survives, then you are too naive to be down here.
I was going to respond, I don't give a shit about your survival.
Wonderful. Then we feel the same way.
I'm gonna be so disappointed if I have to portal this dude in half.
You say disappointed, I say coolest way to fucking kill a villain ever.
Yeah, I know, but again, try to avoid being a murder hobo.
Have fun, we're in the underground.
Also, so now I've moved, I'm in front of him, holding a sword.
And I believe that is your turn, right?
Yes, that is my turn.
Alright,
And you're fatigued for the future.
Oh, can I use that?
Oh, unless you use your hero point.
Yes, use my hero point to not be.
So that's going to knock you down to no hero points, but it's okay. I'm sure you're going to get one more by the time of night. So there it is going to go to Nightwish, who is currently pinned up against the wall. And I suppose the first thing he's going to want to do is roll to not be. He manages to, weasel his way out of the predicament that you have put him in, RC. But smelling the blood in the water, he kinda...
Fuck this, I'll take my chances.
And he scurries back up the wall.
Bye, bud.
But from there, it's gonna go to Yardak.
How far am I from the dude that basically said fuck you to Ruby?
50 feet still.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I have fucking projectile things I can do.
At a minimum, you could literally throw your spear.
I know that there's water around, but I'm going to save that for something more dramatic. I want to take my water skin, crack the bitch open, give him a few smacks on the ass with a water whip.
Alright, roll that shit.
10 and 14, 24 to hit.
Oh, Risby, right. That is gonna Hisby hit. Let's see for how Nisby much. He's Disby dead.
What? Dead from an ass slap.
So you whip forward this giant force of water, which slaps him right on the ass, sends him flying face first into a wall, fucking smacks against it, hits the ground, he's in La La Land.
Alrighty, say hi to Emma Stone.
And from there, Crafter. It's just the one guy left skittering on the wall.
I want to open a portal right above him, and I'm just going to do another bottom of the ocean water blast.
Okay, roll that shit.
Fuck, 16.
Unfortunately, a 16 is not gonna be high enough. So he sees this massive fount of water coming toward him, just shit! Kinda skitters around it, and before any of you have another opportunity to take a swing at him, he actually makes his way into a vent. That is gonna take you out of initiative.
I turn around and look at Mosey, and I don't get rid of the sword, I just put it... I make a sheath for the sword and then put it in there and go, who the hell were they?
Shit, hang on. God, there's so many of these assholes. Let's see, the one that sounded vaguely European, that was Mr. Mangle. He's a dickhead. The vampire one...
Got that, sexist asshole.
Vampire one, Nightwish, real fucking butt pipe there. And, boom, headshot. You know what? He actually used to be a nice guy. I'm kidding. Fuck him.
I like you, kid.
Thanks. There's a reason I'm a radio personality.
I'm gonna ask, Mosey, would you like some kind of disguise as we walk around here?
Nah, disguises never work. Dickheads come, dickheads go. Anyways, we have to go.
Okay.
I really don't want to stick around here any longer.
Yardak, freeze them to the ground.
Okay. Hell yeah, bitch! 19.
They are frisbee frozen to the grizzly ground. I'm done with this busy bit.
Thank God.
Let it go, bitch.
Oh, Christ.
Did you just make a Frozen reference in the year of our Lord, 2021?
How does he know?
Yeah, kid, if for you, didn't this movie just come out?
We have Pirate Bay too, dickhead.
You know what? It'd be funny. I was like, well, the second one didn't come out that long ago.
Yeah, you didn't quote the second one.
I look into him, I was like, fine, let's go into the unknown.
God, I just want to go home and listen to Run DMC.
Give me a genre. Is there a movie genre you'd rather me make references for?
I really like 80s slasher movies. I really like the part where I get to see guys' butts. Butts are funny. Butts.
Butts are funny.
Anyways, let's go.
You continue to make your way through the smog and factories and alleys of the Underhaze. I hope that whatever that was wasn't full. Before eventually you wind up working your way through, more tunnels and halls that are, in the actual caverns of the underground. And you see, off in the distance of this tunnel, a lot more light than you have seen since you've gotten down here.
Like actual light or like fluorescent?
No, I mean neon light, but lights nonetheless. And as you approach this light, Mosey's just,
I always love going here. It's the Underhaze I really don't like, but you guys are about to see the coolest part of the underground. Welcome to Neon Glow.
And as he says that, you exit this tunnel and you see what can only be described as a
shockingly nice and futuristic part of town. Reds and purples and green neon lights advertising all sorts of shit. There's a lot of, like, scooters kind of scooting around, no cars, but, like, a lot of Vespas, which you haven't really seen anywhere else. It just has a very big city vibe.
Ruby's gonna look around and say, some of the production people from Space Cadet have definitely been down here at some point.
Yeah, all sorts of weirdos have been down here.
What's the average life expectancy for the underground?
It really depends on what part of the underground you live in.
What part do you live in?
I live in the 45.
So basically, this kid's got about another 30 years left.
Yeah, fingers crossed. At the rate that things are going, I might have less. I'm always scared.
Mosey kind of continues to walk through and goes,
Alright, so... suppose I should fill you in where we're going.
Yes.
That'd be nice.
The way I see it, if someone like Brock is being hidden around here, then there's maybe only 10 places that he could be. I'll be honest, I don't really feel like going to all 10. It's not that I don't like you guys, it's just that I've already had 3 people try to assassinate me today.
Valid.
Plus, you probably got to get home for supper or something, right?
Supper? Oh, that's one of the 3 meals you get up there, huh?
Oh no, Ruby's sad again! So, and Ruby just looked to go, sometimes we call it dinner.
I call it an opportunity. Anyways, as I was saying, long story short, we're going to talk to someone I hate who has a lot of information.
Okay.
Will this person try to kill you?
I don't think so.
Yeah, does this person hate you back?
I mean, they do, but they also kind of owe me. Her name's Elle, and she works for a lady called the Rat Princess.
Ruby just deadpans and goes, do I need to curtsy?
I mean, she appreciates shows of respect.
Has the crafter heard of, no, probably not Elle, because that's a very generic name, but the Rat Princess?
roll me an intellect.
This is just more Rachel. Is L like the name, like ELL, or is it like L like the letter?
EL.
And I'm guessing, I have pop culture, but I'm guessing the Rat Princess would not be known in pop culture, right?
I mean, if you want to roll, I won't stop you.
I do have well informed.
My roll was 18.
Finally, 24.
Rachel, we'll say with an 18. You know, I presume that since you've become a superhero, you've kind of perused, like, websites and shit trying to find out more. The Rat Princess is a name that you've heard come up a few times, but it's been more as, like, an urban legend type deal. Robert, on the other hand, you know that the Rat Princess is no legend. You are aware that the Rat Princess runs every bit of crime, not just in Highwind, but possibly in the entire American Northwest, and a little bit in central Canada. You know that the Rat Princess has never been seen. You know that the Rat Princess has never been heard from. The only people who know who the Rat Princess is are the Rat Princess's most high-up rodents. And yes, she does call them her rodents.
Of course she does.
But that's about what you know about the Rat Princess.
Sounds like a bad bitch.
Okay.
You find yourselves at a ramen shop, which is creatively called the Ramen Shop. I need you guys to understand that I went through 20 names that I hated before I landed on that one, so cut me some slack on this, please.
Is the ramen good? I like ramen.
I mean, there's only one way to find out.
We're gonna have to eat the food as a show of respect, aren't we?
Actually, yeah, that's probably for the best. Not to mention, we're gonna need to sit down and order anyway.
Do you have to order something special off the menu, and that's how they know that you're here for business?
Oh, you've been around the block a couple times, huh?
A few different blocks, a few different times again.
A few different timelines. I'm familiar with your work.
Actually, would that be public knowledge that you've done time traveling shit?
No, I would say, like, some people out there know. Like, Union, Betsy clearly knows, but, like, no one knows where he's been.
Then Mosey knows.
Are you telling me, like, the smartest intelligence agencies on the planet are, like, Data Kraken, the Crafter, Union, and Mosey?
Yeah!
Headcanon accepted.
I'm just trying to make sure I understand the power scaling here.
Well, none of you have kind of triggered his power yet, so... Wait, no, actually, he turns to you.
You have traveled through time, right?
Yes, I have. How did you know that?
You know what, I can trust you guys. People can't lie to me.
Oh.
As in they are physically incapable of lying to me.
Ruby says completely earnestly and said, "Thank you for not asking my name." Like,
Well, after I tried with this guy and he danced around it, I sort of figured that wasn't gonna work.
Ruby's genuinely fascinated by this, and I say, are my illusions less effective on you?
I mean, if they tried to bullshit me, I guess. But I don't think that your illusions can talk.
I try to tell him he's adorable, and I fail.
Are you saying that you were trying to lie to this child and call him adorable?
Yeah, I want to know what happens. This kid is not cuddly.
So, you try to get the words out, and...
Do you guys remember the scene in Bruce Almighty?
You do that!
And Mosey looks at you.
Were you trying to insult me?
I was trying to tell the opposite of my truth to see what happens.
What, did you think I was bullshit?
Could be. I don't know.
You guys kind of saved my life.
I
trust you to a certain extent to at least tell you that you can't bullshit me.
Are we alone in here now?
Yeah, so you walk into the ramen shop.
Okay, well, because I'm going to ask something, because I'm genuinely curious. So, my illusions can make noise, right, RC?
Right, but he is... basically, I've taken that Mosey has a protection against factual inaccuracy. So you have to be saying something, not...
Yes, but I was saying I can make an illusion talk.
Right, but the illusion would have to be lying to him. I don't know if the illusion itself talking...
Yes, but I want to try to make one lie to him to see if that works.
Well, tell me what character you create.
You know what? I make Freddy Krueger again, and he goes, "I'm not," and I try to make him say, "I don't want to kill you."
That was funny.
Yeah, and I make Freddy Krueger go away. And I go, "So the illusions can't lie to you either."
You walk into this ramen place. Mosey kind of sits at the little bar area you guys follow, and
And when I turned to Mostly, I said, "Is this just ramen, or does it have other Japanese food?"
You know, honestly, I haven't actually ever ordered food from here, but I've heard it's pretty good. He hands you a menu. You could look.
Do they have other Japanese food, or is it just
ramen and sushi, sushi and ramen? Welcome to Billy Bob's Sushi Ramen Shack.
I assume that Mosey can read, right?
Yeah, maybe not the best, but...
Okay, I'm just making sure. I didn't know if he handed her the menu because he can't read.
Do I see udon on this menu?
Yes.
Okay, I order udon.
I get a number 3.
All right, and Dan, are you ordering food?
Yeah, I want the seafood special.
I would not eat the fish down here.
Look, I was like, the fish are gonna be radioactive, dude. If you had just said Japanese in general, I was gonna order katsu curry.
Listen, we get it. You lived in Japan.
I did live in Japan, and I want Japanese curry. It's so hard to find.
But yeah, I get a number 3 spicy.
No, fuck it. For the sake of being able to give you this much in life, Rachel, that is the only other item that they have on the menu.
I guess we did not make Ruby.
You were not a military brat, nor did you live in Japan.
She did summer pride. I was like, they have Japanese curry, and I said I would like katsu curry.
Couldn't find it anywhere in Riverside, but in the underground.
In the underground.
Yeah, welcome to Neon Glow. This 30-year-old blonde woman, smoky eyeshadow, kind of comes and takes all of your orders. And finally, it gets to Mosey, and he goes,
Jeez, I can never remember what it's called. Right. I'll have the rat roll with extra wasabi.
She kind of looks down at him. Oh, I should have recognized you. Looks at you three. Was it an actual order?
Yes.
I desperately need spicy ramen right now.
Well then, follow me. She kind of puts the ticket in, like, the kitchen window and, like, leads you into a back room. Typical office for, like, a restaurant. Only you notice that instead of the usual one security camera, there is one in every corner, making sure that every inch of this place is covered. She, gestures for you to sit down.
Mosey, what can I do for you today? My friend's here looking for somebody. Would you guys care to explain the situation? This lady scares me. I don't like talking to her.
We're looking for Laserhawk.
I was wondering when someone would come looking for him. I could tell you where he is, but I don't see how that would benefit me. More importantly, I don't see how that benefit my boss. I'm sorry. Did you think that a known acquaintance of the Rat Princess was just gonna give away information freely?
Figured you might squeak.
Darling.
Look, is there some kind of task we need to do for you? Because we've done a lot of shit already.
It's not so much what the three of you could do for me, so much as the kid.
Oh, god damn it.
How about we count this as our favor?
Fine.
Looks at the three of you.
You guys fucking owe me.
Ruby wants to adopt this child and get him out of this fucking place, so maybe that doesn't pay him back.
I guess we're even. Where's the hawk?
Scribbles out an address, slides it across the table. Pleasure doing business with you, honey.
Fucking hate you, El.
Love you too, darling.
The fact that you can say that weirds me the fuck out.
Yeah, you do realize he's fully a child, right? Like, this is Ruby. Like, I was like, this dynamic is uncomfortable.
Not in a weird way, in a he's useful way.
Didn't get less weird.
Agreed.
It got more weird, actually.
I'm really holding back on wanting to threaten her.
Well, so you got the information.
Kid, 2 things. How do we pay down here?
Money?
And 2, do you want anything? It'll be on me.
Awesome. Can you help me read the menu? These words are really weird to me.
Do you not know how to read? Or is it just because it's Japanese?
It's because it's Japanese. I run a radio station. You can't be dumb and run a radio station.
And I go, what kind of thing you want? Want something soupy? Something curry?
I mean, shit, they sell ramen here. I'll make it easy on you.
And I start reading the different types of ramen they are.
I decided I am going to mildly threaten her. Not like a full-on intimidation check.
So yeah, we'll say that, like, Ruby and presumably Yardak and Mosey are, like, walking back to the little bar area. You kind of hang out in the door frame and say...
Yeah, I imagine they have handed me the ramen, so I'm eating the ramen while I say this. I open a portal, I reach into it, I grab a little bit of extra cash, I toss it her way. If I ever hear that you've threatened or, God forbid, harm this child, I will bury you. I will bring 1,000,000 tons of rock down on this building and make sure you're inside.
Roll me an intimidate.
Awesome ramen, though. Really? No, I don't want to intimidate. I'm not actually. This isn't just letting her know. This is not intimidation. I'm not trying to change her behavior. I'm just letting her know the consequences of her own actions.
He's just being informative.
And to be fair, I paid her extra money too. Awesome ramen, though. I may come back to here someday.
As much as I appreciate the extra money and the compliment, darling, I need you to know I'm not the one in charge here. And if I was, she kind of steps out in the hallway, out of, like, the way of the cameras. Between you and me, shit would be run a lot differently down here. Unfortunately, moves her shirt a little bit, and you see, like, a scar in her shoulder. That bomb in there keeps me loyal.
Bomb? Jesus.
But I do appreciate the compliment on the ramen, darling. I take a lot of pride in it.
Noted. Good day to you.
And a better one to you, darling. She winks at you and goes back into the kitchen.
The curry's really good, by the way.
Thank you, sugar.
Alright, and I'm finishing up my ramen as I come back.
You see, like, Mosey kind of, like, flipping through his phone.
Just, alright, let me check over here, and, there's the place. That's the place? How is...
What about it?
Alright, so it looks like the address she gave us it's an Okada Tech warehouse. Not what I was expecting. Usually those places are locked up pretty tight. Oh, it's abandoned. That'll do it.
Actually, I was like, that tracks. This whole adventure started with us being attacked by Okada Tech robots, so...
I'll be honest, I don't understand where they're coming from. Usually Okada Tech's pretty tight about keeping their tech inside. It's almost like he's still alive.
Not the first time I've heard that.
Oh, that's concerning.
Crafter cocks an eyebrow. Who's alive?
Guys ever heard of the Machinist?
Yes.
There's been all sorts of crazy robots to fuck up this town and our beautiful underground. The only Okada Tech I've ever seen has been the Machinist.
Is this where we part ways?
I'll get you to the building. After that, yeah, I'm not going in there. I'm scared.
You are a child. This is allowed.
Thank you, great benevolent one.
While they're walking, Ruby gives Mosey the visual aid phone number. I like you, kid, and I'd like to help you out if you ever want to get out of living under the ground.
Did you just give me your phone number?
And I go, I have 2. This is the visual aid phone number.
Ha! I got a pretty girl's number. Jim owes me $10. Jim owes me $10.
You know what? Ruby's a little charmed by it because he's 12.
I was about to say, if this kid was any older, that joke would not have flown.
Yeah, because he's 12, it's cute. Like, literally, if he's 13, it's creepy.
Yeah.
Like, Carl can't do this.
Carl wouldn't have the stones to do this.
What I was going to suggest is when we get to the location, I was going to offer to portal him back.
Slither your way through busy streets before, once again, ducking into alleys and ducking back into the tunnels that kind of connect the different districts. Mosey goes, "Now, I didn't really feel the need to warn you about anything before now, but I just want to warn you guys that Scrap Heap's kind of a rough place. So, maybe..."
Is that another section we're heading to?
Yeah. So, not that you guys need to worry, but, kind of keep your wits about you. If nothing else, just keep an eye on your pockets. I don't know if you keep, wallets in your superhero suits, but you might want to look out for those.
Ruby has pockets in her dress, and so she puts her hands in her pockets so she can hold her wallet.
Holy shit, your dress has pockets?
It has pockets.
You make your way through. You see, another, Neon Glow was also kind of like a domed, open city-type area. And you walk into a third one of those, and boy howdy, if you thought that Subway City was a shithole, welcome to Scrap Heap. Every structure is made out of rusted, shitty metal, garbage all over the place. Seemingly every light bulb that's lighting this place is flickering. Horror movie vibes about the place. Culminates when you find yourselves in front of a big-ass, abandoned, spooky-looking warehouse.
This is the place.
Of course it is.
You're in front of the place. Mosey looks at you guys and says,
So, you guys are nice. Don't die, okay?
We'll try not to, kid.
I believe in you.
Also, try not to die.
I've gotten pretty good at that.
Besides, I've got insurance. And he pulls out a fucking Glock.
Fuck.
I gotta be honest, not very good with this thing. That's why I decided not to use it earlier.
Well, thank you for that.
Yeah, well, I heard that friends like to not have extra holes put in them.
Would you feel better if I opened a portal for you to go back to the radio station?
Oh, sweet mother of shit, that would make me feel so much better.
All right, Mosey. Well, stay safe out there.
Same to you.
Thank you.
And,
Oh, wait. I'd like to roll a sleight of hand check.
To do?
I want to... Can I do it and then tell you what I'm doing?
This one time? Sure.
This is for fun story purposes. Okay, I really hope I'm successful because it was 24.
Well, what are you trying to do? I mean, you're probably right. But...
I want to open a series of portals, and basically I'm going to grab a jacket for him and leave it on the desk at the radio station, like a nice jacket.
Oh, yeah, you're able to do that, no problem. He doesn't even notice that you do it. Because, as you're opening the portal, he kind of turns to you guys and says,
hey, when you guys rescue Brock, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
Tell him to tell Carl to get back on Xbox. I miss playing Minecraft with him.
Jesus fucking Christ.
I'll do that.
I appreciate that. He needs to help me finish our castle. Bye!
Bye! He's friends with Carl! That's so fucking cute!
But also, that means Carl is friends with a kid who has a gun.
Welcome to Highwind.
A kid that's 2 years younger than him and has a gun.
And lives underground.
Meanwhile, I have to imagine that Carl has probably never even shot a gun, or
Carl's afraid to play Call of Duty because guns scare him. That's why he plays Minecraft with Mosey.
let Mosey on back in. Hopefully he enjoys his gift.
And, as the portal closes, because, holy shit, this is dope as... So yeah, I presume that you guys walk in then.
Yep, ma'am.
I'm gonna roll a perception check.
Oh, I was just coming through dick swinging.
Well, I'm basically just going through dick swinging because all I rolled is a 10.
You see the front door. It's the door that's in front.
Thank you for that.
You throw open the doors to this place, and, oddly enough, it kind of feels like somewhere where Brock would hang out. It is just, empty dust.
No, at least he's at home.
Crates upon crates of, big-ass wooden boxes, the wood starting to rot away, stacked on top of each other, creating its own labyrinth of rotted-out wooden boxes, with a couple of very dim light bulbs giving the place a vague illumination.
I'm not even trying to attempt to hide myself. I just start wandering around trying to find my boy Brock.
Yeah, same. I'm just looking around. Can I do a perception check to see if I can see, like, anywhere, like, any doors?
Grab it and throw it. Anyone else want to make perception checks here?
Okay, yeah, you know what, I might as well. Well, no, I just did one outside. Can I do another one still?
Yeah, we're out of initiative.
22 overall.
14 overall.
God damn it. 10.
With a 10 and 14, Robert and Ruby, you don't really see anything per se, but you can definitely hear machinery running, which, given the fact that this is a warehouse filled with boxes, feels, a little off. Dan, on the other hand, you're walking along, looking at boxes. Oh, look at that box right there. Look at that box right there. Oh, hey, there's a box right there. Wait a minute. That box looks funny. You give it a push, and sure as shit, it's a doorway that opens.
Oh, bitch.
Showing a really dark staircase.
We need that for the laser hut.
Can we have Ruby put her hands out and give us some sparkles as we go down?
I believe...
I'm going to say it's a ball, but it's still the same color as Razzle Dazzle. I'm just not letting it burst.
What color is Razzle Dazzle?
It's like kind of pinkish.
Oh, that's cool as fuck. I always thought it was just like white light. That is so much cooler now. I love this. So yeah, you create this pink ball of light, and you see that this staircase actually goes down, like, probably a good 3 stories. You get to the bottom of it, you turn, and you see essentially a space as big as, like, Brock's entire upper warehouse, but decked out entirely like the lower part of it. So all sorts of computers and machinery, lots of glowy buttons.
Ruby's gonna be like, I've definitely seen this on Space Cadet.
You see a very petite, red-headed woman hunched over a computer. She looks up and sees you and, oh, I actually didn't think you'd make it here. Damn.
Okay, who the fuck are you? I've met a lot of people, and you're not gonna top the last person I met.
Not really trying to. Well, I'm the machinist's daughter, and I'm assuming that you're here for Brock. Now, I understand that, you might want to protect him, but I need you to know how vicious of an individual this is. You think you can trust somebody until they kill your dad?
Did you know him prior to him killing your dad?
I mean, who didn't? I grew up in Highwind. I idolized Laserhawk. I know it seems a little silly, considering who my father was, but when I was a little girl, I wanted to be just like him.
Like your dad?
No. Not like my father. He was a bad man, but he was my dad, and he was taken from me.
I'm truly sorry that happened to you, but...
Then leave.
You say you admit your father was a bad man. You don't want to go down the same path as him. That's what you're doing now. I would like to use a persuasion check.
Go ahead.
But wait, I also just want to point out, did she say Brock? Does she know his name?
If I did say Brock, I meant to say Laserhawk. My apologies.
That is a decent roll. 22.
Take a hero point.
Yeah!
You did that just so you could fucking weasel me out of a hero point, you bastard.
No, I was trying to get to this person.
She looks down. Really should have figured that this was going to go like this. She walks back further up against the hall, and you see a shaft that goes downward. She looks at you guys, and, well, I guess there's no other way to handle this one. She lets herself fall backward. Not 30 seconds after she falls, you hear... and you see this gigantic tank of a robot shoot up and land directly in the middle of the room, essentially. And it looks up at you, and you see that, this thing has, a giant dome for a head, like a big glass dome. And you see the machinist's daughter inside.
Okay, I'm gonna say that Ruby's hands were up because she was about to, try and catch her in case that was what her plan was.
That's fair. The machinist's daughter looks up at you and says, I'm gonna ask you one more time, because I really don't want to kill anyone. I just want to get even. Please leave.
Where is Laserhawk?
Alright then. I guess let's do this. And that's gonna be initiative.
19.
17.
21. Ruby is ready to fucking fight.
Well then, Ruby, you're up first.
Ruby makes the biggest, of like a van above her and tries to like anvil the robot, but is trying to make something like the biggest, densest thing she can to fall on top of this robot.
A hunk of van. That is...
Basically, just like a metal. Remember, I like made the car last time.
I can perfectly visualize what you're talking about. I've just never heard the phrasing "a hunk of van" before. All right, yeah. Roll to hunk of van.
20, not a natural 20.
Barely hits.
Heh.
What's the DC on that?
22.
This giant hunk of steel apparates above the machinist daughter, collides with the shoulder of the robot. You see like a couple big ass sparks shoot out, but not enough to shut down the apparatus.
Okay, and I'm going to use my move action to take out my sword.
All right.
I'm just going to say, you don't have to do this.
Neither did he. Yardek.
You got the whole dome head thing that she's in. What are the legs looking like?
Tree trunks.
Oh, so they thick.
What's this robot ass like?
Dump truck. Literally, you think it was made out of a truck.
Okay, I still want to try. I want to baseball slide between the robot's legs and try to chop its leg with my spear.
Yeah, go ahead and roll. Roll me an athletic check first for the slide.
18.
18 on the acrobatics. Yeah, you're able to
Okay.
kind of shimmy your way through.
And then for my swipey swipe, 10, so 25.
Oh yeah, 25 is gonna hit. What's the DC on?
26.
Yeah, so you actually manage to, like, hit this thing in a pretty fucking good spot.
Get you in the hinges, bitch.
Like, another massive array of sparks shoot out, and you hear her, God damn it.
Like, not even, like, angry, just resigned.
And with that, it is actually going to be the machinist's daughter. She's just gonna try and fucking wallop you, Yardak.
Ooh, I mean, deserved.
Fucking shit, does a 28 hit?
Yeah, I think it does.
It's gonna be a DC, 22.
And 17.
You managed to avoid getting flat,
Oh, okay.
but she gives you a good fucking smacking, so that's gonna be a -1 to, future shit.
Okay.
And from there, she kinda, like, pivots herself, like, kinda circles around you, so she's facing the three of you again.
Okay.
From there, we go to the crafter.
But I want to try, basically use the telekinesis of the gauntlets to basically just reach out and hold the robot in place.
Yeah, give it a go.
For that, you would actually make a dodge resistance against it.
Okay.
Against a DC of 20.
Yeah, you managed to get her. Tell me what it looks like.
Well, how much did it fail by? Because it determines how effective it is.
She rolled a 13 altogether.
Yeah, so that'd be 2 degrees of failure, becoming defenseless and immobilized.
Oh, motherfucker.
You get to roll another one of that on your turn.
Okay.
So yeah, I think he's reaching out and just like struggling because it's a giant fucking robot. But yeah, he's basically holding it in place. I think that's what I'm gonna spend my whole turn just doing that. Like I didn't move any closer or anything. I just reached out and held it.
All right then. With that, it's gonna go back up to Ruby.
Okay, how close is she to me?
For the sake of being nice, 30 feet.
Are there any other places I could try and stab? Like, because I know Dan was able to stab with the...
Get the other leg.
Fuck it, I go up, I stab I put the sword in her other leg.
Roll it.
Fuck. Luckily I have a lot in blades, but I did not roll well.
I was about to say, dude, if you got higher than a 10, you hit, because he's incapacitated.
Oh, good. It's a 19, but I only rolled a 3. I just have a lot in blades.
So with a 19, you managed you sink the sword into the other leg, another shower of sparks, just... you guys are a pain in my ass.
I did misread something, so that snare would have been a power stunt, because I can grab, but snare is different. So that would put me into exhausted, which doesn't change anything, it just means that I do get a -2 check against... a -2 against checks that I do for, like, attacking and stuff.
Okay, I appreciate you mentioning that. You, give her an old stabber-risky, you move forward. Anything else?
No, because I used all my move action, so I can't go anywhere.
Fair enough. Yardak, you're up.
What kind of exposed places are there on this little machinery lady right now?
The area behind her legs that you just clawed open, that's about it.
Okay, I assume there's some kind of mechanicalness in there. So I'm going to aim a water blast and try to get some water up into this machinery. Hopefully short her out.
Alright.
Alrighty. 19.
Yeah, that hits.
Cool.
It's DC.
24.
Switching out dice for the last bit of this encounter. Holy shit. You managed to rush a jet of water into this exposed gash in the robot's legs, and you hear all sorts of, like, sizzles and popping, and you see that, like, the leg starts to, like, jerk around.
So since I got in there, can I power stunt?
What are you doing?
I want to give her, like, be all kind of sassy and, like, snap and then freeze it all.
I'm gonna have you roll for it, but you can do that.
Okay. That's 22.
What's DC?
17.
Jesus fucking Christ, I'm grabbing Big Green. Fuck you guys.
Oh no.
Yeah, this thing is frozen.
Hell yeah.
That leg is, like, completely frozen from, like, toe to hip. From there, it is going to go to the machinist's daughter.
So you'd have to roll another check against dodge resistance.
I love how this is the first fucking bad roll I think I've ever gotten on Big Green. And it's a nat 1. She doesn't make it, fam. Reaches her arm back in, like, about to throw a football position. An energy spear forms in her hand, and she whips it at Yardak.
Oh, well, fuck me.
I really expected it to go for me, I was being honest.
You know what? Yeah, I'll go for RC. That actually makes the most sense. Hey, she's gonna try an energy spear, yeah. You fucking serious?
What did you roll?
At this point, Brandon extends his middle finger, forgetting that he is on an audio-based platform. Fuck, dude. Altogether, that was 14.
Oh, yeah, Crafter just dodges out of the way of that one.
Yeah, she throws the spear and you just... How did my dad do this for 10 years? Shut up!
That was a very human response.
Crafter, you bastard.
Yeah, I think Crafter says this is an opportunity to stand down. You haven't gone too far yet. Just tell us where Laserhawk is.
Roll me a persuasion check.
13.
Yeah, see, here's the thing. Now you guys have kind of pissed me off.
That's fair. Still not letting you move.
Do you have to roll anything to keep up with it, or...?
I think if I extra effort again, I knock myself out.
I mean, for what it's worth, you have fucked this woman up 7 ways to Sunday already.
Okay, you know what? Yeah, I'm gonna let go of it, and I am going to do another portal blast of deep ocean water. Nat 1, so total of 9.
Jesus, the dice needs to go in jail.
You open the portal, and out comes a single trout.
Oh, I was expecting the water to knock Ruby and Yardak over.
With the flopping of the trout, we're up to Ruby.
If I do razzle dazzle at glass, does it go through the glass or does it bounce off the glass?
Yeah, Razzle Dazzle will work on her.
And I am still going to say, like, it doesn't have to be this way. Stand down, and then I just do razzle dazzle on her.
You flash the Razzle Dazzle. She looks down at you. You know, for a second I thought about listening to you.
I use my movement action to take out the dagger now.
Your neck?
I want to create an ice spear and jam it through the robot foot into the ground. The other leg, the one that I didn't fuck up yet.
I kind of figured as much. Yeah, go for it.
Dirty 20.
Yeah, you shove this thing right through her foot.
Hell yeah.
You still have a move action, actually. Do you want to use that for anything, or...?
Take a quick hop back just in case she does some kind of crazy bullshit here.
So, as you do that, jump back, she just kind of... I've never done anything right in my fucking life. I'm not fucking this up!
Jesus.
And she throws another spear. This time at Ruby.
Yeah, that tracks.
Does a 17 hit?
Dodge was 10 is 21.
Yeah, you managed to avoid it. How?
I think Ruby literally, like, physically, like, hops back.
Yeah, and this thing, like, if it was any closer, your dress would have a midriff. but you narrowly avoid it. I forgot to see if she broke out of the ice. What's the DC on your ice thing again, Dan? Never mind, she doesn't. That was a 3. But with that, it is going to be back to the crafter.
Alrighty. And how far away are Ruby and Yardak?
Oh, from her? Both of you were, like, still right up on her, basically, right?
You know, I'm gonna toss some boxes at her, try to get her attention. That is a total of 23.
Yeah, you hit her. What's DC on that?
25.
Yeah, tell me what it looks like.
Yeah, I just look at all the boxes in the area, and I just start chucking them at her. And I imagine I hit a couple of them hit her in the arms, a couple of them hit in the chest, one dings off the dome.
Well, the last one actually is the one that hits the dome, and it cracks that son bitch.
Full on, like, shattered it, or just, like, big cracks in it?
Big cracks in it.
This room has a lot of boxes in it, right?
Yeah.
Then I am going to... So I imagine there's at least some boxes that are, like, immediately to her peripheral, her left and her right. So I'm going to jump through a portal and end up, like... I imagine there's some that are stacked multiple high, and I end up at the top of a stack just outside of her peripheral.
What's that? Let's go into Ruby.
You know what? Put the dagger in one of the arms.
Right. Roll that shit.
I imagine you're going to end up like Merry and Pippin, just, like, hanging onto the arm as it swings.
Not one.
You swing, but it go tink off the metal.
Am I still holding the dagger at least?
What did you roll all together?
So it's a nat 1, but it's a 17.
That's so ridiculous.
Then you hit! That is incredible. Yeah, what's the DC on that?
I think it's 19.
On the flip side of things, good job, Big Green. That's a nat 20.
Rude!
You stab in, but you don't really hit anything of importance. You just sort of punch a hole in, like, the outer layer of metal.
Am I still holding the dagger, or did the dagger go in her arm?
I'll say that you were able to, like, slunk it out. Are you gonna move or anything, or is that your turn?
You know what? I take a couple steps back.
Alright, with that, it is gonna go to Yardy.
And I want to blast her as hard as I can right in the chest and knock her down.
Alright, roll that.
Hell yeah. 14.
So, with a 14, because of the immobilization, you just narrowly hit.
Hey, hit's a hit.
So you blast this massive jet of water forward. The robot goes tumbling, ass over tea kettle, with the leg that you had frozen just snapping off.
I want to yell, take that, Humpty Dumpty.
You see that there's all sorts of, like, pops and snapples before finally there's proper kaboom, and the suit is on fire.
Oh.
I was promised an earth-shattering kaboom.
And with that, you are out of initiative.
Crafter's gonna portal into there and, like, grab her out of the dome.
And as you pull her out, you actually see a lot of shrapnel has entered her body.
Oh, god damn it. Yeah.
Like daughter, like father.
I don't think so. And then throw a heal on her.
Alright, roll the heal first.
19 healing is 10, 24.
So with a 24, yeah, you do manage to, like, she's out cold, but it's been stabilized. She's been stabilized, I should say. You know, just as you guys are starting to wonder, like, okay, this is great, where the fuck's Brock? You actually hear, like, a couple additional, like, crackles and pops before one of the computers that was standing, like a big old, like, comic book style supercomputer type thing, just sort of slowly tips over and falls, revealing a secret room behind it where everyone's favorite functional alcoholic is tied to a chair with a gag around his mouth.
Yeah, I'm coming. Ruby goes over and starts untying Laserhawk.
So hard to breathe in that fucking thing. Ruby?
Yeah, who the else do you think would come and find you? Also, I fed your dogs.
Thank you. I assumed someone closer. I don't know. I honestly thought I was a goner there.
Yeah, I point out the crafter. Portals.
Ah, that makes sense. Man, I'm happy you were in town.
Hey, Brock.
Hey, Robert.
before you see it. The laser hut needs a little work.
You know, I was able to figure that one out when I was getting my ass kicked by about 20 robots.
Yeah, there were some robots left.
And at this point, Ruby, your phone actually starts to ring.
Do I recognize the number?
In the underground?
Yes, this time you have finally saved Kit's number.
And I go, hey, guess what?
What's going
Everything all right? I just got a beacon signal. Wanted to make sure if things maybe got resolved.
Yes, we found him. We found who kidnapped him. She's currently incapacitated.
Oh, that's great. Thank Christ. I guess y'all will be home soon. I'll get the laser hut back up.
No, Ruby actually says, "Do you want to know who it was?"
Sure. I mean, he's got a million fucking enemies.
It was the machinist's daughter.
Great. We're making new ones. That's wonderful.
It's always nice to make new friends.
And new villains.
Yeah, he doesn't do the first one as much though. Am I on speaker?
You can be, and I put it on speaker. Everyone say hi to Kit.
Hey, buddy. Assuming that you're the reason they're here?
Yeah, you dumb son of a bitch. You went and got yourself captured. You didn't hit the panic button. The fuck am I even putting this place together for?
I'm sorry. I was genuinely caught with my pants down here. I was taking a piss.
Well, I'm glad you found them. Let's say, I guess you get to show your new friends your old haunting grounds. I'll get going. Me and Cassie got the laser hut back online, so it's not cleaned up, but it'll at least be functional when you get home.
Appreciate you as always, kid.
Yeah.
Genuinely, you saved my ass.
Yeah, don't forget this one.
No intentions on doing so, friend.
Yeah. All right, bye.
Also, I feel like you should know. Gutter Knight definitely knows who you are now. I was like, so does this kid named Mosey, who, by the way...
Holy shit, you saw Mosey?
Yeah, he told me... Oh, yeah. He told me to tell Carl to play Minecraft on Xbox with him.
He knows Carl?
Also, it just occurred to me that the last time you would have seen Mosey, he would have been 9.
Yup.
When the fuck did he meet Carl?
I don't know. Also, that kid is kind of awesome.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Kid's great. Coolest 9-year-old I've ever met.
I also kind of want to save that child. Ruby says out loud.
You can try to take the kid out in the underground, but he likes this place. I don't get it.
You can't take the underground out of the kid.
So, I appreciate you guys. I'd hate to ask another favor, but I got one more favor to ask.
Oh?
It'd be kind of a dick move if, well, my wife's moving the last of her shit tomorrow. Can you guys help me with that, since I'm here?
Sure.
Crafter pops up. Any idea why she left you alive so long?
Last minute preparations? Second thoughts? Dramatic pause? Your guess is as good as mine. Never met the kid before.
Yeah, who are the authorities here?
I mean, for a while that was me. I guess drag her to the above ground, explain what happened. That's what I tend to do.
Are you just heading straight up to the above ground to drop off the daughter?
Well, we got you, Mr. Portals.
Mr. Portal's over here.
You know, usually I'd be thrilled to go through the underground. It's a pretty good exercise getting out. But, she kind of whacked my leg a few times with an aluminum baseball bat. Still got a bit of a Charlie horse from that.
All right, Portals it is. Everyone, someone grab her.
Laserhawk kind of limps over to her and just grabs a fistful of hair. Let's go.
No. I'm not letting you grab a person. Holding a person up by the hair is basically torture.
Slams head on ground, grabs suit. Let's get the fuck out of here. Don't look at me like that. She had that one coming. My legs aren't the only place she hit with a baseball bat. I'm happy I have Carl.
Crafter opens up a portal and takes you through it, leading you into Highwind City, near the bar that you found the Gutter Knight at originally. All right, actually, Crafter looks over at you, Ruby, and opens up another portal and says, you can drop her off at the police station.
Okay. I get rid of my jacket, and so I look very, visual aid now.
I might as well come with you through the portal.
They know you better here.
You drop her off at the police station with no issue. It is now later in the evening, though, since you've come above ground. And, I imagine you end up at the former Balea house, where Beverly and Carl live.
Warning, you think that I have crazy, powerful strength. Just, wipe your feet before you walk in, or you're gonna find out what fear really is.
And yeah, I guess you all make your way in, and you hear a voice yell down, "Hello? Who's there?"
Told you I'd be here to help.
Oh, thank God, Brock. I was expecting you hours ago. We've got a lot of stuff put together, but I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here. I'm glad you're here.
He brought some help.
I'm sorry, got caught up at the...
Who?
Yeah, I got caught up at the airport. I have help, though. Hope you don't mind.
Well, I didn't make any food. I wasn't expecting to have guests. And then she's coming down, and she's got her hair put up in like a bit of a ponytail.
Don't worry, Bev. A lot of things might be different now, but our agreement's still the same. I bring a bunch of D-gens into your house. I cook for them.
And I go up to Beverly and I just go like, "Hi, I'm Ruby. I'm friends with Brock."
And yeah, she holds her hand out. Yeah, Beverly Moore. Pleasure.
Ruby Lawson. I forgot my own last name for a second. Hi, I'm Ruby Lawson.
And you, I know you from somewhere.
You probably have seen my face once or twice on TV with the news. Name's Yardak.
Yeah, and she kind of doesn't seem to know what to do. She kind of like gives a little bit of a curtsy, like, Mr. Ambassador.
And I just kind of give like a quiet chuckle and say that I can shake hands. It's fine. Like, there's no need for any pomp and circumstance here.
The man who used to not shake hands.
With Betsy, because I didn't trust her.
And yeah, a lanky, blonde-haired 14-year-old makes his way in, and he sees you, Laserhawk, and he goes, "Dad?"
And in a way that none of you have ever seen, Brock smiles. Hey, buddy.
Chapter 49. The Sins of the Father.
Masks and Mayhem uses the game Mutants and Masterminds 3rd edition by Green Ronin Publishing. We are not affiliated. This episode was written, produced, and fed Japanese curry by myself, Pope Brandon Brownson. You can follow the show for free forever on all major podcast platforms. If you like what we do, please tell a friend. It's the best way to help us reach more people. Our official art is by Jen Evans, and our branding is by AJ Solomon. Our official theme music is done by myself, Pope Brandon Brownson. Additional music credits, social media links, blog posts, and episodes can be found on our website at masksandmayhem.com. So what do we all think of the second part of the adventure?
Well, now that we are going to have Mosey be a recurring character, because I've decided that, great.
Same.
The second I realized how attached everyone became, I'm sorry that I called that audible on you, RC, but, like, how could we not?
The only one whose voice I think I could really do is Ramen Place Lady and Dimitri, perhaps.
I mean, in all fairness, I will happily voice Mosey whenever needed. Feed me lines and I will read them.
I guess we could take time to have you teach me how to do the Mosey voice.
I mean, honestly, you just gotta kinda
Get a little nasally.
get real high up in your voice, raise it up a little bit, and talk just a little bit out of your nose.
Just a little bit out of my nose. Hi.
Yeah, something like that.
The whole thing I really liked. I hope maybe sometime we can come back and get a little more of a detail of the underground and its various districts. It's definitely bigger than I thought it was.
I would definitely love that because we didn't even get to all of... Well...
We got Neon Glow, Underhaze, Subway City, Scrap Heap.
Yeah, I love the world building of the criminal underground.
Yeah, no, the other two were the Arteries, which is a series of mines underneath the underground, the underground.
Oh my god.
Isn't that technically what Mosey was taking us through?
Technically, yeah. Like, the Arteries proper are further down, but you did go through the arteries of the city. And then within Neon Glow is the Okada Megaplex, which is a building so fucking big that it is a city in and of itself.
I'm imagining it as like the Emerald City.
I mean, yeah, it's already been established that Mosey is A-okay in everyone else's book. Any characters I introduced that we didn't like?
I don't know the name of the person who ran the ramen shop. If we got it, that escaped me.
That was L, right?
That would be L.
Oh right, that was L. Okay, we did get it, and I'm sorry I forgot.
No, I kind of I like the villains were like good at like pissing me off, especially L.
Yeah, who was the one who got away, by the way?
Why? For copyright reasons?
That would have been Nightwish.
They definitely felt like specifically underground characters, like not people I expect to see reoccur above ground. But I don't know if you ever, like, again, you kind of said you never really intended for them to be that way.
Yeah, none of the characters that I really introduced I imagined would be, reoccurring. I essentially let Nightwish escape, just in case, I don't know, we decide to pull any more switcheroo shenanigans in Season 3.
But yeah, no, I really loved the underground overall. That was like, again, very cool world building, very different, I think, than what, because again, Riverside City ostensibly is a normal city with a few, high-tech things in it. Whereas the underground is like its own whole separate world that is different from, well, maybe not different from the real world, depending on where you're at. But
I've always imagined the underground as somehow simultaneously more and less advanced than the surface. Like, yeah, it's a shithole. It is garbage infested, the buildings are falling apart, but they have hollow television.
And universal healthcare.
Yeah, everyone gets a bullet to the back of the head if they get sick.
what would you say the population of Highwind and the population of the underground is?
The population of Highwind proper would probably be somewhere in, like, the 750 to 800,000 range. The underground is easily 1 million.
Oh, there's more people in the underground?
There are more people in the underground?
So the way I always pictured the underground is it's not just a beacon for the quote-unquote undesirables of Highwind, but the entire Midwest. Like, this is a place where people got, like, pushed into to keep them out of the public eye. And some of these people fucking reproduce like jackrabbits.
Is the underground, like, bigger than Highwind is, then?
It's not that it's bigger than Highwind, it's just that it's a lot more densely populated. Like, Neon Glow in particular, are you guys familiar with Kowloon Walled City?
Yeah.
No.
So Kowloon Walled City was an actual district, within Hong Kong. Was only about a city block wide, but had something like 100,000 people living in it. Like, it was, fascinating experiment of just society as a whole. I don't know if anyone's familiar with, like, Final Fantasy VII here, but places like Midgar, or, like, the main city from that were based on Kowloon Walled City. It's appeared in a few, like, kung fu action movies, but, it's really just a place that does a lot for my imagination, but one of the big things that does it for me is just how many people they were able to put into one place, not by going outward, but by going up. And I imagine that, like, the underground is just, like, a freak mutant version of that.
So given the number of, unliked folks and marginalized folks that ended up there, have the Midnight Gang ever been through there, and has Vapor Kappa been in there?
I would definitely imagine yes and yes.
Yeah, not that not that we were necessarily going to run into him, but it was just like I said, he's disappeared for the last almost 2 years now. Where better to disappear to?
I was about to say the underground would be a fantastic place for someone like Vapor Kappa to disappear. That checks out. I think that's canon now.
Now, just thinking of so are there like 1 million people just not paying their taxes?
You guys were the ones that said they don't pay taxes. I'm happy you guys liked it. I was really fucking worried that you wouldn't, so...
It was fun.
Relief. Weight off shoulder.
All right.
I guess we lost Rachel along the way.
Oh. Oh no, I think I. There we go. Well.
Oh, well.
Or Rachel might have left. Rachel, are you still there?
I am, but I don't know if you can hear me.
I can hear you. Oh, okay. Couldn't see you.
Okay,
Still
I don't know
can't
why
see you. You're looking at a
couldn't
tripod.
see me at some point because I'm like this didn't open in Safari on my phone.
Oh.
Fun.
So
also, Dan's just missing.
Oh, I think Dan.
Well, Dan said he was running to the restroom.
Okay, I missed that.
So then, while we were listening to this, I needed to do something. What's going on with my computer, and I needed Safari for that.
Can you turn
your
it back
ring light
now?
looks really good?
Yeah.
That's a nice circle. You got a real good circle.
It turned the camera the wrong way. That's what you were trying to say.
Yeah.
It's letting me turn the camera on and off.
If you go to settings, there should be a section in the video settings for which camera.
There we go.
There we go.
Hey,
I don't know. It doesn't show me the video thing very well on this. I'm just trying to improvise.
It's the best we can do some days.
But yeah, that was chapter 49, The Sins of the Father. Or, as Mosey put it,
Chapter 49, Sins of the Father. It's not easy being everyone's favorite character, but the world needed the motherfucking gangster to step up, and goddammit, I'm here.
Look, I'm someone who for TV critiques this movie every year about this guy running like a foster home for boys, and this shitty kid you slowly fall in love with during the movie. Of course, I was gonna yes, say.
I tried not to introduce a whole lot of the characters that I collaborated with Deimos with to kind of play a little inside baseball here. The Underground is a creative playground that me and one of my dear friends, Deimos, have been working on for probably 5 years, give or take. Highwind existed long before that under a completely different name, but the Underground was something that I specifically came up with Deimos, and I didn't want to introduce too many of our collaborative characters just because Deimos is not actually on the podcast. However, knowing Rachel's disposition toward being a huge fan of a well-done child character, I had to bring in Mosey, which means by extension that eventually I have to bring in the Slugger. I'm just trying to figure out where.
in what capacity.
What is Slugger? What?
So the Slugger is the premier hero of the Underground. Think a mutated Casey Jones from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles.
Okay.
So what I look like when I wake up in the morning.
Yeah, like the event in the Jesus. Like the universe that I've been working on where I plucked a lot of this is the Teslaverse. And the event that introduces the Underground to the Teslaverse is actually Mosey being Sunnyside, getting arrested for not being in the Underground. There's like a strict curfew going on. And the Slugger actually going into the police station and assaulting the entire police force and leaving with Mosey. As a side note,
give me like Sin City vibes.
Basically, like to give you an idea, like Deimos and I have discussed like what some of this shit might look like if it was ever produced into a TV show, because isn't that fun? And we've decided that the song that would play over that moment would be Wu-Tang Clan's Bring the Motherfucking Ruckus. There'd be like a whole scene of like the Slugger putting his headphones in and shit, and then just taking a baseball bat to the whole police force. Demos is a huge fan of kung fu cinema, and a lot of that bleeds over into the wider world building of the underground. We haven't even met the Axe Gang.
The Axe Gang.
Oh yeah, dude. If you've
all
got a
of these
kung
words
fu
scare
movie,
me,
you need an
Brandon.
Axe Gang. The Axe Gang actually being something based on real life events to make it scarier.
Spoopy.
Yes,
It's the right
I
time of
don't
year
like
for
it.
that.
No, thank you.
it's okay. I believe it was on Alex's stream the other day where I described my style of building, world building, as grimdark with absurdist humor. The Axe
Yeah.
Gang perfectly fills that.
Yeah, that tracks. Yeah, so I mean, we were going to take a little bit of time to talk about world building. Obviously, we're touching on that now. I'd written down a few questions as the stream was going, a few things that came to mind. Yeah, Brandon, I kind of mentioned this to you. I DM'd you during this. How we never covered it. How did the machinist's daughter find the laser hut?
I would imagine very much in the same way that someone like Kit discovers where something is, because endless research and backtracking and any situation where like maybe Brock forgot to slap on a VPN or something, just taking advantage of moments like that. I don't know, maybe even something like using drone technology to follow Brock Balea. That sounds like something that would be very much in theme with the machinist's daughter.
Okay, because my impression was that she does not know his real identity, but I wasn't 100%
Yeah.
sure on that.
Right, yeah. So it probably would have been something like, now that I'm thinking about it, yeah, a drone following Brock around, or somehow using machinery to stalk Brock until they were able to find out where the laser hut was. That makes the most sense to me.
Yeah.
That was one of those things where I didn't really think about that while I was working on the episode. I put a little bit of thought into it afterward, but
Sure.
yeah, I think the canon answer is fucking drones. Lol.
When in doubt, drones.
Fair.
You mean birds?
Birds aren't real, and we all know.
Birds aren't real.
Big Bird's real. Fuck you. He exists in here. In my cholesterol.
In your cholesterol.
Right in the cholesterol, baby.
Wow. Dan is wearing a red shirt made of red
You know-
threads.
Yeah, I am. I'm gonna say it was on purpose.
Now what? Now I'm just has like a red shirt joke equivalent.
Oh, like a space cadet equivalent?
Yeah, like a space. Yeah, a space cadet has one.
Oh no, he's a brown trouser.
That sounds like.
Brown trousers sounds
sounds
like an
like something-
insult.
Yeah.
Well, I was gonna say
It sounds like it should be a slur.
Well,
Oh no.
Sounds like it should be from Fire.
Yeah, alright, yeah. Brown
Yeah, the ones who deserted the brown coats became the brown trousers.
Because they shit their pants.
Thank you, Dan, for saying the quiet part out loud. No, I was worried. I was worried that Jim wasn't gonna understand that joke. I'm kidding, Jim. I love you. It's brown trousers,
Neither
dead brown.
Dan
No.
or Brandon really watch Star Trek. As far as
Yeah.
Brandon has seen the Star Trek movie First Contact because they watched our first.
Yeah,
Contact
I was about to
here.
say the Star Trek I have watched with you is the Star Trek I have watched.
Yeah,
I only watched the first Chris Pine movie one.
I
That's
like that
my-
movie. My reference
That's my knowledge of the Star Trek
are
universe.
more obscure than that. They're not even that obscure.
Brown trouser is not a purposeful Deadpool reference, though.
Is it?
Yeah, not on
Like, is it a
purpose.
thing that's in Deadpool?
Oh, that I have no idea.
I don't know. I mostly plucked that from an old pirate joke I've heard.
Yar.
I love that joke. Jim is still here. I love you, Jim.
We haven't driven him away yet.
I was
time.
afraid
Yeah,
I might have after that.
Unless the blank stare is to the fact that Callan hasn't seen Star Trek. Hey, whoa, I've met Leonard Nimoy.
Fuck,
Don't dump me.
Oh, it's
Oh,
in
what is that?
reaction to the Star Trek thing. Okay.
I'm not opposed to Star Trek in any sort of capacity. There's just so fucking much of it that exists it's like executive dysfunction where I go, never mind.
Valid.
Like that is the thing that keeps
stuff, me. If you want like a classic vibe, Strange New Worlds is like kind of a
copy of the pilot script.
I'm not in the room with all the Star Trek shit, so I can't. I'm in the room with all the Wizard of Oz shit. That's what that shelf is back there.
I'm in the room with all my shit.
But yeah, does anyone else have any after?
Yeah, precisely.
That's fair, Callan. There is a lot to start with. I recommend Next Generation.
So Next Generation is good. I somewhere a list of for Next Generation specifically are like episodes to skip because the first few seasons.
Yeah, I used that list once recently.
They're long and a slog, and some are, oops, this hasn't aged well, or it was kind of racist when you, oops.
Yeah, some things don't age well, some things really do, though. But yeah, so in terms of
contest, that's my vibe.
After listening to that episode, or just in wider, any further thoughts, chat about world building in the Mayhemverse? Any questions or ideas? A chance for us to wax poetically, even if it's something we haven't covered.
Yeah, when are you going to give Ruth Day a power?
Ruth Day's not getting a power. That's not a world building question.
I said it because I want everything for Ruth, but I feel
Ruth Day's power
is her humanity.
Ruth Day's power is that she can actually clone herself, and that's why she has 72 jobs.
Yeah.
No, that would be useful for her. She'd be less exhausted.
She's like what's his face in the Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. show?
Coulson.
No, not Coulson.
Speve.
Fuck. What's his name?
I remember. What's his name?
Patton Oswalt's character in Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Where he just has a bunch of brothers, right? I don't think clones. Yeah, they're all brothers, but they're all in S.H.I.E.L.D.
I don't know what that.
I don't know the character's name.
I didn't know Patton Oswalt was in that show. That makes me happy.
Oh yeah, it's
He's like
what's the character? Oh, I gotta Google it. It's gonna drive me absolutely batshit.
Like reoccurs as like these different brothers, so he keeps dying and they'll run into.
Yes, the Squingo family.
Oh, Koenig. He plays Koenig, and then like all the Koenig brothers.
I liked it better when they were the Squingo brothers. Bingo, Wingo, Flingo, and Jerry.
I found that article that has like the watch guide.
Nice.
But I have my own because I feel like the watch guide has a tendency tendency to skip episodes that like it's not important, but it's like a good episode and it's fun.
Yeah,
that's fine.
Callan asks, "What was the inspiration behind Union?" And I feel like. I don't know if you are, but I feel like this question's pulling my leg a little bit. I'm not afraid to say.
Is not S.H.I.E.L.D.
Yeah, I in the early episodes, particularly, I had to correct people that it was like they would say S.H.I.E.L.D. I'd be like, no, not S.H.I.E.L.D., or they would have to correct themselves.
I say it constantly.
I mean, I really did like the idea of having some kind of overall group. This was especially. When I was originally starting to make it, a lot of the stuff for the MCU was just getting started. So I was like, oh, I like this idea of like a unifying group. Especially at the timeline where we have the Mayhemverse, they're really just burgeoning on. They've met some alien species, but it's very much like a recognition that threats are growing. Yeah, Agents of Acronym. That's.
I wish I could remember what the acronym
out of acronym.
The original name for Union back like when I first made it in like 2007. It later became Union. It was originally the Super Agent Assault Specialty Squad. They were all agents of SAS, which is what.
That's almost as bad as when I came up with a team called the Uncle Hacker's here. Uncle Hacker. I love you, brother.
But yeah, originally it was that, and then I made it into Union. I really liked the idea of like the United Nations something, and then eventually became the United Nations Irregular Operations Network, which is a name I do really still love. But I didn't want to lose Agents of SAS, so I canonically made it that is who Betsy used to work for before she was recruited to head Union.
You mean to tell me that there's been a group called SAS in the universe this whole time, and I'm just now finding out about
SAS
it?
Squad.
That's unfortunate because that's who Ruth works for, and she's said that.
Yeah,
Ruth's not Brock's friend. I know Ruth. We're
Actually,
think
yeah,
that
really,
this-
how
I think
many
this-
scenes have you had together with Ruth?
like
not enough.
Yeah, but
the fact that I have to sit here and think about it answers that question.
I was just gonna say that it's not about you as a character knowing that. I meant you as a player who's playing this with us.
Look, I go out of my way to not know anything that Brock doesn't know, so I can't metagame. That's something that I try to take very seriously. I'm not zoning out. I'm being a good player.
That's an amazing cover.
It's a good 80-20 split. Sometimes I do zone sometimes, but most of the time I'm purposely trying to, if we're not together, to not listen to what you're doing, or at least not too in depthly.
But Josh says that
while we were
that
listening-
he does think brown trouser is a good name for the red shirt.
I love you, Josh.
But when Brandon was like Laserhawk, I Hazel Dazzle was pinkish to Brandon. We literally just had this conversation 2 days ago. Wait, this big stacked conversation I just had. We had it already.
Fantastic. I can't remember.
Yeah, thank you very much. I also feel very similarly right now.
No, it's not. It's I said what I said.
It's for role playing accuracy purposes.
I don't get paid.
I said it's a
baby,
good
you gotta
80-20
understand
split.
it's for
I can
role-playing
admit
accuracy
that sometimes I zone. When we record for almost 4 hours, sometimes my mind wanders.
That's fair.
Dan and I both have ADHD. Let's go.
Yeah, it whips our ass sometimes.
Why do I always get excluded from that conversation? I've got it too.
You're better at it than us.
Am I? Have you heard the incessant amount of dick jokes that fly out of my mouth? Also, on a related note,
ADHD can't have a coordinated club. They have to have uncoordinated cells.
we just bump into each other at the same bar. To piggyback off of Jim's comment down there with his phenomenal acronym, I wish I could remember exactly how I spelt it, but to this day, the greatest acronym I've ever come up for a crime fighting team is the Fuckers. It was the Freedom Reconnaissance Unit, Capture Containment. It was misspelled because of Jim. Jim got fired for that. And/or Eradication Scientists and Specialists. I remember the Fuckers.
Also, I like how Jim is one of your default names to go to for a random character in this scenario.
Yeah.
I'm gonna think about in a book I've been writing for a while. The main character's name is James, and to give him a hard time because he's a king. So, oops. Book is about
If it ain't
mermaids,
broke,
so
don't fix it.
I can't take any of the book and bring it into this because it would contradict everything that Dan has built with Atlantis.
Also, I just wanted to touch on it for a second because we were just talking about it a little bit ago, but in terms of the distance between when we record something and when we release it right now, with how many episodes we have recorded, the most recent episode that we released, chapter 60, we recorded that back in May.
Fuck me.
Damn.
I just went and looked it up.
When we've been talking, I've had to be like, what has come out? What?
No, I
Yeah.
told Helen when I was doing my stream that's my favorite thing is whenever he does that little the 4-picture meme thing, and I'm like, what the fuck is he talking about? And I'm trying to decipher it because now I'm it's a meme about me,
wonderful.
but I don't even remember.
Even for me, having just finished editing the real Brandon has been editing the last couple, but it's been really great to watch.
Hello, yes, I've done the last few episodes, so if they suck, don't NRC at me. Also, I'll fight you.
Well, sometimes media, sometimes I'll listen to them, but often
episode I listened to the most was our first episode because I did the transcript for that and transcript.
I was like, you've had to listen to that a few times. You did the transcript for it. Obviously, you were in it, and you also we did the last year for last year's anniversary. We did a commentary listen on that episode.
There's a line in that at one point I just said to mine, and you guys will listen to this line. Am I talking or is Salma talking? I don't know. Like I cannot. It was also them like
thanks,
trying to be like am I talking or
right?
So I guess I was hoping to give a little bit of opportunity for everyone to talk. We were going to talk a bit about Highwind and the Underground just because that was a big focus of the episode. But we kind of were using this as a broader topic of like where characters come from. So I thought maybe like, if anybody had any questions about Atlantis, or if Dan has any, has any ideas, or Rachel, where, the town in Texas where Ruby comes from, because, I don't think we've ever really give a hard name for that.
Oh yeah, we always just say Texas.
Yeah, the tiny state of Texas.
Yeah. I live in Texas, Texas.
I know.
God, Texas would have a town named after itself.
I mean, there's New York, so we really can't get too much on them.
Okay, but New York's the only place that's obnoxious about being from itself is Texas.
I live in Boston.
Exception.
I keep going back and forth on what the town actually is, but it's like a suburb of Houston. Is the town it's if anyone is it's around where Katy, Texas would be.
You should name it
up like that.
You should be from Baba Booey, Texas. No one said anything after that. Now I feel bad.
Then, I've never heard because I've in this backstory, Ruby also lived there, and she has a sister, and she has a niece and nephew, who's I wrote out what they were, and I might change them, so I don't want to tell you guys what they are in case I do end up changing them.
I suppose we'll let it slide.
But she was visiting home after graduating college when she got hit by the meteor.
Wait, hit by the meteor? This is a major change from previous established canon.
Oh, not hit by the meteor.
Yeah, you just.
She saw it
metaphorically.
Metaphorically, kind of. If she saw it, it was very new to Earth when she found it.
Yeah.
I wish I could draw for shit because that would make a hilarious 4-panel. Ruby gets hit by a whole ass comet.
No, I was gonna say that's the ultimate what if episode for Ruby. What if Ruby had been hit by the meteor instead?
Yeah. What if Ruby became the meteor that killed the dinosaurs?
You've been hit. You've been struck by meteor.
Fucking meteor.
And so, how, in my mind, thing, is that it landed, and then she was weirdly compelled to go touch it, through her back.
I wonder how it tastes.
And at first she was like, I have a concussion, and then she was like, oh shit, other people can see this.
Also, Kakashitaki, how did you find out? Or did you just kind of stumble on us on Twitch, or have you listened to the podcast? I have not heard Monsters vs. Aliens referenced in a while.
To be honest, I forgot it was a thing.
Oh, holy shit.
Same.
Yeah, I completely forgot that movie existed.
Other massive world building I've done for this is Space Cadet, which we have a whole article about. It comes from when we were building Ruby as a character. I said she's a real big, not Star Trek, Space Cadet, and then we just kept going with that. So.
Oh yeah, I love the idea.
Speaking of
even established.
Sorry, go ahead.
Only it's based basically if the original series had like never like gotten into syndication that took up that space.
Callum, that's a phenomenal
good question.
question that I want to unpack in 2 seconds. But first, I want to point out, I love how being inspired by Space Cadet, I've come up with like a whole ass complicated lore for a fighting game series that literally has never come up on the show. I'm waiting for my opportunity.
Oh wow, super cool. I say all of y'all then have been listening for quite a while.
Hey,
yeah,
Bubba
that's
Boy.
really cool.
Thanks so much for stopping in tonight.
That's not true. If Heckler's here, I know he's never heard a single episode.
All right, a bunch of y'all have been listening to the show for a while.
The vast majority, except for Heckler.
Except for
I love you, Budja. Budja, I hope you're still here. I wish to touch you, soft beard.
Like your friend when Brandon dropped into a live stream, and Brandon's like making a joke, which clearly he did like they didn't know what was going on. No, that's Brandon. It's fine. Like, that's my friend.
Wait, what did I miss?
Like when you jumped into like that live stream I was doing, where my friends and I were watching Pride and Prejudice. But you said something a little odd, and then my friend, I don't know. I think I had to tell them in the chat, and then maybe to say that loud. They're like, "Who's this? What?" My friend. We're good. Like.
But I do want to talk.
We do not speak of this wretched being.
I want to talk to Callan's question. So Ruby, I am not going to reveal too much, but I feel comfortable saying this part. Ruby is not part Quarnian.
Yeah, that is.
Yeah.
Because I believe
she is
maybe
alien. But
I do remember asking Archie that. I was like, am I Quarnian? Because I was the only alien that Ruby really knows about.
Yeah, that's.
I don't remember his name. The guy that we met before we recorded.
You're actually part Gravy Squatch.
The only Quarnian you met.
No, I don't think it was a Quarnian. In the before we were recording, we got sent in space.
Right. Yeah. Oh. Yeah. No. Sorry. You have technically. We'll cover that in just a second too. I think. Yeah. Then you have technically met other aliens. But the Quarnian that you met did not have a name. Unibon was the name of the space warlord.
The lost episode.
You. Yeah. That was. Jim, we'll talk about that too. But basically, before we started actually recording, when we were kind of just piloting the idea of doing the podcast, and like this was literally everyone's first time playing, my first time playing and GMing, we recorded an episode. I used a free comic book day adventure that a company had given out. I'm sure I can find it here. But someone gave it out. I used that as a basis. Like I branched off a little bit to make it work within my established universe. But it was Ruby. Let's see. It was Ruby Yardak. Sama hadn't joined yet. Brandon hadn't joined yet. Gemini, played by my friend May. And Matthias, played by my friend DJ, who were thinking about joining the podcast and help me come up, with some additional characters. They joined. They all played this game.
Gemini's obviously been around since then, has he?
Matthias, we did reference Gemini. In Gemini's first appearance, I had her say that Matthias had jumped dimensions, because that was like his whole story, was that he was trying to get back to his home dimension. But yeah, so essentially, you've met a couple other aliens as a character. I really wish we did have the recording for that. It's one of two things we did before we started recording. It was that and an episode that took place in the Horns, just as kind of a combat practice.
I will say
was that the Hollow Knight episode?
Yeah, the Hollow Knight episode was also.
Hell yeah.
So yeah, there's as like I said,
and
there's
then
those two that really...
our first record, but we weren't able to put out, right? If I remember correctly.
So I have some of the tracks for the Hollow Knight episode, but some of them the audio was ruined, so they won't work.
Yeah.
Let's yeah, let's go on to Jim's question because this is a lot of fun, honestly. How did we all meet? Does anyone want to?
Well, I
this
met
question?
RC at a truck stop glory hole in 1974.
He used a lot of teeth.
So I can talk about how I
Christ.
met.
It's like when
We're gonna-
SpongeBob takes a bite of that chocolate
You're
bar.
gonna get us taken off of Twitch.
I've met everyone
I
on
know
the internet,
this is not
obviously. I have not met any single person here in real life.
Yes. So, God, Jesus, I
If
have
you're
to.
counting the Twitch chat, I have met Josh. In real
I
life.
can't edit this, Brandon. I can't take that out.
I know, and I'm so happy right now.
The one power I have taken from me. Anyway,
That's what you get for bringing me on the live stream, bucko.
I mean,
So
you
anyway,
I went in and RC because of Josh, who was in the chat. Josh and I were friends with Bennett Diaries, online friends, and then that
the Lizzie Bennett
group,
Diaries being a YouTube web series that was very popular in like 2012.
and like the group that was meeting for that was like dwindling away, and Josh was like, I refuse to have these two different friend group hangouts you were combining. I did like a hangout, I forced it all to meet, and I was like, I like these people, and I too.
Yeah. And Hangouts being a former Google product that lets you do awesome video calls that had no limitations. Back when that was
We could
more
play games. It was so good.
Yeah. So so I met Rachel through that friend group. And you know, we both have been doing YouTube stuff for a little bit, I think, or you know, on and off for me. And I, you know, she was one of the first people I thought of, like, oh, Rachel would probably have a lot of fun doing something like this. It's nerdy.
Yeah. Or your former like geeky news website. So.
And actually, speaking of a decade, I've known RC for a decade now too, because I think I met you. September of 2012.
I don't know if that's specific.
Yeah, because I think it was.
We went to the same college.
Yeah, and I think it was my first semester, which would have been September of 2012, because we were on the paper.
Yeah, so we met in college, and then Brandon, you and I we met at VidCon, right? We didn't know each other before that, did we?
I feel like we had to have been in a hangout or two beforehand, because I was also a member of this online friend group. Because I would have never like actually talked to you if we hadn't have interacted before. I didn't talk to anyone there that I didn't know. But that was like the moment where I think it's safe to say that we moved from acquaintances to friends.
Yeah.
And then I still don't know the story exactly of how I came to be on the podcast. I don't know that inside baseball. I just knew that Sama dipped.
Well, Sama had stuff coming up. I guess just to touch on that, Sama was also part of that same friend group, and how I met everybody else. Like, I wouldn't have really been part of that without her. And then she just found that, you know, with what she had going on in life, she wasn't able to do the podcast and, you know really commit to it the way that, you know, she would want to. Oh, we lost Rachel.
Rest in peace, Rachel.
Jesus. But yeah,
so
shame. Sama realized that she was going to be heading out, and let me just get Rachel added back in here.
Welcome back, friends.
Oh, no.
God damn it!
She said, "You fucking thought."
Psych.
Welcome
back, friends.
Day.
Rachel is determined not to let me tell the story of how Brandon got on the podcast.
How dare you try
I'll never
to tell
know
this?
Yeah, now I see her. Now I don't. Using those illusion powers. But yeah, so Sama was leaving, and I knew, like, we did the History Has Its Eyes on You arc, like with just Rachel and Dan, you know, just Yardak and Ruby. But I ultimately knew, like, I can't take on too many people. Like when I did that pilot thing and I had like 4 or 5 players, I was like, this is very overwhelming. I don't think I can do this consistently and do this well.
Yeah, I think us 4 is
there
like
was
a good number.
Yeah.
There was like a version of this where you tried to have some people in person and then Sama and I video calls. That was
the in-person thing was with, I think it was me, RC, and then The one time was with
May and DJ.
May and
who
DJ.
That was like that very 1st ever meeting. Because yeah,
and then
it
the
was
Hollow
us
Knight
in
one
person.
was just me and you, and then everybody else was like a video call, right?
Yeah, I think it was like probably up until the point I think that Sama left is Dan and I were recording in person. Maybe not the entire time, but a good portion of that. Yeah, because we lived in the same town in Pennsylvania. So we would get together and record. Eventually, I kind of figured out like it's better for the audio quality if we're separate because there's no crosstalk. Like my mic doesn't capture his, and vice versa.
And now we live 3,000 miles apart from each other.
Yeah.
I will say it was convenient when all of a sudden everything was like at home remotely to begin with, so we know how to do this.
Right. Like it didn't impact that part for us. But yeah, so then it wasn't too long after that too that I moved to Boston and Dan moved to California. So it was really ultimately it was going to have to go remote anyway for everybody. But you're right. Yeah, it was a little weird at first because I would have me and Dan in the same room, and then we would put Rachel and Sama up on the projector screen because I have a projector instead of a TV. So that was wild.
Occasionally, I remember having to be like, "Hey, I'm trying to say." Naturally, you're drawn to this person that's like in the same room as you.
Yeah.
We did touch on this a little bit earlier, and this is something we will have to talk to Sam about. In terms of having any kind of participation, but we definitely love the idea. We love Sama.
I'm always on board for having Sama around.
Okay, fuck that, Jim.
6 players
Instead,
is
now
way
I
too
just
no,
pester her with memes all the time in the group chat.
For years, I would consistently, like, right after Facebook changed its messenger list from, like, being in alphabetical order to just sort of throwing people in whatever fucking order they decide to. For like 2 years, I would consistently accidentally send Sama dumb bullshit. And that was before you could delete your messages. So it would just be like this horrific, raunchy meme. And I'd be like, sorry, that wasn't meant for you.
Also, wow, Callan, how long has your Pathfinder game been going?
Nice.
The
I guess we're never gonna hear the story of how Brandon joined the show.
Wow.
First of all, bam, bam.
But
yeah, back to the plot, RC.
Meanwhile, back at the plot.
Is that actually in any episodes? We say that a lot.
Yeah, actually, does that get cut or
it has to have been at least in a couple?
Because it's said at least 10 times.
Because sometimes, so when I'm editing, Brandon's very great about this. If we get too far off the beaten path for too long or on a tangent, Brandon will kindly say,
"Meanwhile, back at the plot." Yeah, speaking of meanwhile, back at the plot.
Yeah, so Brandon will say that. It'll get me back on track. Usually, though, but sometimes you guys talk about things that end up connecting back in, so I can't fully delete it. But yeah, so Sama was leaving. I knew that we were at a point where I wanted to have another player. And I just started thinking about, like, out of this large friend group and people I know, from outside of that as well, like, who do I know that does creative things? Who do I know that would be, fun to play off of? And I think would be into this kind of game. And Brandon was really the first person I thought of. And luckily they were up for it.
Yeah, no, you caught me at a good time. I remember there was one point before where you had discussed me doing stuff for the show, and without pulling back the curtain too far, because this is one of those situations where it really doesn't need to be, that was not a good point in my life to be able to be brought on for something like that. So I'm happy that things did kind of come back around to where I could jump onto the show, because I've been a part of a lot of creative projects, and this is easily the thing I'm the most proud of.
Aw. Sweet. This
doesn't even... For what it's worth, the thing that's a close second is a song I made about eating ass, so...
Well, we're in the running, so...
That one hasn't been released yet, but my song, Orgy at Farmer Jack's, is number 3, and that's out for everyone to hear.
And now I get to terrorize Brandon with things like this.
Fucking Christ, Dan. So we're doing this 30 seconds of silence. We do 30 seconds of silence before we start recording, just so our audio editing program can kind of catch everything and like get rid of all the background noise.
Gets the
And
ringtone.
this fucking butt pipe Dan here pulls up that picture and holds it in front of the fucking camera for the entire 30 seconds of silence. And
The thing is,
right off the bat, I start like trying not to die. RC, God bless his soul, held out for a good 15 seconds, but the other 15, me and RC are just like Beavis and Butthead at the back of the class.
the funny thing is, Rachel, because I'm used to everyone's bullshit, so I scroll Twitter while we're doing the 30 seconds of silence by y'all.
Yeah,
You're
I
completely
always make
oblivious to everything happening.
I always make a silly face
Yeah, I was
during
like-
the 30 seconds of
I was
silence,
like,
so
ooh,
Rachel
Star
just
Trek
instinctively.
gifts.
Yeah, a lot of times I make a point that's a good chance to meditate for 30 seconds.
Also, Anka Hacker, you should know for a fact that post-apocalyptic Randy Savage, as well as Tim the Genius, hold a special place in my colon.
Just a
Oh,
masterpiece of words, Brent.
This is what happens when my IRLs show up in the chat, and I regret nothing. I have no shame, for my Buddha is here beside me.
So, to this question about guest stars, nobody that we are prepared to announce currently, but we do have some really cool things involving guests planned.
Can I throw out a, without giving any names, can I throw out a maybe?
Sure.
So one thing that we have been discussing is possibly having a guest person on a future Brandon arc, maybe.
okay. Vague
you mean
enough.
1 second. Brandon, text me what you mean by that. 'Cause depending on what it is, we can elaborate.
Okay.
But yeah, it's definitely like we want to have guests. For instance, one thing we're working on potentially getting some guests for is the Halloween game we're planning on doing on the 30th.
Oh yeah, that would have been a way better example to bring up. I'm a fucking idiot.
No, I mean, I do want to talk about yours too. But yeah, we're planning on doing a Halloween episode. I talked about this a bit at the beginning of the stream, but basically it is going to be using Mutants and Masterminds, canon to the Mayhemverse, but it will be a horror game, a slasher game. It's going to use the lethal additional rules from the Game Master's Guide with some modifications that were suggested by Alex from Green Ronin. And it's going to be a bunch of college kids go off to a remote cabin in the woods, for a fun party time adventure when they stumble on someone or something horrible.
Oh god, that felt weird.
Spooky sounds.
I am actually really looking forward with that one because, a lot of bone crunching horror.
Bone crunching horror.
Oh yeah. Well, just the visceral horror.
I'll crunch your bone.
But yeah, Brandon, feel free. Don't give away too much yet, but feel free to talk about it. This is also, I think we should preface that this is a long way away.
Yes. So, a thing that we are discussing is in between season 2 and 3, potentially having a mini arc, which I would be DMing, which would focus on another group within the Mayhemverse. So Union is the United Nations special task force for post-humans and shit like that, which got me thinking, since RC has been kind enough to allow me to become a heavy part of the world building for the Mayhemverse, what would be the United States equivalent of that? So, we will be exploring that and meeting the group known as the Majestic 12.
The Majestic 12.
Well, if you know anything about UFO conspiracy theories, that should ring a bell.
No, I only know about fictional aliens, not aliens.
No, I fell into a deep rabbit hole when little 12-year-old Brandon had the internet for the first time and discovered Roswell. And certain parts of that have very much stuck with me. Like I joked earlier about like my world building style, but in reality, it is like probably a quarter cyberpunk fiction, dash of fantasy, and the rest of it is just conspiracy theory rabbit holes that I've fallen down and was like, oh, that's cool. Is this anti-Semitic in any way? No? Awesome. I can use it.
There's so few conspiracy theories that I don't find. Damn it.
That's like, honestly, that's the reason that the underground is not in the Hollow Earth. Because I discovered how anti-Semitic that whole conspiracy theory was, and I was like, oh, great. Can't use
That's
any
my
of
favorite
this.
thing is like a fun conspiracy theory. Just like dumb bullshit, like the whole Leah Michelle can't read thing. Like I love that. But then like the second
they faked the main moon landing. Oh, you believe in the moon?
Yeah. But
I've
like,
gotten to use that in actual conversation.
I always
before.
like I'm like I see myself like I'll like stumble across a new one or whatever, and then I'm like, oh, this is fun, and I'm like reading it. I'm like,
oh god, George Soros. I'm gonna stop reading here.
Yeah.
Like that's usually the point where I tap out. I see the name George Soros, and I'm like, oop, nope, bye. Guess I can't use giants in anything. Don't get me started on that conspiracy rabbit hole.
That feels like a weird.
Meanwhile, back at the plot.
Dan, any thoughts on Atlantis that we haven't touched on?
It is wet.
I know we've been doing a lot of like Atlantis. Well, we just put out the end of the Atlantis arc, right?
No.
Of 5.
Wait, what?
We put out the second.
No, we have not. We have not reached
the
end of the Atlantis arc.
Damn. Okay.
I should know. I've edited both episodes.
Sorry, y'all. Spoiler alert. It's gonna go on for a while.
Yeah. We really like made it fucking take a while.
No, you didn't. Jim. Moon's not real. Legitimately, that's so fucking cool, though, dude. I'm sorry, Ruby. I don't mean to keep cutting you off.
Look, I think Dan and I are having the same problem. We're like, what the hell do they know?
I know. I'm like, wait, what do they know? What could I not fucking talk about? I mean, it's not even like a spoiler or anything, because like we do a lot of stuff with Atlantis or like the general like city of Atlantis, but I want to do like more like deep water stuff, or because we've talked about them, but we haven't dove into it. Is like the more like quote unquote primitive Atlantean tribes. Although would they be like, is Atlantis a race, or is Atlantis like because I'm from Atlantis, or am I Atlantean because I'm from Atlantis? Are we just mer people? Are we all Atlanteans and I just so happen to live in Atlantis?
Yeah,
What's the etymology here?
These are very good questions.
That's actually something that I've been discussing with RC a little bit about, and just for the fans listening, everything I'm saying is speculative, maybe world building, but RC and I were discussing the possibility of like tribes who would have broke off from Atlantis, or possibly like completely like a completely separate civilization of like shark people or something cool like
because that was like one of my original things was like Arctic Atlanteans would be like really fucking like brutal and like savage and like dagger teeth, like shit like that. Like have you ever seen the Sci-Fi Channel movie Dagon?
I have not.
It's a very niche movie, but I fucking love that movie.
Did you say Dagon?
Yeah.
Oh, so it's based off Cthulhu mythos. That's cool.
Yeah, it's like it's actually a really cool fucking movie. But that's kind of what I visualize a little bit.
Like I've been playing ever so slightly with Lovecraftian themes, with underwater, considering underwater world building, solely because, and this is the thing that like has me the most excited about the world of like Atlantis and the the ocean and shit. What lives in the Marianas Trench?
It's terrifying shit like that.
Like thinking about that is what pumps my nads.
Oh, okay.
I say that all the time. Do you think I'm going to be any different on stream?
I don't think I've ever heard you say that.
First of all, yes, you have.
A lot.
I am my brand, and I keep my brand on.
All right, good night, y'all.
All right, I'm
Josh,
fucking
I
out.
hope you're happy with that pun.
Never mind. Those next 10 episodes never releasing. Goodbye.
What are we, HBO Max now?
Oof. As long as Josh Goldberg is happy, as long as Josh Goldberg's forehead is happy, I don't give a
Also, thank you, Callan, for reminding Dan and Rachel like where we've gotten to story wise.
Oh, okay. Oh, laser
Thank
lad.
you. That is very convenient. It's been a while since we recorded. Yeah, this happened. No, it didn't. Not for you yet.
So like reverse minotaurs?
That does remind me of a character idea I had of someone who is I was thinking of Punnett squares, and they are part centaur and part merperson, but they just got the human halves. Of like the genetics. So they just look like a regular person, but they can swim and they're like, strong as a horse.
No, I was like trying to work hard not to spoil something. I recently heard a Star Trek convention where Jonathan Frakes spoiled an episode because it was coming out in about a week.
Oh no!
It was an episode of last season of TNG where doesn't Starfleet have cloaking technology?
Mm-hmm.
And someone asked him, he's like, "Did right? We did that episode." And everyone looked and was like, "No," and he went, "It hasn't come out yet." No, sorry.
But Callan, that's actually your friend's idea is pretty cool of having kind of like two separate ones. Like creature in the Black Lagoon, but with all sorts of
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I think we described it more that like the Arctic Atlanteans might just be like more rugged, like essentially like, more beaten down by the elements, possibly more in touch with like the ice magic side of things.
Water Vikings.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, that would kind of make sense. Like, if you look at, or that would be kind of fun to play with, because if you look at, like, a lot of Atlantis myth, like, that's a Greek myth, so it pulls a lot of Greek shit. I like the idea of pulling, like, like, fucking... I thought I had a pun, but then it, like, escaped my head, and I was trying so desperately to get it back. But when you love something, you have to let it go. And I loved that pun so dearly. So I hope that wherever, like, the open, empty, barren fields that are my mind, I hope that pun is now running freely and enjoying itself.
So...
I like your Jellicoe reference.
Jim, thank you for that. I also... So one thing that we have been...
I am... I'm gonna wake up from a dead sleep, cold sweat, a little bit of blood in my urine.
You always just one notch too far. You always just take it up to 11.
RC, you've been my friend for a fucking decade. You should know by now that I can't change. I've tried.
How dare you expect my memory to work?
I spent 2 weeks in the Wacko Shack trying to change, and it just didn't fucking happen, baby.
But I thought of the idea that, if chat still has questions, obviously, please, bring them up. If any of y'all have thoughts on world building, obviously go on to those. But I was also going to show off some of the cool things we've gotten commissioned recently.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, RC actually has special masks and Mayhem nipple piercings now. We're very excited to start selling those soon. I wish that was true.
Oh,
Rachel fucking left.
You drove Rachel away. You finally did it, Brandon. You finally did it.
Considering how much I hold back whenever Rachel's, "Hi, friend, I legitimately thought I drove you away."
Did your phone die?
It was about to die, but I just thought it was like the good timing of leaving right when Brandon said that.
See, this is what happened. You gotta. You gotta trust your players, and their comedic and their acting improv chops.
Yeah.
God damn, if that was not perfect, Rachel.
Can you genuinely give yourself a hug right now from me? Because you've earned it.
I'll give myself a pat on the back.
Pat on the back.
I'll give myself a pat on the back. I'm not comfortable.
I literally just got the message that your phone did that, and I was like, perfect. I'm doing it.
Awesome. I bobbed my last buoy.
So,
if only that were true.
So this next thing is art in a sense, but it's not art of locations or characters, though I do have some of that I would love to show off that hasn't gone up. Just to take a quick detour, I get things commissioned, or Brandon makes music, and I have so many things, right? And they're just all everywhere. They're not organized in a way that makes it cohesive for posting on social media. And
Speaking
using.
of RC, I still need you to put the character art on the drive.
I know.
It's like most of the characters we have up, it's the side profiles. It's like this is the one thing I can't use.
You gotta believe, Brandon. Anyway, I'm gonna share my screen real quick and show some of the. This is stuff I've gotten commissioned recently, specifically to help me with my game like prep and organization. So the first one here is a specialized card that I'm going to be using for vehicles. Like, just because the existing character sheets and stuff that Mutants and Masterminds has out doesn't work for the way my brain works, at least.
Yeah, it's it left a little bit desired. I'm definitely happy that we got all this shit.
So I demand for one of the vehicles it's whenever one of us hops on Laser Hawk and he pogos us around the town.
That
When
is
it's not a vehicle.
fantastic,
That's an experience.
Oh, that's the Pogo Papa.
Oh, I didn't love that.
Me. I did.
The laser feet.
Laser feet.
How do you know what Anthony used to call me?
Get your foot fetish with your dead fiance out of here.
I just want there to be to completely go off a side tangent. I want there so desperately to be like a flashback episode where Ruby and Yarnak go back in time and get to see Brock when he was happy. Mostly because, and I'm so sorry, but in this game, in this campaign, I love hurting Ruby because Rachel's so good at selling it.
Rachel's a great scene.
Rachel just loves romance so much. Stop, unnecessary.
Like you are definitely like.
Does my pain make you happy, Callan? Because good, it's what I'm willing to do for this.
Like Rachel is definitely like the heart and soul of the show as far as like the party goes. Dan is like the brawn and the comedic aspect of it. I'm the ass.
We can always count on Laserhawk to run in screaming.
Brock is the taint of the show.
You brought that on, Dan. If you hadn't said anything, stop there. I just know it. I know it.
Honestly, that's kind of what it is just Brandon and I feeding into each other and just egging each other on.
It really is. Like it reminds me so much of like the chemistry that I have with my boy Uncle Heckler, which makes me wish I could bring him on as a guest at some point. I mostly just want him and you in the same place at the same time, Dan.
No Christ.
We played Left 4 Dead 2 together once, and that was magic.
Oh, that's who that is. Okay.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Rachel.
Like, no, there's like want to like put you guys in the same room as, or same like virtual room. I still, Brandon and RC agree with me that Dan needs to meet Addie at some point.
It would be a situation where either they would love each other or they would hate each other so much because of how similar they are. Yeah, the only person I will apologize to is Rachel, because Rachel is the only person who does not deserve to have to deal with me.
Jim, that's a great description. The Cyclops and Wolverine.
Hell yeah, obviously I'm Wolverine.
Why am I the dickhead?
Because I called it first.
Fuck you.
See, I'm Cyclops.
We also have this power card. I specifically got.
Wait a minute. Who are we trying to bang? That's the reason we hate each other.
Betsy.
God. Although
Wolverine
honestly,
would never say he's Wolverine.
The real Brandon would never turn down an opportunity to be shot.
honestly,
I originally got these.
The time I like Wolverine the least, I try to put him in a romantic relationship with Jean Grey. It doesn't work, and this is someone who loves romance.
I originally got this power card. The reason behind this One, just because sometimes I feel like everyone needs a reminder on how their powers work. But number two, I had this idea for Gemini specifically, or other mimic type characters, that if you need to do something on the fly, having them pre-written out for them, would be very useful.
God damn
it's clearly it's Lewis.
Oh my god! I've told obviously us, but for everybody else, went back at where I used to work. I had a guy that would come in all the time, and his name was legitimately Kevin Lewis. And every time I like really had to stop myself from being a freak and be like, "You exist in my online game." I'm like, no.
It'll be really fun if you ever meet our friend Emily, because you'll probably want to punch her instinctively.
That was me being an absolute fucking weirdo around Ruth.
I was gonna say, yeah. There's a lot of character names, especially from early episodes, come from friends of mine, because I went to a party and I put out a notebook and I said, "Hey, anybody who wants potentially a character named after you, write your name in this notebook."
Meanwhile, 90% of my characters are named after pro wrestlers.
Yeah, that tracks. But yeah, so that's where Ruth Day comes from. That's where Emily Hahn, aka Wraith, comes from. Another character hasn't appeared in a long time.
Yeah, if the people
Carly
at home
exclamation point comes from, right?
Yes.
I still so desperately want to make a Carly exclamation point song.
Please.
But like the way that it's been described is that she's very like Britney Spearsy, and for some reason I just can't unlock that sound. If she would have sounded like Madonna, she'd have an album by now, motherfuckers. Fuck it, maybe we'll just say that Carly exclamation.
I sound like a Valley Girl voice. I'm Britney Spears.
You do, and I finally understand what he's hearing.
What is he hearing?
It's the way you extend the word "like" when you're thinking.
Oh, I
just like a slight vocal fry is all it takes.
For a second.
For the device card I was just showing, I did when I originally got it made, I was doing a test using Yardak Spear.
Good shit.
Mm-hmm.
Don't judge the drawing. That's the best I can do.
Like, for the record, I'm not saying I agree with my father, Rachel. I'm just saying I can hear it. Like that. Like the way you extend the vowels of it mixed with that slight vocal fry, it does sound a little bit Every California Girl in Maybe's movie.
Do you know what I don't have like a super specific reference, and most are from California or live in California currently.
Perf. I love that. But yeah, I think almost all of my names, pro wrestling. If you couldn't tell by the fact that Atlas the Alpha is literally just Macho Man Randy Savage in a toga, Brandon likes pro wrestling.
I don't watch wrestling. I don't know who these people are.
Listen, Jack Denton, that's why I'm able to get away with so many of my references on stream.
It hasn't come out yet.
Give me just a little flavor, baby. Just a little fat plate. I still love. What was it? You? What?
I'm proud it wasn't me that actually did something.
Because I almost talked about that exact thing earlier, and I was like, "Nope, shut the fuck up."
Oh no, I planned on giving away that slight little flavor from like before we even jumped on stream. I was like, I'm giving people a bit of Midnight Neon. The people deserve a little bit of Midnight Neon. Midnight Neon, the character I liked so much that I've genuinely thought for like 5 minutes, what if I just retire Brock and make Midnight Neon real?
No. No one deserves.
I just also have a couple last things from that documents that I have. One, these are just my new session notes pages for getting some things prepped around, like.
You have not sent me that one yet, I don't think. I would appreciate, or if you have, I have not, like, I don't remember it.
I'll throw them up on the drive.
I would very much appreciate. Is that like, if you open it in like a PDF thing, can you like fill it out?
This is the JPEG that I accidentally opened the JPEG, but yes, I have PDFs of all of them.
That's fucking awesome. We should also definitely show off our character sheet itself.
That is what's next.
Ooh, well, fuck a deedle-doo.a.
Yeah, we got a custom character sheet specifically made so that everything that you have to worry about modifier-wise should be able to fit on this first page, and then you can go into more detail and fill out, everything more fully on the other pages.
Which I genuinely love the design of the character sheet that we had commissioned. Like, it is just perfect.
Yeah,
And we even own the font, which is just like, that makes my nippies hard.
I'm glad Rachel wasn't here for that one.
I completely did not notice that Rachel had vanished.
My camera was here. I just didn't want to do the weird Dutch angle on this. But I heard that.
I don't regret it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you know what? I'll actually pull up some more character art stuff too.
Oh yeah, definitely. It might be even fun to like discuss some of the ideas behind the designs for the character. Like Brock's easy. Just I don't know. I made him look scruffy.
I'll say the chat did earlier say always art.
Always.
Well,
art.
there you go.
We give the people what they want around here.
I don't know. I
Usually,
create it.
sometimes, maybe.
I hope design characters that could actually be fun to talk about. I don't know. Brock was literally just like, what if I made like just this scruffy looking homeless dude, but he's a superhero? Because that made sense at the time. Because Brock was like wandering, trying to find the Midnight Gang.
I'll just kind of. Did not mean to open the publisher file.
Oh, hold on. I have this. Let me find it. I know it's in here somewhere.
Let's see. Some of these I think have gone up before, but I'm just gonna bring up a bunch of them and we'll just kind of show them up. Dang it! I keep opening the publisher files instead of the JPEGs. I think that's also why some of them is I actually need to export them. All I have is like the source files.
Right. Well, I mean, even if it was just like the full 3-panel sheets.
Yeah, that's, I'm pulling up what I have of those right now.
Bet.
Shit.
And I can download more and get them needed.
I'm
What's up, Dan?
curious.
I found the drawings that I made of the sigils, and I'm trying to remember what each one is.
Yeah, that sounds about right.
I don't know that we've ever actually shown this anywhere. Downstairs, I have the drawing I made logo, but I don't think we've ever.
Yeah, I don't think we did.
Yeah, speaking of logos, I don't know if I've even shown you guys the Laserhawk one. Thankfully, it's super easy to draw.
No, you did once, I think.
Many moons ago.
But I found these. Okay, so this one is whenever I do the rune for the little shardling. This is what it looks like. Well, very roughly. That's what I came up with off the top of my head.
I know.
And
I
then,
Pikachu with the yellow.
which, fun fact, these Post-it notes, I accidentally stole from Target when I was really fucked up on cold medicine. I didn't know they were in my cart. So,
well, I don't
thanks,
know if
Target.
you needed to reveal that on stream, but
We appreciate your honesty.
On stream.
Yeah. Yeah, the Laserhawk logo.
Wait, did Dan freeze?
Oh,
I think he
this
did.
one is the ice prison.
Oh, Dan, you froze for a
Okay.
little bit there.
Oh, okay, yeah, this is the ice prison one. And then this one, although one exists, but the teleportation rune.
Those
But
are.
I'll probably fuck with those later.
I would love to dick around and help you with some of those.
Dear
That
God,
is like.
please.
No, that is like weirdly in my wheelhouse. Like I have built up such a weird esoteric library of knowledge in my head for world building purposes, and I've gotten to use 1% of it. Please give me creative outlets.
Fucking go for it.
I fucking cling to this show so desperately.
Looking for one more thing here.
Oh,
Might not
just
have
got a
that
new
one
USB-C
downloaded.
charger. Nice.
Hey, Baba
Oh, here,
Booey.
I'll share my screen and we'll just start going through whatever ones I've pulled up. I just kind of hit open on like a whole lot of them.
Right. I mean, I feel like we'll have to level something. So fuck it. Let's grip it and rip it.
Well, we've got. Let's say I'll just start with these two first. We've got Laserhawk and Visual Aid.
Hey,
Hey.
hit me.
I do genuinely love how the effects look on you, Ruby. Like that looks so fucking cool.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I
it
think the
almost gives
proper
off a little
amount
bit
of like
I know.
corporeal and non-corporeal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I say, but it also gives off like almost an energy blast effect to me, like you're about to like super punch someone.
I was trying to think of a way to like show off her powers in the picture. That was the only thing that's clear. Like I made this.
I cannot believe I only. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, I like that her mask is also like the colors of red effect.
Your mask, can we actually zoom in on Ruby's mask? Because that's so, like, I love the idea of that mask because it makes sense because you can just, like, turn it into anything. So the fact that it's so, like, vibrant and extra is, like, I've always adored.
One day I want to play, and I don't know how to make that in real life.
Yeah. That's why I made Brock easy. Also, a thing that I literally am only just now noticing about Brock's character art, it's wrong.
What?
There should be a denim jacket over that, or there should be a denim vest over that leather jacket, and I cannot believe I'm only just catching that.
Instead of a leather jacket over a denim jacket?
Well, I just thought it was black denim. I thought it was what we were saying.
No, it's I always imagined like
well, yeah, we do have the original art too.
Triple H famously had this look in like 2002 where he had like a leather bomber jacket with like like that. That is the leather or the denim jacket.
Okay. Brock looks like a character from Guitar Hero.
Yeah, you ain't wrong.
That's very like for Brock's look, like I again didn't want it to be like I imagine that Brock at one point did have a uniform very close to what like Ruby or Yardak might have, but I also like when we were introduced to Brock, this was a character who was at the lowest point in his life. And I wanted his look to reflect that. I didn't want it to be like anything cool or flashy. I wanted him to look like he could ask you for change and you wouldn't think that's weird. And that's actually like now that Brock's in a much better place in his life, I've played around with the idea of maybe giving Brock a redesign. But commissions cost money, so
we haven't really proceeded on that.
True.
But yeah, there's a. Well, I was gonna say you mentioned about like Ruby and Yardak don't really have. I guess realistically now, none of them have traditional superhero outfits.
I just have my mask is the main thing.
Right, because the rest of your stuff is like street clothes, and for Yardak, it's just what Atlanteans wear. You know, in human society, he looks out of place, but.
That's true, but like Ruby's something about Ruby's design, and it is largely the mask, I believe. But something about that looked very like comic booky. It looks iconic, you know. And I didn't want Brock to have I didn't want Brock to have an iconic look. I wanted him to be an absolute wallflower where you had no idea who he was until the lasers started coming out.
Yeah.
And then I just love HyperX's entire getup.
HyperX.
And then you got me, the underwater fuckboy.
The underwater fuckboy. I think that's actually Yardashian.
Yeah. Every time you say a Yard name that's not real, I forget all the real ones besides Kalen. Is that his name?
Yeah, you're Kalen.
Yeah, Yark.
I got it.
In all fairness,
we didn't. Well, no, okay, you're on that arc now, so I can say that. I say it wasn't meant to be disparaging that he shares a name with you, Caitlin.
But also, why is my three-quarter post so
because that's actually the half profile.
No. Go over to the 3/4 one. That's so gay.
Why? Because he's like leaning back.
Yeah, he's so sassy.
And then we've got HyperAct here,
which is just such like
HyperAct's the only one who has a traditional.
I love Sam's outfit.
Mm-hmm. It's so good.
It's a bit flashy. It's a bit. It has a theme to it specifically. Yes, Yardak, part-time fish.
It also makes sense. I love that. It also makes sense because, like, Hyperact is the only one to hook up with Union officially.
Yeah.
Like, Hyperact is a Union agent now, right?
Right. Union asset, I think it's technically, or agent
so
asset, kind of.
So it definitely makes sense that she has, like, the most put together, like, traditional outfit, because I feel like the only other one that we have that's like super comic booky looking as far as like our fellow heroes and shit is probably Gemini.
Crafter, I say, falls somewhere closer to that.
I mean, Crafter without the cloak, I don't know. The cloak,
Crafter
really
without
is...
the cloak, Well, he does have 2 giant metal hands.
Okay, yeah, you got me there.
Yeah, he's got that going on. But yeah, I mean,
Brock grew up in the underground. That's not weird.
In the early episodes, we describe Myra as kind of just like wearing, again, like the others, wearing street clothes, and it wasn't until Frank makes her a super suit, is when she finally gets one.
Oh, thank you for just helping explain how Brock's eventually going to get his redesign. I forgot that Frank made that.
Yeah, Frank Dunlap, head of Union Engineering.
I also love
around with Frank.
Yeah, he was there for the court trial.
I also love, if we could scroll down ever so slightly with Myra, I love the fact that she has running powers and all of her leg muscles are like, I could kick the head off a horse levels of defined. Like, I don't know if that was an intentional design when when you and Sama were working on the Hyperact's look, but that's something I always loved about it. It makes sense. Her lower half is just all bulging muscle, and that makes sense because she's a speedster. This is all a very polite way of saying Hyperact thick, I guess.
All right, well, on to the next one.
I have hung on to that joke for so long, and I'm so happy I've waited until now.
We've got Gemini and Ulrich, well, in his Bloodhound Union agent form.
Yeah, I don't think that we've ever done human Ulrich.
We have not, no.
Do you guys ever plan to have the group become a part of Union? I can say, Callan, if we want to highlight that comment real quick.
Yeah.
I can safely say that Brock Balea will never be a member of Union.
Yeah,
I
same.
cannot speak for Ruby. I cannot speak for Yardak. Brock Balea will never be a part of Union because that would be so out of character for I was in the military and I'll never trust an organization like that again, Brock Balea.
Yeah.
The 3 of us, I think, need to join Union, but I don't like lawsuits with these people. I don't see that happening.
Yeah,
and
like you're easily
very connected to Union, though. Like I was, like she's dating a Union.
Right. I was saying with Yardak in particular, he's the.
And I have an actual complication that will be like, no.
Yeah, I was say you are a ambassador for an entire country. Like you can't really. I mean, I guess. Not that an Atlantean couldn't work for Union, but an ambassador, a member of the Atlantean government couldn't.
I mean, put it this way: if Atlantis ever did join the UN, I could see it
there's that aspect too,
making sense. But until something like that were to happen, I would see that as like extraordinarily out of character for Yardak. But Ruby, I could definitely see it.
But like, if there ever came a time when like Ruby's not working with these doing that, but at this point, why would she has her own team?
Right. Yeah, I mean, and this team is clearly, at least currently has an affiliation with Union, but I don't see them ever being folded in. And for me, from a story perspective, unless the players really advocated for that, like I wouldn't see it because I feel like heroes like this work best as something separate. It creates them. It gives them an ally. It gives them some resources, but it means that they are not. They may Union asks them to do something, but they are never required to do it, and they are not ultimately having to do, for good and for bad, right? They don't have to do what Union says. If they don't, though, it does kind of if they did something and majorly screwed up, it could remove Union's protection from them if Union had ordered them to do the opposite.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, but it also adds narrative texture. Yeah, it doesn't come up a lot. I was gonna say, I think Brock's the closest one that's ever come to really being like, piss off.
I still don't like Betsy.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and I say explicitly because of the experience with finding out about decay.
Yeah,
Which
Brock
I think
is still
well,
intimately furious about that.
and Brandon, I guess you can talk to whatever degree you want to about this. If we're talking world building, just about like how that why Brock feels that way and how that ties into your backstory.
Well, Brock Balea, for anyone who hasn't picked up on it, fought in the military. He was a part of a group of special post-human operatives who officially were known as Operation Coffee Pot. Because if you look at any top secret declassified military documents, they all have ridiculous names.
Yeah.
And in particular, the way that Brock got his abilities is that he and about 24 other soldiers were hit with a chemical attack, which killed about half of them and gave the other half special abilities. Data Kraken was also one of these people. Everyone in the Midnight Gang was also in Operation Coffee Pot. And to this day, it is completely unknown who deployed that chemical weapon. I think that Brock would like to think that it wasn't the military who did that, but I feel like in Brock's experiences, he would have also got to a point where it wouldn't have surprised him if he found out it was. Just because of the dubious nature of certain branches of the military, particularly Majestic 12, but that's a thing that we barely tapped into for the show, so I think I'll save a lot of that for more dramatic reveals. But, Brock has this fear that the military turned Brock into what he is, and seeing the monsters that created, I feel that when Betsy went on to similarly try to make a superpowered individual and wound up making a monster, I feel that would have kind of reminded him of Midnight Hydra in a way. And that Brock knowing that Betsy was the person who made that call, I feel like there's a part of Brock Balea that will never forgive her for that. I think it's safe to say that where we're at now in the podcast, not episode wise, but recording wise, I think that Brock's finally at a point where I can work with Betsy for the greater good. But that trust is gone and it will never come back, I don't think.
Yeah, and I mean, I had to reiterate a few times that it was Betsy going rogue, not Union as a whole, which allows you to still kind of work with Union.
Yeah, that's something that you definitely had to put into my head for a second. Give me 1 second. I'm going to mute.
Okay. Yeah, so I guess we can unless y'all had some other thoughts, I was going to have kind of talk more a bit about the art.
Yeah.
Yeah, go for art.
Yeah. So yeah, we've got Gemini here. Gemini as a character, I realized that one thing from Gemini's original description that did not make it to this art, so I might have to go back and fix it, is that she's supposed to have purple hair. Because our friend
act of I thought it was more colorful than this.
Well, I described her suit as being like this, but it's the hair I realize that's not the same. Because as a character, she, and this is how May, my friend who created the character, made her and played her in that one game. Just very off the wall, a lol so random kind of person.
Are we talking about Gemini?
Yeah. See,
just early 2000s hot topic core.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's what I really tried to hone that in. I figured that saying that she was just eating pixie sticks straight on was getting who this character is in a nutshell pretty well.
Outside of the season 1 finale, has Brock ever met Gemini?
She was back for the trial and she helped with fighting Decay.
Okay, because I don't think that Brock and Gemini have ever had a scene together.
Right. I'd say that's accurate.
Which is hilarious because, I think it's safe to say that with the exception of the gang, Ulrich's probably my best friend. Like I so desperately want Ulrich to be a regular part of like I understand why he's not in Riverside full time, but I feel like Brock and Ulrich would be best friends. And if there's one thing that Brock needs, I feel like it's a friend who he doesn't always fight crime with.
But that's what Ulrich does for a living too.
Yeah, but we do it for different organizations. It's kind of like two people who work for factories, but they work for different factories. And when they hang out, they don't want to talk about work, so they just like drink beer and watch football and whatever else straight people do.
We've also definitely alluded to the fact that they have hung out because remember he wanted those bloomin' onions.
Yeah, like I love.
I don't know. You're best friend. I'm the one who liked DVDs when he was stuck in the Union base.
Oh. All right, Jim. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Bye, Jim.
It's really been great
Jim.
talking to you, and hopefully we can do this again soon.
Fucking love you, Jim. You are the MVP.
What were we talking about?
I believe we were talking about Jim. And, we switched over to Ulrich.
Yeah,
I love that design.
Yeah, when I got this art made, I wanted it to be a play a bit on Betsy's Union outfit, which we'll get to in a little bit. But I also specifically, it's kind of vague in this picture, but I has the idea he has to have something on him because he has to have that serum to help him control his powers.
Right.
That's like kind of like essentially like almost like an insulin pump. Like he cannot be without it.
Can you go over to the side profile?
Certainly.
I'm curious if he has two things. One, I'm surprised he doesn't have a tail visible. And two, I'm so disappointed his arm's in the way because I wanted to see if Ulrich got that dumpy.
You're just trying to figure out which characters are thick,
right?
Based on this,
I mean, like, look,
thick.
after making that observation about Hyperact, I am now curious who is canonically thick.
Warwick. I'm not familiar with League of Legends. Can anybody else speak to this one?
I'm not gonna say.
I'm
not.
Warwick is definitely more brutal, but I get it. I get it.
Well, does Warwick have a tail? I don't think so, right?
I was about to ask. Like,
no,
do
I've
werewolves...
never imagined him with. Yeah, I've never. I mean, I'm sure some werewolves do. I've never imagined him with a tail, so I didn't. Think to put one in when I put the art in request.
I also, to play off that is another aspect of the Mayhemverse that, like, I really want us to play with more, the supernatural aspect of it, because a while ago in a conversation at RC, you had said that at some point you wanted to, like, have our own version of each of the Universal monsters, and I feel like I made Nightwish because I wanted that to have a payoff.
You had a vampire. We've done a werewolf. We've done two werewolves now.
I've got like a creature
zombies.
of the Black Lagoon stand-in.
I haven't gotten the ones we've actually done. I mean, essentially, my idea was that Zombie Austin was essentially our Frankenstein.
Zombie Austin.
Because I described him as being a patchwork version of himself.
Which I did.
Well, that's gonna be a fun. That's gonna be my book club's reading Frankenstein.
Oh, nice. All right, so now I've got up, Agent Alan Rickard and Betsy Bullard.
I love how Betsy has the Karen.
Oh Jesus.
A little bit.
The Matthias, or no, wait, not Matthias. Oh my God, I'm actually blanking on it for now.
She's like,
to Callan's point, the family that does supernatural and mystical stuff. Well, there's the Aluard Society who we've mentioned. No, that's the Sisterhood of Brahm, which is a part of Atlantis.
Serena's the evil one, right?
Right, there's Serena the Sorceress and Mira the Mystic, but no, this is a family group.
I don't think I know who you're talking about.
We've definitely mentioned them a few times now. They've never appeared on the show. Yeah, they've been mentioned. Let me see. I have a transcript from an episode that I know it was mentioned in.
Speaking of, I eventually need to work the nuclear family in.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about that a little bit, and we'll go back to the art.
So, Rachel is a colossal Full House fan. I think that's safe to say. Am I putting words in your mouth here?
Yeah, I also some point this while, and I was like, cool. I hyper fixated on Full House for a couple weeks. I got ideas.
Yeah,
I
and
forgot about that.
I don't like. I know that it was a conversation with you that inspired the idea for the nuclear family. I don't remember exactly how it came about, but I got to a point where I imagined, like, yo, what if Danny Tanner was Professor Utonium from Powerpuff Girls, which evolved into, well, hang on, what if what if everyone in Full House but Danny Tanner had superpowers, and Danny Tanner was like the straight man in this superhero sitcom, which is how I came up with San Francisco's favorite superheroes, the nuclear family. Headed by Nate and Nora Nuclear, even though
somewhere in
Nora,
our
she's dead.
Facebook Messenger, it was just me coming up with like similar names that you could use.
Yeah, like we collaborated very tightly on that, and I feel like that's like, I mean, other than the fact that it's Full House but superheroes, I feel like that's the main reason that I so desperately want to introduce the nuclear family into the Mayhemverse properly, because I love that that's something that you and I were able to collaborate on, because a lot of my superhero collaboration is with either RC or it's with my boy Deimos, who I desperately hope we can get on the show one day.
I think I also had a helpful knowledge of IC than you had, and I was like, no, there's this bad boy DJ Dates, like that's because you're like the Ripper. DJ Dates one of the Rippers at one point, like that's like something we could use.
Yeah, like Thorn Rose, I feel was probably the character that like I would have never come up with the idea for Thorn Rose were it not for you pointing that out. And Thorn Rose might be like, if I were to like, I've thought about like how I could possibly introduce the nuclear family in like a one shot or something, and I feel like the easiest way to do that would be to introduce like an individual member, and I feel like Thorn Rose would probably be like the best choice for that.
Well, because also where they're at right now, the like kids, the Full House kids are pretty young still. Oh, can't be that young.
So where I picture them, like I haven't set anything in stone. I don't want to until they're officially introduced, but like age-wise, I definitely picture like last season of Full House is where they'd be at when I introduce them.
For Michelle, at least. Michelle.
Right. Well, yeah, that's the main reason, but I also figure like having DJ as like basically an adult, like going off doing her own thing, like away from the family legacy. I thought that would be like on top of this really cool idea. Now here's a branch off really cool idea that I don't know, we can stick in one of those cities that we came up with and just have let exist, like Sunset Beach or Blackbrush.
Yeah, I was say there's a lot of cities that we've talked about that some of them have definitely been mentioned in episodes, some have not. So
one of these days I will play Detective Druid. I will put Brock on ice for an arc.
Just to address what Callan was bringing up about the Matera family was the name. The reason that y'all wouldn't know them is they have been mentioned in passing, but I used one of the Intel Drop episodes at one point to go into a little more detail about them.
That explains why I don't know about them. Season 1 thing.
Usually when I listen when I'm helping, and those got yet, so.
Yeah, the Matera family are a multi-generational family of magical treasure hunters, and their main thing is that they have a big vault that they store everything in, and the only way to enter it is with this special bracer that only members of the family can activate.
Yeah.
And basically what they can do. So this was also someone who originally I had kind of trialed to potentially join in the podcast. This was his character. And what he was going to do was he was basically going to have a random roll table where the character specifically was newer at using the bracer, so he didn't have control over what thing he grabbed out of the vault to use as a weapon.
That's cool. I really
it was
a deck of many things, but it's a Masterminds version.
I'm
you never met.
Did I ever play with that character? Or did you just remember at that point?
one point, being told.
Yeah,
that
he and I did a little one-on-one session to kind of because Men of Letters, Librarian vibes. Yeah, I could definitely see that.
I
Oh,
definitely
Noah
love
Wiley? Hell yeah.
As a side note, since you brought it up, RC, we really do need to bring back the Intel drops.
Yeah, it is something like either bring him into episodes. It's just it was a whole thing that required me to separately write and record, and just sometimes as time went on, I also just didn't know how people felt about them. I guess all right, never mind. I just got this is the first bit of feedback I've ever gotten about them that that the Intel drops were enjoyed.
Like obviously, like it would be useful to be able to like for your world building, but I can be a self-centered prick sometimes, so I'm thinking about how I can use it, and
That's
like
fair.
with how
we could
with how little opportunity I get to properly like I introduced a lot of shit in that two-parter, and to be able to elaborate on everything I feel would like really be beneficial to elaborate on, like I need a season. I'm not going to ask for that. I see the stress you're under putting this show together sometimes. I don't want that for myself. But I feel like the Intel drops I feel would be like an invaluable tool especially for building up something like the Majestic 12.
Yeah, again, I'm not against it. I say the main thing was until now, I did not actually. I had literally zero anyone say anything about the fact that they had gone away. So
More I'll consider that stolen.
Cal, I do appreciate that. Again, I definitely am willing to consider it. What was that, Rachel?
I was saying we could even use like the couple are about like better world building and like make an Intel drop from that, and I could record something like this.
Yeah,
like Intel drop like Space Cadet or like the visual van.
True.
I definitely like that. Night, Josh.
Yeah. Have a good night, Josh. Thanks for hanging out with us.
Josh.
Or like I feel like it would even be like a fun opportunity, RC, for us to like pull Dan and Rachel more into the world building if like one of us were to collaborate with like, let's say, work with Dan on like an Intel drop on the Atlantis royal family, or work with Ruby on like trying to like come up with maybe some space shit between the Space Cadet and your backstory. Like I feel like that could be like it'd be more work for us, which is why I'm like very heavily offering my services on this.
I mean, we can play around with it. Like maybe we just sit down and we do like a 20-minute recording of talking about it, and then we just break that up into multiple little ones. Find a way to make it work.
Yeah,
that's an option.
Yeah, that's just spitballing. But yeah, again, I if I can find a way to work it back into the workflow, I definitely loved it because I thought it was exactly like you're describing. It's a way without having to do a whole separate episode to let people know like this world does exist outside of these three characters.
Right. That's another nice way to break up like the scenes without having to throw an ad in there, Yeah,
I mean, technically the Intel drop was an ad because it was Intel drop brought to you by whoever I was promoting that time.
All right, but
which I will be very transparent was half of the reason. It was a two-part reason of why I wanted to do it. One, to build out lore, and two, I was like, cool, if we ever get sponsors, this is another spot where they can boom fit in.
Right.
As anyone who's listened to the show can tell, like almost all of our advertisement is something a friend does. My friend Marissa's candles, Dan's Twitch account, Quinn, your music. I think Rachel, we might have done your TikTok at one point.
Did we?
We might have. But if not, maybe that's just an idea that I had.
I feel like you guys did Rachel's Star Trek podcast once. I think I remember that in an early episode.
Oh yeah, Discotheque.
Yeah, we reference that.
Callan, I do really appreciate that. That's super cool of you to offer. I mean, hey, maybe we'll take you up on that. We'll see. Oh yeah, there was the Psych podcast once too.
I'm still so proud of the theme I came up with that for you.
Callan, I know you're not doing it, but that is an amazing amount of shade that I am really happy about. Please, Rachel, elaborate on that.
Lee and I got extremely busy. A couple things happened. One, from Psych, started doing a Psych rewatch podcast at the same time. And both Addie and I got extremely busy. And there's actually one that I still need to finish
editing. Got like busy in a way like we couldn't get together, and I couldn't edit it.
Right, which is fair.
Rachel,
That's
did you want
why
to
I
check that
didn't
visual
give
aid
you
logo?
shit.
I sent it to you
Yeah, I've got it here.
on. I don't. Yeah, this. We obviously. This is just my like drawing, but this is the visual aid.
Yeah, this is what you want.
Like
This is what I imagine goes on the side of the van. I guess it's really just the eye that goes on the giant eye symbol.
This is
Which
what
I ever thought if we ever do get
imagine,
if we get a picture of Ruby, if we ever get a picture where Ruby's back is shown, because I don't really think we have any, I definitely thought that. I always imagine that as being on the back of the jacket.
Oh god.
Oh yeah.
I never considered what Brock's back patch would be. Probably a Rush cover.
Like I came up with that when I was trying to come up with a signature. It's kind of ridiculous. Like, would be kind of hard to do quickly as a signature, but I was like, I made a logo.
That's entirely why I came up with the Laserhawk logo, because I imagine at the point in his life he would have been the autograph signing type. Like, I really hope that one day we get to explore young Brock, because he is a completely different character.
That when Visual Aid does a signature, she actually like makes a stamp and then stamps that.
Brock's back patch is actually just a giant, like, Lawrence Cherry Pie album.
It's funny you guys are talking about autographs. I have been thinking about the fact that, again, like, this is just one of those things that I want to write down and try to find ways, just little ways to incorporate it. But, like, realistically, like, how does social media and celebrity impact being a superhero in this universe?
Like, we're trying to save somebody from a burning building, and they're like, visual. Let me get a picture.
It's really funny that you mentioned that, RC, because that's something that I've been considering for some things I'd like to do with Brock in the future.
All right, well, we'll talk about that too.
Look at that angry woman.
Yeah, well, Betsy's been fighting for like the last 30 years, and she's just pissed.
Her hair's a little too long but she looks like an angry Sue Sylvester right there.
Yes.
Yo, she kinda does, Callan.
What is that?
Looks a bit like an older
Samus?
Samus Aran.
Or is it Samus? Samus, whatever. Yeah, I could see that. Yeah, especially because the suit does feel kind of a little Metroid-esque.
And then we've got the show's second favorite himbo, Agent Alan Rickman. That time I did it on purpose.
I was like, I don't think I would consider Rickard to be a himbo.
Shut up and let me have my joke.
Let me have my joke.
And it's like the -1 suit Samus.
I was say you can't really.
A character that.
Why did you zoom in on their boobs?
Because I want to get the shoulder patch.
That makes sense.
A character that basically all you need Agent, and I went, is he cute?
Yeah, that's Alan's entire arc started just because Rachel said, "Is he cute?" And I was like, "Well, you're gonna find out."
You know, Brock had an arc like that start once with a cop-like figure.
Quiet, you.
That's something I'd like to do at some point when we're literally out of characters to come up with character art for, because I've actually never thought about what Anthony looked like.
Interesting. He should only appear in like every red wife. They're always in that like weird whitish filter.
Everyone's two favorite characters.
One of them legit. The other one, fuck that guy.
You got a 50-50 split on that one.
Callan, that was the Union logo. If RC wants to.
Yeah, the specific phrase was "Fortior Simul," which means stronger together.
That's funny. Brock's phrase is "Molto bene," which is Latin for nacho cheese.
You. So yeah, now we've got up Yarkalen and Ruth Day.
Yes, Yardashian.
One of the things I've said is that Ruth Day's shirt is her own homemade bootleg Atlantis shirt. Like that's like an Atlantean symbol.
Which I love. I love the reflective.
That's super cool.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, That's
Even just a bit.
fucking insane.
What were you
Bro,
gonna
I
say,
barely
though?
know English. I just love like the visual effect of the reflection on the reflector
Mhm.
vest. It's such a nice little touch.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say the idea I
Agreed.
had was that that's why
Prob-
she's holding a cell phone and coffee because especially when we first met her, she was working at least two jobs. She was working as a
Right.
waitress and a
Two
security
jobs.
guard.
She was like Kirk from Gilmore Girls. Everywhere we went.
Literally.
Yeah, and then she got the job. I also just realized like almost all of her jobs were overnight jobs or nighttime jobs.
Yeah.
Props to our artist, Bingo Squingo.
And then we've got Yarkalen here, who, I wanted to take like how Yardak dresses and find like some way to kind of elaborate on that.
Imagine David Bowie from the Labyrinth, but just a little gayer.
Like I forget, like I think the artist accidentally gave him a crop top. I didn't ask for it specifically, but I was like, no, we're keeping
Well,
this.
no, what
Yeah,
it
no,
originally
that's a thing.
what it originally was that Yarkalen was drawn as a woman.
Oh
That is
yeah,
true.
yeah, that was the other thing.
And
Yeah.
we were like, yo, you got the gender
Very feminine
wrong, but the
features.
form of dress is so right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I really like this idea that, of having this kind of necklace instead of a more traditional crown. I also really like, and I think if we ever do future Yardak art, I'm going to want to do this, but to really emphasize the gills. I feel like it's done really well here. So like how we described it, like it's noticeable, but it's not like, overwhelming.
I very much agree with that.
And he also just has like this like, slicked back, almost mohawk style going on.
I love that he has the nautical star, even though I'm sure that the nautical star does not exist in Atlantis.
I forget, that's also Yardak has that on his arm or something.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, well, I guess
think
that's where we got the nautical star from.
The reason the used over the gender was because you had mentioned Storm as a reference for the hair,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm just gonna pull up Yardak real quick just so I can show what I was talking about. Yeah, he has.
I mean, Yardak also has a heavy scarf to hide the gills, so.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh yeah, I do.
Yeah, I was gonna say, but yeah, he's got like this star, and then he's also got like this compass symbol. That was something that Jen, our original artist, that's what she did. And so like, even though when we had it remade by another artist, I was like, let's keep it.
Oh yeah, that looks so cool.
Royalty has also been associated with the color purple and gold. Exactly. Yeah, that was also a factor. We're not going to think about how they get dye underwater, but
No, it's okay.
but they're also forging weapons, so whatever.
That's the jelly from the jellyfish. I know, yeah, purple was very much a specific choice because of that exact reason.
It's made out of sea urchin fiber.
All right, do we have anybody left? I think that was pretty much everybody that I had down. Oh, wait, no, I still have at least one more.
I was about to say, we have the entire Midnight... We haven't gone over any of our villains
I just
yet.
haven't... I don't have those downloaded. I would need to go download them real quick.
Okay,
so
that's
give me
fair.
a little more time, I can. But yeah, we've got Burt McIntyre,
Take
a.k.a.
your
the
time.
Apocalypse Man.
Go ahead and download them because the 5-minute roast of this broke-ass, bummy-looking motherfucker is about to start right here. First of all, way to take my whole casual look and make it look a lot more yee, you scruffy-faced bitch, stealing my 5 o'clock shadow, stealing my flannel. You know that Brock used to wear flannel all the time up until I had to deal with your bitch ass with your fucking shitty little gas mask. It ain't even got tanks on it. It doesn't fucking work, you little piece of garbage. Those are useless fucking gas masks. Furthermore, I bet that your pockets are full of nothing but Skittles and licorice because you a childish ass bitch. Oh, the world's gonna end. But the second the world does end, what are you doing? You're fighting with the humans, trying to get on the side of the resistance because all of a sudden the apocalypse happened, and oh, it's scary. I miss my HBO Max. You a bitch. Your mama a bitch. Your daddy a bitch. Your grandma a bitch. Your uncles, your aunties, your cousin, your whole family, your family tree was a birch. Why? Because it sounds like bitch.
This is just going.
Last until the apocalypse. I'm worried about last to the end of the year.
Family trees of birch because it sounds like bitch. I fucking hate you.
I am so happy that this is being live streamed and that can't be cut because I am so proud of that.
That was a lot. Plus, having a machete on your back is impractical because you can't draw or sheath them properly. Maybe you can't, Calvin. But Apocalypse Man is built different.
Built different.
I'm so proud of myself.
Yeah, that was really
right
good.
now.
That was really great.
That was great.
The only thing missing was a Jack Daddy at the end of it.
You don't need. I believe in you. You don't need it.
Rachel, one of these days we're gonna hang out in person. I'm gonna do that thing where I start watching wrestling on my phone in the moment of silence. You're gonna hear Dusty Rhodes' voice and just gonna fucking nosebleed. The Midnight Neon voice is just the wrestler. Oh well, god damn it! I made Rachel go away again.
Oh, she's back. I gotta add her back on.
That
Rachel,
one
why'd you
wasn't on
leave
purpose.
us?
It's my internet, my Wi-Fi was being weird.
That's fair.
Fair.
I'm downloading more characters.
To repeat all of that though, Rachel, one of these days we're gonna hang out in person. I'm gonna do that thing I do where I start watching wrestling on my phone. You're gonna hear Dusty Rhodes' voice and just end up with a fucking nosebleed. Because that's who
What am I,
Midnight Neon
11?
is. That's just no. You're just gonna hear the Midnight Neon voice coming out of my phone, and in rage, it's just gonna be like,
I can't even use nosebleeds very often. I can't remember a time in my adult life I've gotten a nosebleed.
Well, I feel like the frustration of dealing with my bullshit would push it over the edge.
You'd find a way. All right, let me see.
RC met me in person once, and ever since then, all the hair on his left armpit is completely gray. That's the effect I have on people.
Could you just?
Yeah, wow.
I don't need the hair on my armpit gray. If you could make it go away.
I make a lot of people go away.
And sending them to the cornfield?
Dad?
Welcome to the rice fields, motherfucker.
All right, I've got a bunch. I've got the rest of the art that we have.
Hey.
So Callan getting a show.
I'm trying to remember. We had
Baba Bowie.
Art of Bethany, right?
Yes, we are going to get to that. We've got Austin Yates, a.k.a. Hornet.
I also feel like Hornet's design...
Sending him to Indiana.
Jeez. By the way, Callan, as someone from Michigan, I just want to say I'm sorry you're from Indiana, man. That's rough. Like, God gave you one life, and he put you in Indiana. Like, I think we could both agree, though. At least we both live somewhere better than Ohio.
Hey, cornfield. My neighbor was literally Amish. I grew up surrounded by cornfields.
Yeah.
Okay, now, Callan, I'm actually jealous. Oh, God, you don't live in Gary, Indiana, do you? Because Gary is close to Chicago.
I didn't realize you were still here. Hey. Yeah, it is an old photo because he's alive.
Rip.
A zombie version of Austin?
Variant art.
That would actually be cool. That's not a real word, Callan.
You fucking liar.
All right, what do we got next? Also, I just another example of the cool, like, reflective, like, light effect of his arms.
Like the way that our art person, I feel so bad for not knowing like even the dude's username, but like the way that our art person draws effects of powers, is just such a
really
cool
cool
little fucking touch.
Anybody want to take a guess on who this is? Don't read the name.
Bingo Squinko. I don't know. Was that Adrian Hughes based on like the mental thing?
Yeah.
Yay! I'm good. Sorry, Callan, I stole that from you.
Actually, I was going to say I should just not announce it and just see if people can tell, if they can just take a guess.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to shut the fuck up for now on and let Callan try and make some guesses.
Yeah. Well, no, we got Kai Shikate here.
Oh, yeah. My apologies. I'm not even going to try to pronounce your name.
Kakashitaki.
Jesus Christ, Dan.
That's not
No,
hard.
isn't that... Are we pronouncing that right?
Oh, I was. I read it
Damn,
like the mushroom. No, Kakashi. Okay, from anime.
Oh, I was also.
I removed like 3 letters in the middle, and my brain just put up Kakashitaki.
Yep, that's exactly what my brain did. So I'm glad.
Yeah, then now as soon as I heard Kakashi, I was like, oh, okay.
That explains why I don't know it. It's a Naruto character.
I was gonna say I've never
anime.
watched. I was gonna say, and I watched very little anime, but I've never seen Naruto. I'm sorry. But thank you for correcting us. I'm sorry about that.
Welcome back
All right,
again, Rachel.
Hi, I'm on my
Are you here?
phone now, but yes, I'm here.
Bro, you just
My
going through it.
iPad hates me right now, and so I'm on my phone again. Except I can't charge it and use my headphones because my Bluetooth ones aren't charged.
Ah, okay.
It's okay. We got a Rachel for a while at least.
Yeah.
I still love how both of these designs turned out.
Yeah. Anybody want to take some guesses as to these ones?
I think that one.
Well,
the
that's
one
obviously
list.
Arnold Schwarzenegger and then Charles Xavier after some Rogaine.
Jesus.
On the list
yes.
is Atlas, right?
You are right. Those are both correct. That is Atlas the Alpha and Data Kraken.
Data Kraken was very much like a collaboration between RC and I, but I pretty much took the reins on Atlas, and I love how Atlas turned out. It's Ric Flair's head on Don Morocco's body, and that makes me so happy. These names mean nothing to you people.
No.
Absolutely
Sorry,
nothing.
pal.
It's
We like
okay.
you, though.
One of these days,
I'm
we're
gonna
gonna
make
get
it.
one of these days we're gonna get a fan that likes pro wrestling, and they're gonna think I'm the coolest fucking person ever.
One day I think to make a character based off like Gold Ducat or something, and just see Brandon be confused.
Brandon's always confused. That's not rare. I just love Midnight Neon. I love the whole Midnight Gang, but Midnight Hydra in particular.
Just the most absolutely fucking ridiculous comic book villain character art.
It's something that you.
I also know who Ric
when-
Flair is.
That is fantastic. 5851. I'm not even gonna try with that fucking name. I'm bad. No, that's
Kakashi. Now I know it. now that it's been spelled out for me.
No, that's something that you pointed out at one point, RC, is that like a lot of your world building is very grounded. While I embrace the comic book nature of our superhero show, and I feel like nowhere, like I wish we could get a side by side of like Gemini and these two characters. Because it's like it is just the perfect contrast between like our styles of world building.
Yeah, and then also we have Crystal Tiger.
Yes, she's there too, who also looks phenomenal. Not to undersell her design, like the jagged nature of Crystal. I don't know if that's like a thing that I envisioned when I came up with Crystal Tiger, and like the like high pulled ponytail being turned into a crystal. That was an idea that you suggested, RC. And
yeah, I really loved it.
And like the fucking ball right next to it that looked like a fucking crystal scrunchie. Like it's so unnecessarily extra.
The crystal scrunchie is my favorite part.
Like it really is, because like I don't like other than with the power dampening cups, I don't think that Crystal Tiger would ever be like not in her crystallized form. But I love the idea of just like she's wearing this high ponytail with a scrunchie, and the crystal just comes over, and now that's how she looks forever.
Hashtag Crystal Girl Boss.
But I mean, I could definitely based on that though, if she changed back into human form and changed her hair, it would just form into whatever that is.
That's true. Also, a thing I just realized with how rarely she's not in crystal form. God, can you imagine how foul she would smell in not crystal form?
Oh God.
Oh,
that would
so
just
that's interesting. So you're imagining her as being a regular person covered by the crystal.
I mean, that's the only way I can imagine, like, because you've described her as, like, looking normal with the power dampening cuffs on.
Yeah, I just imagine that her cells are turning into crystal. Like, she is in and out. But, I mean, I guess that's, because because we described her getting beaten up, and I'm trying to remember, I don't think we've described it as, like, you see any of, like, her regular skin underneath it or anything like that.
Right, no, I mean, it's, like, diamond, it's crystal, but, like, the only way that the crystal scrunchie makes sense to me is that way,
I suppose.
Like that is the only way that like my favorite design detail with her makes
yes,
sense.
that's the only way that makes sense when this person exists.
Okay, look.
Wasn't I also told earlier it doesn't have to make sense? Wasn't I very explicitly told that because I care about how taxes work in the underground?
Hey, go fuck your mother. How about that?
And you bring up a good point.
I can't dispute that one.
Could be anything on there gets crystallized as well. I like that.
Yeah,
Headcanon accepted.
All right,
like,
let's pull up.
hang on. If you could bring back,
sure.
bring back Midnight Hydra for just 2 seconds and zoom in on him again. Because like 90, like a lot of the design was like me throwing shit at the wall. Like the two most iconic things about Midnight Hydra were like something that each of us came up with. I very heavily workshopped the idea of like his breastplate, like that was like a collaboration between us, but that was like an idea that you pitched. Those sunglasses are all RC.
Well, yeah, because we gave him a visor, and then I was like, why don't we? Because originally, like when the artist sent it to us, they just did like because we didn't tell them anything else. They just did like a black, like just Cyclops-esque visor. And I said, what if we made it like he's like a neon, colorful character, like. Again, if we're gonna go ridiculous with this giant chest piece and these horns, let's go all in. Oh, that was the other thing. The original version did not have the horns. He was just like, again, Cyclops style, like bald headed.
Right.
He had the whatever you want to call that, the cowl on that held his hair down and it goes around his face, but he didn't have anything coming out. And I was like, this just feels too close to Cyclops.
Yeah, and then you suggested the horns, which just look. If we can scroll back over to the front view.
I have a genuine question about X-Men. Is that actually called a visor? Because I always call it a visor, but because they call it a visor on Star Trek for sure.
That's a great question.
I'm pretty sure
that's what it is.
I'm pretty sure they refer to it as Cyclops' visor in the comics.
Okay, so that's the thing. Was I was like, I don't know if I've ever actually heard someone say the thing Jordy is wearing. This is a visor, and I went, they are all visors. No, thank you. Like.
Yeah.
Right.
And Callan, do you find that because you're saying it's fun seeing the character art against what you've been picturing, is it that I'm hoping the answer is no, but this isn't making it worse in some way, right? I did have one friend of mine who I showed the art and she said this is not what I'm picturing at all. Oh, okay.
I mean, like very few.
Where people have shown me the art and I'm like, you're wrong. Oop.
It's just, you're wrong.
Let me see who else we've got. We will bring up the other remaining member of the Midnight Gang, Vapor Kappa.
I love so.
He's very simple, but like I really like his design.
Yeah. And then Channel 7's Intrepid reporter, Sean Ortega.
There are so many things about Vapor Kappa's design. Like, out of all the characters where I've gotten to influence the design, Vapor Kappa is probably my favorite. Again, Dan, like you said, just because of like the simplicity of it, but the fact that it's just a very iconic look. Like the visor, the armor, the blood red sword, that bit of red around like the waist, that 3/4 picture where his arm is becoming vapor. Just everything about this design is like it is just like out of what I've gotten to suggest, this one is like perfect.
Oh, rather than just the domino mask, Callan.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah, that checks out.
No thoughts on Channel 7's Intrepid reporter?
She looks like she is about to ask me to talk about stuff that's about to completely blow my investigation, Shauna. You know better.
Oh. Let's see here.
I did very strongly play with the idea when I started coming up with like the idea for Brock's redesign of giving him something like that. And I thought that maybe that's a bit extra for Brock. Another like Decay is another character where I just adore his design. Crafter looks great too, but oh my god, Decay might be like my favorite villain design of ours. Like that is so good.
Yeah, he's also like I also when I originally imagined, I was like, he's not a physical character, right? I didn't want him to have a lot of bulging muscles, like, as a person, the agent probably worked out, but yeah, I like the idea that he's just like, a rather normal guy, but he has an immense amount of power. Canonically, he is one of the most powerful characters the team has faced.
Oh yeah,
in terms of in terms of the actual game mechanics.
Mm-hmm.
Because he was power level 14 compared to the team's power level 10.
Right, which is just obnoxious if you understand the mechanics of Masks and Mayhem. If we could highlight Callan's most recent comment, because that's actually something that I'm kind of with you on. I did not imagine
I thought it would be
Crafter as a mall goth.
That's fair.
But then you told me that you came up with Crafter when you were in high school, and I know that Crafter's a self-insert, so it all made sense. Tracks.
Yeah, there's a lot of factors here. The one thing though is that I realize after the fact, because I don't like, once I've told the artist like, oh yeah, this is done, and I give the okay, I don't like to go back and change things. But I realize after the fact that I should have made the bottom of his cloak more tattered, because it's supposed to be very old for him. Well, I mean, very old in general.
That's true. I don't know, the whole design, like, that's another one where it's like very simple, but it just fucking clicks for me.
Yeah, well, like you said, without the cloak, he would be normal, and I was like, yeah, his outfit isn't that weird. And I was like, no, wait, he's got these fucking things fused to his hands.
Yeah, that's fair.
I mean, he would kind of look like he would fit in at a Ren Fair.
Yeah.
Honestly, with the cloak, he would just be permanently fitting in at a Ren Fair, which also would be me in high school. But yeah, Decay was definitely also one of my favorites that I was like, oh, I want to make this guy look. I feel like this has. Oh, sorry.
I was just gonna ask if we have the kids to show off next.
Oh yeah, that was exactly who we got next. And then we've got after that we've got four last characters.
Wonderful. But go ahead and finish up your thought there, RC. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off.
What was I saying about
Laser Lad?
What was it about?
Okay, I'm curious if people who can guess who the person on the left is.
Don't even
fuck off.
Don't even validate fucking RC with the goddamn Elon Musk 69420.
Here we go. Yahoo! He's just a fucking Mario voice. That's all it is.
Yeah, I guess the gun kind of gave it away.
Yeah, he's got a big fucking gun.
Yeah, that kind of gave it away. Yeah, that's Mosey.
The fucking
I definitely when I came up with Mosey, I definitely wanted him to be like a very.
It's true. We did give him I forget why we did end up giving him a 6-shooter.
Because
this might have been another example of something where
Mosey has more than one gun. Next question.
I mean, that also honestly that tracks.
Like I've since decided not to go with this, so this is something that I can happily reveal. I very much considered for the Christmas special that we have coming up, I wanted Mosey to come with you guys, but it's on off.
Oh Jesus!
I decided against it because I'm not sure how great of taste that would be in, with just the news cycle being what it is.
Yeah, and who knows what might happen right around the time we do it.
Right, which is why ultimately I decided maybe not, but yeah, Mosey is probably a walking armory.
Yeah. Well, that was I mean, it ended up not being as big of
guns.
It ended up not being as big of a deal, but like we had an episode come out during the trial arc where the Green Wave took over a school, and like at the time after the episode was about to come out, I was like, is this in bad taste? Like,
because that was right after what happened in Texas.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Not right after, but not too long after.
Right. To jump back,
like
to,
it wasn't like how Obi-Wan their like thing.
Right, or like Stranger Things is fucking phenomenal timing.
Right.
But to jump back to Mosey's design for a quick second, I knew that Mosey was going to be like the baseline for what people would imagine the underground would look like, which I very much imagine as just like this clash of counterculture from like 1955 up until like 1997. And I knew that with Mosey, I needed to like set the tone for that. And if I do say so myself, I might have nailed it. Just like this very bright, like almost cyberpunk-esque looking with just how outrageous the combination is.
Yeah.
And like it was also like I needed to be careful with it because Mosey is not my character. So I needed it to be something that Deimos was also going to appreciate. And just hearing him gush about how much he loved the design, like, I don't think that he pictured Mosey as being black, but Mosey's black now, and that's consistent in all universes.
And that's consistent in all universes.
Just something about that windbreaker, those trip pants, and that afro work together so well.
No, that's
And then,
true.
and then we've got my beautiful, beautiful baby boy, the greatest thing that Brock
I was gonna say you were gushing a lot about Mosey, and I was like, when's
I was getting to my son, but Mosey was a character that I was very heavily in like influencing the look of, and there's a lot more to him.
The son whose name you forgot
For how many episodes?
Shut up. Look,
all of them.
It's not my fault that I wrote a very detailed backstory for Brock, and then my hard drive died.
Oh yeah, I forgot about
that's
that.
fair.
That's what happened with that.
There was a thing where we were going back and writing notes, and someone said, "What's the kid's name?"
That's hilarious. But no, I also feel like there's less to say with Carl's design because he's a fucking 13-year-old. He looks like a 13-year-old. I do love
geez,
the
Dad, I don't know.
I do love the detail of the glowing eyes, though.
Yeah.
Especially
now,
since
like, now that we, yeah.
Honestly, I think Carl is one of your best voices.
It's just a Morty voice. It's just a shitty Morty voice. All I can do is bad impressions of existing characters.
Thank you,
I appreciate that.
Have you never heard Atlas the Alpha?
No, you do fun voices.
Atlas appreciates that.
Yeah. I'll say these are a bit of throwbacks, some characters we haven't really seen much of in a while.
Are you kidding me? Bethany's all over the place. Always.
Bethany has only, almost that most of this season has only been contacted by phone.
Actually, yeah. Like we talk about Bethany, but Bethany herself hasn't been in shit.
Every time we go to Jack's, Bethany is there.
I know, but I'm saying, like, when you look at the broader arc of season 2, she is not in there as frequently.
All right, I guess in comparison.
And yeah, the left is Bethany.
And the right is Mega Man.
Maybe.
Not color, but hair texture. Ironically, Bethany's hair looks more like Myers does.
Yeah, I was about to say,
You're
Bethany
correct.
looks.
The right
Bethany
is
looks. Bethany looks more like you than like your character looks like you.
Yeah.
Like, put Bethany in a cute vintage dress, and that's just like Rachel.
True.
It's true.
Never go over that shit. But.
And then I feel like similarly how Mosey was an introduction to how the underground looks. I feel like Brigand for us was very much like an introduction to how like the technology of the Mayhem cast looks. And as far as that goes, because fucking 9 out of 10 needs more Big Chungus, but it's really good.
Well, I specifically told them because Brigand's described as like stealing all of his tech, I said these things should not look like they're from the same company.
Right, which is why like the look of Brigand was so important because it was like a diverse cast of like all these pieces of technology come from different places who obviously aren't like going to be unified in their design, but like it all came together very well.
Yeah, I was
Like,
really happy about it.
I would love to see a version of Brigand in the future where he is just like toe to tip decked out in technology and like basically like an Iron Man suit. And then we have another one of my favorite characters I've
one
ever
of these
come up
characters
with who
hasn't
had
been-
so much life breathed into him by someone else.
One of these characters, what, Dan?
We haven't put him in yet.
Yeah, we have. His
Yeah, we have.
episode's already released.
Oh,
We
I thought it was
record-
after the Atlantis episode.
We
No, it was
recorded it
before. That's-
after
yeah.
we recorded it after the time travel
Yeah.
arc, but we decided to put that
Oh.
kind of like timeline wise before where
Yeah.
we're
Mhm.
at right now.
So yeah, the episodes of When Gods Seek to Punish, with the appearance of Beowulf Odin's son, were
Right.
recorded fairly recently, like July, I think, end of July, I want to say.
Mhm.
Yeah.
But it was specifically recorded because we saw a gap between the trial arc and the Atlantis arc where we could fit in like another story without really conflicting. And then it was really cool too because we got to work in the fact that this was a depowered union who needed the team's help really easily with that.
Yeah.
And also, I had been on an actual play with Alex from Green Ronin where he GM'd it. And we had just been chatting after the show, and he was like, "Hey, if you ever want me on," and I was like, "Ooh, I have a really cool idea," and he was game to do it, and I really appreciated that. It was a lot of fun working with him, and the art really turned out well too.
Oh yeah, and to kind of wax poetically about Beowulf, because that was a character that I came up with. I love so desperately what Alex did with Beowulf. Because the version of Beowulf that I came up with was like 18 years old. Like very very Percy Jackson-esque as far as like this kid who all of a sudden is thrown into a world of gods and monsters. And then Alex got like a quick paragraph write-up and was like, yes, 200-year-old cowboy. Which turned out to be so cool. Like at some point, if we ever start doing shit with like alternate dimensions crossing over and meeting different versions of characters that like we know, I would love to maybe have an episode where we introduce the original Beowulf and can maybe have him interact with this drastically different version of himself. That would be fucking incredible to me. But, this is just me putting stuff on my Amazon wish list. This is nothing set in stone, ladies and gents.
All right, and then there's Sloane Matthews, everyone's favorite character.
Yeah.
I think I would say up until episode 39, you would have been like, yeah. Or
Yeah.
Was it 38 or
That's-
39? Yeah, it would have been 38,
Sorry,
I'm pretty sure.
Maybe we don't.
Yeah,
Like,
38. End of
shiver with
38
someone.
was when Lydia got shot. 39 was when we revealed zombie. We cliffhangered on zombie Austin.
What you say?
It was another great moment of Rachel's reaction to things.
Rachel reacts so good.
It's like
Oh, you know what? Actually, I'm going to download one more thing because
Like
I
a
also have
reaction
art of Sloane in. I have some variant art of Sloane,
In prison.
prison and Union agent.
but no, look, what was my reaction good at? Like,
To zombie Austin being revealed. I believe it was just a scream of "Oh my god!"
It's just this very visceral, disgusted, like horrific shock. It's just so fucking delicious.
It was perfect.
I am just a grown-up theater child.
Aren't we all? Aren't we all?
You just said you
Ooh,
weren't, like, after I sent you that TikTok, so no.
Yeah, that was one of our enders.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, I'm trying to find
As horror as
the-
an ending.
As far as cliffhangers went, that was a fucking banger.
Where is it?
And again, and the next day I was playing in Josh's game, and a zombie came. It's like had the same name as my friend, and I was like, "Oh my god! I swear to God!"
This just keeps happening to me.
You weren't happy, Callan.
That's fair. Oh, you know what? Yeah. So, I guess this was a page we got made, but I haven't actually used it for what I thought of. It was going to be a TikTok video.
Oh yeah.
I forgot we had that done up.
We might eventually still release that. And then this, I asked everyone to think of like a scene they really loved that would make for a good comic page.
I love how that one turned out. Can we zoom in on both of those to get a look at what they say?
Yeah, the Sloan Matthews one is specifically the lyrics to the song that I was going to use for the TikTok, which again may still happen.
I feel like once we start harvesting clips and shit, that would be very easy to do. I'm gonna have nothing to do with it because I don't fuck with TikTok.
It could also throw them on Instagram Reels.
Having to have Ruby and Yardak hold him back.
I love that. I also love how I'm where the hood at stomping them.
There was definitely a version of the Sloan Matthews art, or like reviews in the cell, and I was like,
yeah, I have
like
that. I have there's
for his hand.
Oh yeah, I have other pages for that. I just
I agree, Callan.
Yeah, but I was like, they look like they're dating.
And maybe they should have let Laserhawk go, but they didn't. And
we're supposed
that
to
would have been
the good guy.
That would have been Brock catching his second murder charge. Officially,
Oh,
Brock's killed way more than one person.
And then we have Hornet 2 in her updated outfit post.
Pam!
I think this came out. This outfit came out during the trial arc. I described it, but we obviously haven't.
I think her suit's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's another one that looks like fairly comic booky.
Suit.
It's a little step away from the grounded nature of a lot of the things I do.
It compared to the original Hornet suit, it's a big upgrade.
Well, yeah, that was the other thing too. Is Austin and I have described you all as being like a power level 6 to your power level 10, whereas Pam, with her suit, is reaching closer to your power level 10.
Yeah, after our hamster died, Mom got us a more durable pet.
And then so world building. I was the one who came up with the idea, like we should have traumatizing for Ruby, but I guess I traumatized myself too.
Fuck it, Brandon gave himself a dead fiance. I guess I can take one on the chin.
Well, when you look at the game mechanics, with him being power level 6, there was a lot of times where Austin basically said something to the effect of like, "Hey, I am out of my league here." When the Midnight Gang showed up and stuff, specifically because in the mechanics of Mutants and Masterminds, if a power level 6 would see a regular like soldier and a gang member, those kind of characters, as legitimate threats,
right.
Whereas for you guys, it takes like Decay or a Slam Pack monster or like a lot of you need something a little more oomph to really be a threat to you. So. When Rachel suggested the idea of having someone trying to take up the Hornet mantle, I wanted it to be someone who is reluctant about doing it, in a way, but is actually able to really be the, go toe to toe with y'all.
Right.
Yeah. And cool, Callan. I'm happy that this one was actually closer to what you were imagining.
Yeah.
Indeed. I believe that part of that was me sending you a picture of like an actual red wasp and being like, base it on this.
Yeah. So yeah, you have like the idea of her suit is you have like this kind of normal, just covering part of the suit. And you obviously have the helmet that she's holding here. The red parts are supposed to represent the exoskeleton part of the suit that actually help give it like strength and durability and whatnot.
Mm-hmm.
So she can actually lift up things because her main post-human ability is speed and reflexes and agility. Speaking of New Horn, it was said that she is a latent post-human. Will we ever get to see? So, gotcha. So latent post-human basically just means that, and I feel like maybe I should have been better about describing that in the episode. Latent post-human would basically just mean someone whose abilities are not immediately noticeable. For instance, someone who is just potentially smart, someone who's just really smart, could be a post-human.
Or Mosey.
Or Mosey, yes, someone whose abilities, you can't really lie to them. Obviously, I think that one would show up a bit more. But, for instance, someone like Crystal Tiger, Vapor Kappa, even Laserhawk or Midnight Neon, their powers are very obvious. Actually, sorry, I think we never really established if Laserhawk is a post-human.
I love that you said Midnight Neon on that.
I wasn't going to say a word.
God damn it.
Listen, Jack, today I appreciate that you are the head of my fan club. Funking like a monkey.
I would say if you're familiar with someone's because almost everyone has powers or quirks, but some people kind of make things float slowly towards me. So I'm not going to go.
Right. Yeah. So until and I was saying that was the other thing too is that Pam wouldn't have realized until the school testing that she was a post-human. It just was, she's faster than the normal person, and then as she has trained more, she has been able to push that further.
Mm-hmm. Right.
But yeah. So that is I think almost all of the art that we have at this point. You have now basically seen. We had no intention. That was not going to be the point of tonight's stream, but it became a long discussion about a lot of different things, really.
Well, I mean, it circled back to a lot of world building shit, which I feel was kind of the original point of the stream. That and doing the listen along.
That's not weird at all. Have you? I'm very curious now as to what that would be.
Someone creating an OC for picture fiction that they enjoy. I've never heard of that before. You're a strange little fellow. You're a sick, demented little creature now, aren't you?
I've never done
sick, demented little creature.
Callan, I hope you know I'm fucking with you, dude.
I didn't have an OC for a daughter of Riker and Troy. Oops, they made one of those. So.
Hey, Callan, if it makes you feel any better, I had my own OC for the show, too. I just got to eventually introduce them. I was in your shoes once, dude. I was just a fan of the show, and then, I got lucky enough to be asked on it. I assumed that I did so good on the theme that RC was just fuck it, let's bring it on.
Did you do no, you did the theme after you,
It was, right around the same time.
Yeah. All right, guys. Well, we have been going for, I think, quite a bit. Oh, wait. Here has come up with someone who has plant control called Death Cap. Samurai that wears a mushroom cap as a hat. That's...
So he lives in the underground.
Yeah, I was going to say, this is an underground character.
Yep. All right. You gave him an idea.
Either that or he just lives in, normal Portland. Guys, see this bullshit? You guys fucking see this? My microphone's
fucking mic is going all over the place.
Listen to me, you son of a bitch.
That mic said refuse to be governed.
That mic was like, no, we're wrapping up. We're wrapping up, asshole. Stop talking.
Yeah. I was going to say, yeah, we have been going pretty long. I have a long day tomorrow, so I think I'm going to get us settled up. But again, Callan, thank you so much for joining with us.
Thanks for
Kakashi.
Yeah, I say Kakashi, are you still here? I haven't seen you comment in a little bit, but if you are...
Uncle Hecka, if you are still here, you're not. But if you are still here, I love you, but I love the people.
It's almost the Shardling voice.
It really is. All right, friends. Well, we are planning on doing a Halloween stream on the 30th. We don't have an exact time planned or know exactly who's going to be joining in, but we will release more details about that as we get closer. But I hope
we're trying to get
here...
Jack Black for the stream. No promises, but we're trying real hard.
Yeah, that's really probably going to go great for us.
Yeah, I see him every day outside the Wawas that I beg out in front of.
And that might just be a guy who looks like Jack Black.
No, that's me.
That
At
might
least
be
according,
Black.
at least according to half
I got
of
you. You were
the
saying you look like Jack Black.
Oh, you've been looking at a mirror or a reflective surface. Gotcha. Ha 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 ha.
Hey, according to half the people in public who stop me, I either look like Jack Black or that fucking guy from Lost.
Oh, Christ.
The first one is infinitely more flattering than the latter.
I
Yeah,
think
you do have
Jack
I mean,
Jack
hey,
Black
if you got
anyway.
Jack Black, now you're sexy Bowser.
And now you're sexy Bowser.
And also,
All right, friends. Oh,
today, Jack Black is a romantic lead and fucking adorable in that movie.
Congrats, that ain't me, dog.
all right, y'all. We will see you at a later time. Hope you all have a wonderful weekend and take care.
Same bat time, same
Right.
bat channel.